Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Trade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nutwash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97 home. That is here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich, Joe's one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no, Fanatical Jim.
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicap a more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, we all PSR Pub Sports Radio bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, June 13th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We have a massive show today. We have in our home studio at the Southtown 101, not only young Snips Bouquett, but also LJ from H-Town will be capping the Major League Baseball card as well as the NBA and WNBA card with us. We also have Wine Time Sports and his spectacular baseball season rolling with us. Wine Time with another winning day joining us last Friday, now 79-60, 56.8% plus 19.05 units, ROI plus 13.71%, average line plus 101. And then for NBA and WNBA, not only will LJ from H-Town, Wine Time be rolling with us, but Billy Brisbane coming off a 2-0 day in WNBA on Wednesday, and we keep winning. So just like last week, we're going for the week sweep, 28-18 plus 8.72 units so far this week. And we look to sweep the week, which is wonderful. Very thankful. And it's us working together. Justin McKelvey, Stacks plays of the day here. Olsen and the Dodgers run line. Let's get these copied and pasted and begin to attack. I mean, it feels like each day, especially last night, years of my life are being taken off. The stress, I love it. I'm hooked on it. I don't understand the things that used to bring joy to my life when I was a young man. I have no need for because of sports capping and the gambling and the roller coaster ride that takes place each and every night. Last night was just mayhem, absolute mayhem. Truth teller in the house. Fat Wally NASCAR action. My man Wally in the house with his Viva Mexico NASCAR action. Thank you, Wally. Copied and pasted. We know the cappers in the chat will be jumping in and saying, where is Wally's action? Let's go get that here locked in. We got Gorky Zhang to beat Raducanu in tennis. Let's get this all copied and pasted before we get to work. Here we go. The nuke worker in the house. We got Big Daddy Boom, aka Leo Leon. Nuke worker and I are going heads up there on the Montreal Alouette game. Unfortunately, I am on the Red Blacks this evening, and we will be breaking that down here shortly. Let's get this all copied and pasted here. Chad Pickard on the under 9 in the Braves game. First 5 under 4 in the Pirates game. Under 9 in the Nats game, and over 8 in the Mets game. Oh, and the Angels team total over. Let's get Chad's action. Crystal Craig in the house. Crystal, we're all so excited for our big meetup at Woodbine. Big meetup at Woodbine. Also, for the meetup at Woodbine, you don't need to come solo as well. For everyone to know who's going to meet us, you can bring your partners, bring friends, however you want to handle it, whatever makes you feel comfortable, or just come solo and rock with us. But no issues there. We're going to have the artwork and the invitations and everything out here shortly. But we need Miss Baseball to cap horses with us on Saturday, August 23rd at Woodbine. Here we go. If Deacon Mike says that was an awesome game last night. Good God, was it ever? Crystal Craig also on the Dodgers on the run line. Only bet she has placed so far. Let's make sure that we have that information copied and pasted so we can discuss throughout the show here. Get this up here. All right, we are rolling. T-Moss, Giants, Dodgers, first 5 under. Colorado Braves, under 9.5 alt line. Pirates, first 5, money line in full game. And I'm glad that the Oilers came through for you last night. Good God. Is there anything in the world that you want to be doing tomorrow night other than watching that hockey game? Is there anything in the world you want to be doing tonight other than watching Game 4 of the NBA Finals? Is this just heaven? Spooner in the house. We got AM ready to go. Black Thor King ready to get to work. There is Spooner's action. There's our guy Razor Sharp Picks action as well. Gambler's First Glance. Beautiful. We got a Gambler's First Glance. We can talk about that here. Gambler's First Glance is the over 226 and a half. Let's get this all copied and pasted. Here we go. Turnbuckle Tommy's play today, the under 9 in Braves or Rockies, and Gorky says Florida is done. Gorky, I thought the Oilers were done. I think the extremes might not be necessary here. Although, thank you so much for your support. We also can't wait to hang with you, Gorky, my man. So, Gorky, because of your the need, we can't do the grandstand. No problem. We flipped it. That's how important you are, Gorky, to our group. We have changed the entire plan just because we need you with us. We need you beside us. We need you comfortable, and we need you able to get to wherever we're going. So we are going to the Stella Artois Lounge now just to ensure that you are sitting comfortably right beside us. So that is done, Gorky, my man. Great to see all of you guys. Robert Cherry in the house says, Jimmy and everybody in the chat, what's good, y'all? Thanks for the love and prayers. Mom's doing much better. A long road ahead, but in the path to a full recovery. That's wonderful news, Robert. Please send our love and our thoughts to your mom, and if the great cappers and our friends in the chat can give some thoughts and some prayers and some love to Mr. Robert Cherry's mom. Perky in the house says Cubby's going to get a few on Skeens and open it up late. Cubs money line. Wager detective in the house. Great to see you, a wager detective. We got a lot of work to do. Here, so let me keep rolling. We got best bet here. Ron Lofton says yesterday was a brutal day for me. Today is a new day, though. It is an absolutely new day. It is. So let's get after it here. Copy and paste. We got BJ's best bet. OKC. TJ in the house. Back from work travel. Was missing the crew. Oh, it's great to see you, TJ. So we got TJ's action. Cubs money line. Minnesota first 5 money line, as well as LA Baltimore under 10.5. Let's get that all copied and pasted here. Beautiful. We got BJ's best bet, Dodgers money line. Let's get this copied and pasted. Wager detective says Nuke sat in the chat and barked Oilers to win game 4 about 10 times. My man, the Nuke worker. We got Von Polo in the house. It's so glad I got an Edmonton last night after they scored their first goal. I got good night. Wow, that was really nice. 3-1. Of course, I bet it when they were down 1-0 plus 230. I can tell you though, I have a full unit then added to the plus 230. I had, when it was 3-3, I was like, oh, it's going to tighten up. I took the under 8.5 at plus 150 for a full unit. So when Reinhardt scored, it was a punch in the stomach. It was but we got home in overtime, so I'm very, 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 very thankful. Rob Free in the house. And BJ saying a Brave, a good look as well. Slatsy says no Coleros, no Oliveira, bad line, no problem. Oh, Slatsy, you are a beauty, my friend. Slatsy, you are a beauty. How much did we have working against us? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. AM says Oilers were plus 1,200 after the first period. Yeah. It was a very difficult bet to make at that point, but we didn't know that Perry was standing up talking to everybody. All right. Rob Freeze is currently torn in this Cubs Pirates game. We're going to get to it soon. For Real MMA, yes, Billy is going to be here for WNBA. Thank you, Deacon Mike, my friend. Big Zo in the house says, go Oilers, go. Von Polo says, hope everybody is smelling good today. We are working on a very exciting project for Von Polo here on the channel. So we're working with our guy Von Polo. Andrew G says, I like the vibes today, Jimmy. Let's roll. The Saturates in the first period was slightly stressful. Mally Mal with his action. Pirates team total over 1.5. First 5 cold cash play of the day. Let's get that copied and pasted here. Let's get that copied and pasted. Great to see all you guys. AOD ready to go. Thank you, Dave Redling, my friend. DC Capper, Bookie Buster play today is the Cubs. Justin McKelvey says, I drank so much during the NHL last night. I had to jog it off this morning. Yeah, I'm been running to deal with the stress and the anxiety, and it's really helping. So I'm right with you there. Saturated says, any of your minions go 100% in the NHL in a season? Our guy Saturated, undefeated in NHL right now. Rob McMahon in the house. Great to see you. Great to see all of you guys. Nuclear says Pickard. Yes. Nasty Nate says, I've just rewatched the dog race and Jimmy scared my dog at the end. I think I can't believe it, Nasty. I just couldn't believe it because I consider you a good friend. And I love hanging out with you. I cheer for you. I want you to get paid. And yet I don't want you to ever win a race. And it came out. I screamed no. I screamed no like I was being assaulted or robbed. I screamed no at the screen. That was my true feeling. We got to get. I'm gonna get Jose to get us a slow mo of me screaming no at your dog. What a dick! What kind of asshole does that? Oh my god! Oh my god! All right, great to see all of you guys. Thank you for rocking with us. We got my dude in the house. Just my 2 cents, ready to rock. 9 Legacy on the Thunder. I love it. I think I've got everybody ready to go so we can just get to work. There's my guy Kong's clips in the house. And we got the Mally Mal team total over, so we're locked in. And Ronnie Lofton giving out love, and very happy to hear about Robert Cherry's mom and Spooner and many others. Pig Milk play of the days. White Sox first 5 plus a half here. Let's get this all copied and pasted. I think we are about ready to rock and roll. Robert Cherry said, hey guys, my mom don't bet often, but her mama knows best parlay of the day is Yankees money line, Mets money line, Dodgers -1.5. Got to get that copied and pasted here as well. Kong, I did not bet that plus 1100. Look, you guys know my rule. I only make one live bet. I never chase live bets. It's a hard, strict rule. I bet it. I don't. If the team goes down like in the first couple minutes, I might wait a bit. But I bet it when they're down, and I don't bet it again. So I got the plus 230. I didn't touch it again, and was thankful for that. Billy Friedrich says Panthers in 7 in his opinion. DC Capper on the Braves -1.5, and Wine Time took the Oilers down. Now, granted, if I hadn't, I move on the Oilers when they go down a goal every game. But if I hadn't, I would have done the exact same thing as you guys. I wait for the one goal. I wait for the spark. I don't bet it down 3-0. And maybe that's a mistake, but I've had okay ROI on those games where you see the spark, you see the goal. I did that in Dallas. Remember, we had it was Kentucky Derby Day, I believe. And Dallas was in game 7 against Colorado. They were down 2-0 with 5 minutes left, and they scored to make it 2-1. And I saw the spark. You get that spark. I was okay, let's go. I got plus 500 on it. I need to see the spark. There is Dutch Boy Fresh says, can't take my eyes off the ice, bro. I love it, Dutchy. I love it, Dutchy. I love it. Thank you, Deacon Chase J. Great to see all of you guys. Yes. Oh, we just got great news as well. Lucas Ryan says, Bombers shirt going in my cart. The Bombers hat is so dope. The navy blue with the big W. I can't wear another team's hat. Maybe I should, though. I was thinking the same thing, Lucas Ryan. I was so glad that you got that money. Great job, everybody. It is great to see you guys. Means a ton. So we just got great news. The star, this man right here, will be joining us live for his breakdown of his play of the day. This is just in information. This is the man who will be joining us live for his play of the day. All right, let's get to work, fellas. We start with the Canadian Football League. So, I panicked and bet the under first half and full game. I think, that was the concern about Chris Streveler not performing the way he did. You know what? It wasn't about me, my action. I'm very thankful that, I went 2-2 yesterday. It wasn't. It was that I had a lot of friends believe in me and believe in what I was saying when the books opened up. And I fell asleep. I slept. I rested easy because I knew that I have people that believe in you. And when they believe in you and the line moves 3 points away from you, and it was not a comfortable feeling. So happy that the Bombers took care of business. Let's get to work. We start Friday, June 13th, this very evening, 7:30 p.m. Montreal Alouettes at the Ottawa Redblacks. We already heard from Bo Bano, and he's on the Alouettes money line. Now, he got this at -115. So did Slats. This line move is because of Drew Brown being out. TD Place, Ottawa, Ontario, 60 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 2-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history and discuss this one here. I have moved on all of these games, and we will discuss it all. Where the hell? Here we go. We have the Red Blacks. Damn it! God damn it! God, it moved from 4.5 to 4. God, I'm just... These market moves are just going against me and against me and against me, and it's not a comfortable feeling. This is going to be a 5.5. The exact same shit that I had to deal with the Bombers game. Huh. That is... So, just a little backstory here. My daughter, Ella, had a school performance last night. And it was near the end of the performance, and it was about 7:25 p.m. Eastern. And I was like, okay, let me just see what the line is now in the Bombers game. And I saw the 5.5, and my heart sunk. My heart just sunk. If you believe in my action here, I would wait. I would wait if you believe in my action. And I believe in it, but I would wait. And let me tell you the story here. Let's take a look at this total. This total right now is a 46, and it's juiced to the under. Opened up a 49.5, and now we have a 46. Here we go. So the big story here is that Drew, and I'll be tight. I know we want to get into MLB. I'll be tight with these three breakdowns, but the big story here is that Drew Brown's unavailable due to a hip injury. The line moved dramatically. As Bobana pointed out yesterday, the Ottawa Red Blacks always lose to Montreal. The Alouettes have won 10 straight times at Ottawa. 10 straight times at Ottawa. Montreal has beaten Ottawa 8 straight times overall. 6 of those wins have been by 7+ points. I thought it would be Kent State's Dustin Crum who would be the starter, but Bob Dice is going with Matthew Schiltz. The Alouettes coming off an impressive 28-10 win at home over the Argos. I was adamant. Now, I know the markets are not on my side, but I was adamant that there are overreactions in that week 2 in CFL, week 2 in NFL. I guess it'd be called week 1 in college football, sort of week 0, but it is probably week 2 too. These are the most profitable weeks in the sport of football because of overreactions. So Alouettes coming off an impressive 28-10 win at home over the Argos. We were all over the Alouettes, all over them. We all were. We doubled up. We cashed. You know, it was the defending Grey Cup champions coming to Montreal, who were the best team in the league last year, but got upset by Toronto. It was easy. Davis Alexander's now 5-0 as a starter. You're going to hear that talked about a lot. And he was efficient. 19 of 26 for 205 yards, touchdown, interception. Sean Thomas Erlington ran 17 times for 86 yards. Good Canadian kid in the Canadian Football League. And, he's considered a national. It's helpful if you have a national playing in these important spots here. So I don't think it makes sense to deep dive into the offensive stats last week for the Red Blacks because they came with Drew Brown at quarterback. And Drew Brown is a really good quarterback. So you could say here that the Red Blacks defense got picked apart in their loss to Saskatchewan. And it was an ugly loss. Very, very, very ugly loss. They lose 36-28. They got destroyed. We know that Mosaic Stadium is the toughest place to play. So here you had a 39-year-old quarterback in Trevor Harris calling audibles at the line of scrimmage. An experienced quarterback with no crowd noise, looking at this Red Blacks defense in week 1. If you are going to bet on a defense in week 2, you kind of want them to get, stabbed in the larynx in game 1. You want them to be shook. Get back to the drawing board. Understand that maybe you're not that good. Maybe you're not ready. Panic and study. So here, I'm not going to put weight in what happened defensively or offensively for the Ottawa Red Blacks in week 1. But this is what I will put weight in. Bob Dice, I've said a lot of negative things about Bob Dice. He has created TD Field to be a tough place to play. The Red Blacks went 7-1 here last year. The market is overreacting over the Als week 1 dominating victory. They're overreacting about Drew Brown being out. We saw this exact same overreaction of Chris Streveler replacing Zach Collaros. Ottawa went 7-1 last year. Bob Dice has been planning to go up in their home opener against the team that has beaten them 10 straight times in their own stadium all offseason. He's been planning to attack Davis Alexander all offseason. This is a huge game for Red Blacks. And I am not going to sit here and be embarrassed or angry that this line's going against me. I didn't need to have a 24-hour depression over the lines going against me in the Bombers game. This is too many points. Davis Alexander is a young quarterback who's shown a lot of character, but he's got to go on the road. This will be the only game all year we know fans will be in the stadium at TD. The Red Blacks will surprise tonight. And if you think that I might be onto something, try to time this market perfectly. Don't bet it now. Try and time it perfectly, something that I did not do. Okay, there you go. I am on the Red Blacks, and of course, the line, when I was betting it, moved from 4.5 to 4. I thought that was sharp and made sense. Rob Free says, how about the under? It's too low, Rob. I think that you need that 48 and a half, 49 must be taken advantage of. I think it's too low. 46 and a half. I have to let it go personally. I mean, there's sharp action towards the under, but I've let it go. So game one here, I'm on the Red Blacks. And again, this line going against me. All right, we move on to Saturday. We'll be quick here. 2 games on Saturday, then we're going to get into the Major League Baseball card. We have Jose finishing up in the studio another show, a great show in the building. Our great show that we have with Mike Anderson and Rudy J. So we'll have both. We'll have Wine Time joining us from LA, and we'll have both LJ from H-Town and Jose Bouquett in studio in Southtown 101. We have Saturday, June 14th, Calgary Stampeders 1-0. This is their first road game of the year, in the Toronto Argonauts 0-1, 0-0 at home, BMO Field in Toronto, Ontario. 61 Fahrenheit, mostly sunny, 9-mile-per-hour winds. So, look, this is not, I was talking with Spooner about the ROI we have on the bets that we don't want to make, it makes us feel a little sick making, but we have to make them. And, this line's moved heavily against me. I think it's an overreaction from what the Stampeders did in week 1. And I was on the Stampeders. We heard Gorky say that the Argos have no chance. Argos are now -1. And I got in at -3. All of these lines are just I don't remember ever feeling like this dramatically lines going against me, but it is what it is. And I let it shake me up last night. There is the Stampeders are favorites. I mean, this is fucking banana. Oh, it's a pick 'em now. Sorry, it's a pick 'em offshore. I mean, this is just it's so hard telling you that I'm going against all this stuff, but this is a complete overreaction. Take the Argonauts money line. I've got the -3. I will have to deal with that. This line opened up offshore at 3, and it immediately moved against me. It's an overreaction of what Calgary did last week. This total is a 50. It's -116 to the over. And Bobano gave us the over. I'm going up against Bobano as well, which is, again, not something I would choose to do. I'm on the under 50.5 in this one. Calgary comes in off a 38-26 home victory over Hamilton in week 1. Vernon Adams looked good in his first start as a Stamp. You may look at his numbers, 19-28 for 284 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's a leader of men. This guy is it's so easy. That was the problem with the Lions last year, was Rourke had to come in and usurp the position from Vernon Adams, who was the most loved player in that locker room. and he's a leader. So his numbers don't reflect how much confidence the team had with him in his first game at home. Look, I was on them. I was on Calgary. And now the market is overreacting from what they just saw. Clark Barnes caught 4 passes for 112 yards. Dedrick Mills was a monster with the rock. He ran 17 times for 94 yards and 3 touchdowns. We talked a lot about Dedrick last year, the former Nebraska Cornhusker. I believe it was 2019, 2020, where he was the running back in Nebraska. We talked about Dedrick Mills a lot last year because he's a monster. He's a weapon, and he had some personal issue, and he left the team. You could tell that whatever personal issue was, there was some respect for it because Dave Dickinson welcomed him back when he came back about 3 weeks, a month later, and he's a starting running back now. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. Okay, Nate, let me stay focused, man. Let me stay focused here. The Argos come in off a real ugly 28-10 loss at Montreal to begin the season. They got beaten in every aspect. They managed 34 yards rushing on 10 attempts on the ground. Well, if Deonta McMahon can't run the ball, then Arbuckle is screwed. We know all this. Arbuckle was 20 of 32 for 273 yards, touchdown, 2 interceptions. You could say a lot of it came in garbage time. You can say whatever you want. AM says 59% of the ticket, the money on the Alouettes, 67% of the bets on the Alouettes. It's perfect. It's perfect. Slatty, Argos team total over 25.5 and tailing Bobano on the over 50.5 in the Rough Riders tie game. Okay, we're going to get to that in a second. So look, I think that the Stampeders offense was magical at McMahon Stadium on a beautiful day in front of 28,000 of their own fans. Now they play Toronto when the Grey Cup rings come out and the banner is dropped, and it's the one game of the year where the fans will be at BMO Field. The one game. I think it's an overreaction of Calgary. Look, Nathan Rourke puts up 30-odd points at home in front of a sold-out BC Place Stadium. What's he do on the road in a tough place to play? Now, you could say BMO Field is not a tough place to play. It doesn't matter. It's an overreaction by the market. And if they want to steam the Stamps, remember, when you read an article on the CFL, if you agree with the article that you're reading, spend another hour on the game and figure out what you've done wrong. Because there's a reason why these articles, they don't have their season-long record on them. They lose, and they lose, and they lose. They believe in what they just saw. They don't realize how things can change so drastically from one week to another. Everybody and their mama was on the BC Lions. Everybody and their mama is on the Calgary Stampeders. Not Robert Cherry's mama. Robert Cherry's mama would be on the Argos. All right. So let's move on. I am on the under 50.5. I think the Stampeders will have a much tougher time. I don't think the Argos offense is anything to write home about. So I'm on the under. It's not a comfortable thing going up against Bobano. It's not a comfortable thing going up against Gorky. It's not a comfortable thing going against this market move. Look, I mean, what do you want me to say? None of this shit is comfortable. Okay, let's move on to our final spot on the board. The only spot here where the line's actually gone in my direction. Now, there was claims that this line was going to come out at 4.5. We were waiting so patiently on Tuesday morning for the lines to drop. We were waiting. I got too excited when they dropped, and I, probably hadn't thought everything, thoroughly enough. But they said this was going to be the Ticats 4.5. This was the perfect overreaction situation. My guy here, I am on the Argos. You know that, Aubrey, right? I think I made that. If I didn't make that clear, I did a shit job at that breakdown. Okay, so here we go. And I got Res Mob's respect play today because I'm on it too. Got the exact same line. Here we go. Saskatchewan Roughriders, Hamilton Ticats. I got the plus 3.5 at minus 115. Bobano moved on the over 50.5 at minus 115. That over is probably a winner. Well, this spread opened up, plus 3.5 minus 114 offshore, and now it's plus 3.5 minus 119. So I mean, a 5-cent move, it doesn't make me feel good, but at least I'm not having to go up against the market and all that shit again. This total is a 51.5. It moved from 50.5 to 51.5. We have Bobano on the over 50.5, and we have Slatsy on the over 50.5. We have our guy here, Hamilton Ticats from AM. Hamilton Ticats, 89% of the tickets and 66% of the 89% of the cash, 66% bets. I'm very comfortable with that. Over 96% of the money and 72% of the bets. Oh, Toby Lane play today, Dallas Wings, a money line. I just make sure if I miss anything, hopefully somebody can just let me know, because it's not on purpose. I know how important the action of your guys' action is. Okay, so Robot Glock says, who are the quarterbacks for these teams? Let me break this down for you, my friend. But in saying all this, just to give you an idea of what I did, was I came very close to adding the over, and I stopped. I am on the Tiger Cats team total over 23.5 at -121. Oh, thank you, AM. Yes, that's beautiful. Thank you. 98. Oh, wow. 98% of the cash on the over and 75% of the bets on the over. I mean, that's music to my ears, AM. So here we go. 62 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 12 miles per hour. I have the Ticats plus 3.5 and the Ticats team total over 23.5. I believe this is another complete overreaction by the books that we have to take advantage of. Shout out to Robot Glock, now member We Be Pubbin'. Rough Riders coming off an impressive 31-26. Did I say 38? Was it? It was 31-26 home victory in week 1. Oh, because the 38-26 was the Ticats Stampeders game. So Rough Riders coming off a 31-26 victory in week 1. Trevor Harris was 19-26 for 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. I made a big deal about AJ Ouellette. He's such a great running back, runs right into the teeth of the defense. We saw the same thing with Brady Oliveira last night, the most outstanding player in the CFL. What happened with AJ Ouellette was he lost a bunch of weight, and he's like, look, I'm going to be healthier this year. And he got hurt in the first drive of the year. It's a huge loss. He's phenomenal. It's unclear if Thomas Bertrand Houdon can do the job. Now, he ran 14 times for 57 yards and a touchdown. He's a Canadian, so they consider him a national. Some of you guys, some of you guys may remember Delaware State, but I'm not sure how many of you guys follow Delaware State football, but he is a Delaware State product. Samuel Emelis was excellent. He caught 8 passes for 133 yards and a touchdown. The Ticats coming off an ugly 38-26 loss at Calgary, and they were so predictable. They're an extremely predictable offense. Bo Levi Mitchell threw the ball 50 times. He only completed 31 passes. He threw for over 300 yards. Kenny Lawler and Tim White look like a very, very dangerous combination out wide. I think they're the two, it's arguable in Montreal and a couple other places, but I think they're the two most dangerous tandem. What also happened was Greg Bell did nothing. Ran 8 times for 14 yards. He did nothing, and he's got to do more, and I think he will. So if the Riders have difficulty running the ball, and it's not clear that they will. It's not clear that Thomas Bertrand Houdon, can't do the job, but they went out and picked up 2 running backs this week. So it's not like they're like, oh, Thomas Bertrand Houdon's our guy, and we're going to back him and trust him. If the Riders have difficulty running the ball and they have to focus solely on throwing, the Ticats should be able to set up passing D packages to slow that down, to make it difficult for them. Also, the Ticat fans, including Bobano, who will be live and in person at this football game, will be drunk. They'll be loud. And they will be rowdy. It will not be easy for Trevor Harris to call the audibles that he was calling. And he was calling audibles to set up. When he saw the passing situations, he'd call the audible, and Bertrand Houdon would, take advantage of it. He's not going to be able to do that here. He is not going to be able to do that here. So, Corey Mace is a defensive specialist. We know that. The coach of the Rough Riders. But his defense allowed Drew Brown to go 34-41 for 413 yards and 2 touchdowns, no picks. I trust the Rider defense will look better than they did in week 1, but how much better? How much better? So what can I count on here? I can count on this crazy-ass Bo Levi Mitchell and his 2 superstar, I guess you can't call any a Canadian wide receiver is superstar, but for our league, superstar wide receivers. That's what I can trust. But Levi Mitchell's going to throw the ball 50 times. I can trust that I can cash the team total over. The team total over is probably a better bet than the side, honestly. But those are my two spots there. I'm on the plus 3.5 on the Ticats. I'm on the Ticats team total over 23.5. And Bobano already gave us the over 50.5. And that is the CFL for today. There you guys go. All right. Let's move on here. Justin McKelvey said, I got the Wings plus 8 yesterday. Not sure about that current number. We're going to talk about all of that, but we got to get into Major League Baseball. First and foremost, thank you guys for rolling with me through the CFL. I'm going to try my absolute hardest to make it worth your while and for us to get paid in full. So let's see if we can do that. Let's roll. We start at 2:20 p.m. Eastern, and we have our first guest ready to join the program. Yet another winning day. The streak of his winning days on this show is unparalleled here. Lex Steele says, do the Alouettes win money line if they don't cover the 6? I don't know. I mean, look, I mean, I don't. I mean, that's a tough thing for me to answer, being on the other side. Look, they've won 10 straight times at TD Field. You know who thinks about the Alouettes every single night? Bob Dice. That's who he thinks about. So this game means a ton to him. I don't know if it's going to, it's a tough one here. So I thank you for that, AM. I didn't know that. That's a great, very, very helpful. I can't believe you guys are talking about Johnny Five, man. I short circuit Johnny Five, man. I guess some of us are the same age here. So let me get this copied and pasted. Thank you for that, AM. All right. So I can't look, if I'm not on the side, I'm not going to say they're going to win the money line. But look, you have Bobano on the money line and Slatsy on the money line. You have Nuke Worker on the -4. The line's moving in their direction. So you could say that it's likely that they do. But fuck them. No, I don't want them to win this shit. So our next guest, he was at 56.6% when he came and joined us. Now he's at 56.8%. After a 3-2 day, 79-60, 56.8% plus 19.05 units, ROI plus 13.71%. And he's done this with two things that I find very impressive. One, an average line of plus 101, and two, not with the best line available, with the line that he can bet in a state that doesn't allow cappers to bet on sports. And that is extremely impressive. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy back. Happy Friday, my friend. Good to be here.
Wine Time, we might need to pull you out. Your audio is all messed up.
Okay.
Let's get him pulled out. Maybe he's got to refresh and start that. We'll get him rolling. We'll get him rolling. And it won't stop anything because I'll just set this up and we'll hear his action. Craig Wood says, roll in the Bob Dice. I like it, Craig. Okay. Just says 47 in 8 days. Yeah, man. Johnny Five. That was a great move. That's, I've been watching movies that meant something to me when I was younger with the kids, and because these new movies are trash. And so we just watched E.T. and Short Circuit. I didn't know why I didn't even think about it. Short Circuit is a great call, fellas. So let's get Short Circuit for the kids. All right. Let's go. We have a beauty here in the afternoon, 2:20 p.m. Eastern. Pittsburgh Pirates, 28-42, 14 games under 500, and 14 games under 500 on the road at the Chicago Cubs, 42-27, 21-11 at home, Wrigley Field, Chicago, Illinois. We have Paul Skeens going up against Cade Horton, and we've heard from a lot of cappers already that they are moving on the Cubbies. So let's just go over who has sent that to us already. We have Chad Pickard. He's on that first 5 under 4 in the Pirates game. We have T-Moss on Pirates first 5 money line and full game. We have, I know that there was, we have TJ on Cubs money line. We have DC Capper, Bookie Buster play today, the Chicago Cubs. All right. Oh, God, it's stupid autocorrect. I need short circuit, man. And Justin McKelvey, here we go. The Cubbies minus 113 in his pocket. Let's get this here ready to go. And let's set this one up. We'll start with the weather, get into the line history, and decide how we want to attack it. First off, weather-wise, we have 69 Fahrenheit, feels like 70, 6.3 miles per hour, right to left end, and in. It becomes very, very slightly in after an hour. It builds up to 7.2, but after 2 hours, it's pretty much just straight right to left and not in. Craig Wood says on or off and on rain in Wrigley, be wary. Starters may not go long, depending on it. Interesting. Tariq B says Pirates first 5, live bet the Cubs. Wager Detective says Cubs could win for lack of Pirates hitting only, and B just is not betting this game. And we got Wine Time back in action. Wine Time, let's hear you.
Do I sound better?
Yeah, you're back in business, my friend. Let's roll. We have Skeens going up against Horton. Let's take a look at the expectation here from the Daily Stadium report from Ballpark Pal. We have here Wrigley minus 9%. So it's minus 10% homers, minus 9% doubles and triples, and minus 2% singles. Let's get into the cash flow and the line history then next. Cash flow wise, let's get off CFL. Cash flow wise, we have these Pittsburgh Pirates at plus 101. They opened up at minus 101. That probably doesn't give the exact. This didn't come out till 9:27 p.m. in the book that, of course, I respect the most. If we look at this book from the afternoon here, this one opened up with Pittsburgh minus 120 at 2:50 p.m. So this book that I consider so sharp waited for this 18-cent move before they even allowed their gamblers to bet on it. So again, it depends how you look at it, because that first line, of course, was attached with limits. So you couldn't hammer it. From a total perspective here, we have a 6.5. Good God, 6.5. This opened up at 7. Now it is juiced to the over. When this came out at 7, it was slightly juiced to the over, and now we have a 6.5. We heard from who did we have? We heard from Chad Pickard. How expensive was the first 5 under 4 in the Pirates game? I would be curious to hear. On the first 5 for this one, we have a 3.5. It's minus 126 to the under, but it did open up a 3.5, slightly juiced to the over. So we've just had a monstrous move here towards the under. Dav Fence says it's under 3.5. First 5 is expensive, but I don't see over 3 runs in the first 5. Jermaine saying, is this the first 3 under? Well, let's take a look at the cash flow and see if this all correlates. So we've had the move towards the Chicago Cubs, which is a good sign. I guess you could say that you trust Skeens. I mean, Horton still needs to prove himself. We've already seen Horton in a very offensive situation weather-wise in Chicago, and he handled it fine. 57% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's a lot of money on the Pirates for this line to have moved away from them. We have Horton, Skeens, and this 78% of tickets on the under and 92% of cash on the under. So it certainly feels like that. TJ says Pittsburgh's lost 5 of his last 8 starts, and the market consistently overprices him when he's on the mound. TJ says 4 different Cubs have already taken them deep in limited opportunities, and Chicago comes in with the hottest bullpen in baseball by a wide margin. They're phenomenal. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely, their bullpen's just insane right now. Spooner says Skeens hasn't given up a run in Wrigley. He's played there twice last year. Always impressive in big market games. Perky says Pirates first 5 money line. They get a few walks, steal a few bases and hits, but the Cubs own the second half of the game. So we have here, and we're just going to do a little bit more of a setup here from Wine Time and then bring on our next guest. With this spot here, we have Skeens last start, 2-1 win at home over the Philadelphia Phillies, 7 2/3 to its 1 run. It wasn't earned, 7 Ks, 1 walk. He's been incredible. 1.88 ERA, 0.84 whip. Been very, very good. On the road, he's been way better than he's been at home. Unhittable on the road. On the road, he's allowed 6 earned runs in 7 starts. He hasn't allowed a home run yet on the road. 168 opponent's batting average. The splits are phenomenal. And then you have Cade Horton. That last start, 4-0 loss at the Tigers, wasn't his best work. He's had 2 home starts. One was a real tough one with the wind blowing out. and blowing out heavily. And overall, in those 2 starts, 11 innings, 11 hits. But he has allowed the 5 earned runs, which is better than it looks. 1 walk, 3 jacks. Remember, the win was just hammering out, and 262 opponent's batting average. Lefties, 292 against him, but with no power, 691 OPS. Righties, 245, 776 OPS. The Pirates versus righties, they're hitting them 273, 707 OPS. And these Cubs numbers, I guess, are about to go down. And all these righties and bullpen stats are last 30 days. Cubs versus righties, 281, 821 OPS. This Cubs bullpen is a 1.03 ERA. Absolutely incredible. Incredible for the last 30 days. Pirates bullpen, 3.68 ERA. Take it away for us, my man. Wine Time Sports, Pirates Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, that explains the difference between the first 5 money line and the full game money line. I mean, as you just mentioned, this Cubs bullpen, extremely impressive, man. More impressive than I thought they were going to be. I thought they're going to be good. I didn't think they're going to be elite like this. Seeing, Pirates minus 145 the first 5 on this book, and then money line full game plus 103, nearly a 45-cent difference between the first 5 and the full game. As you expect, Paul Skeens is on the mound. He's one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball right now, so I get it. I've been trying my best to stay away from Paul Skeens games in general. I don't look at these too hard. If I had to take a spot in this, I would fade Paul Skeens here. I would take the Chicago Cubs. I'd take Cade Horton here, thinking he's going to pitch a good game. We're seeing a low total. Paul Skeens starts usually do go under the total as well. Doesn't seem like the Pirates ever want to hit for him. I could only get on the Cubs here in this spot. I'm not going to back the Pirates, but I'm not going to take this is a pass for me. I got nothing in this game. I will say though, I mean, the Cubs, man, this team right now, I mean, they got best bullpen in baseball right now, and their offensive numbers right now are just insane when you look at them. Their lineup is deep, and if this team stays healthy, they're going to be hard to beat in a series. So nothing for me in this game. This is going to be a tough pass for me. First game on the card. I don't like to do it. I like to take these games at home too on Wrigley on 11:20 afternoon over here on the West Coast, but just not enough value for me in this spot in either team or on this total. I don't feel like I have an edge in this spot, so I'm just going to take a pass in this game.
I get it. The price difference here for the first 5 is actually not as big as I've seen. 35 cents. It's big, but it's not. We've seen 40 and 45. Those are the biggest. So it's not the biggest. The first 3 total under 1.5 is plus 105. Plus 105. I don't think you can trust enough. I mean, I've not bet maybe I have bet a flat 1.5. TJ says 91% of cash on Pittsburgh is nuts with the line going away from them. It is. And so what that does is it makes the only thing appealing to me is the Cubs. My question is, do you need to have a pregame bet on it? Let's bring on our next guest. He is in our home studio, the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas. He is a great friend of the channel, and we miss capping with him dearly. Please welcome our guy, LJ from H-Town.
Yo. Club Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cat. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh.
LJ, what's good, man? Welcome back to the channel. We have missed you. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Happy to be here. It's Friday. It's time to get some money. I took off work today, Jimmy, because you do know this is the 4th anniversary of me joining the channel.
Ooh.
When Golden State was playing Boston in the finals. Is when I made my debut on this show. So, hey, dope. Man, I wanted to come on, celebrate the anniversary, get some money with my guy, Jimmy the Bag Wine Time.
Let's go.
Let's get to it, man.
That's dope, man. That all I think about when I hear Warriors Celtics is Curry with his fucking when he flexed to the crowd, and I was like, oh, it's over? It's like, oh shit, it's over. I mean, there's such a small group of people in the world that can do something like that, make some sort of show on the road. Always has to be on the road, and where you're like, oh God. That was great. Great to have you. LJ, we have a wild spot here. Pirates, Cubbies. And I'm not against that first 3 under 1.5 at +105. It's just a sickeningly low number. LJ, take it away. Skeens, Hortons, Wrigley Field, Chicago, Illinois.
No, I don't really have anything on this one. I lean under just because, Skeen's a dog. He shows up big time games. And I heard on the show earlier that he hasn't given up an earned run in Wrigley Field all year. So I'm expecting low scoring game. Bullpen for the Pirates, the arms, support. But the Cubs, they may be taxed with their arms in the bullpen, So I don't have any on the game, but I lean under for the most part because the Pirates are 20-10-2 to the under on the road. Plus, you fade the Pirates anyway on the road, 9-23, 7-19 as a road dog. So nothing appealing for me. You know me, I'm a spot player. So if the Cubs do lose this game, best believe I will be on them tomorrow. So, but nothing official on this one.
Deacon Mike says today is the day he gives up multiple runs at Wrigley. Okay. I guess in finale, I think that the Cubs bet makes sense. I just question if it makes sense to bet it pregame.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I don't know if it does. For those of you who are on it, I mean, the market is indicating that it makes sense. So, I can completely understand. But for me, and then secondly, the 1.5, I don't know if that is sort of a wheelhouse spot for me. Deacon Mike says you're just saying that because you're not wearing St. Louis gear. That is true. I just want to take one look at my first 3 spreadsheet before we move on. We have also heard from Mr. Bouquett, all Snips Bouquett. He is on the Chicago Cubs here. Let me just pull up the first 3 under record because I believe I've had one with Skeens at a 1.5. I just want to look very quickly here. It's only 77 bets. It won't take me long to recognize. And even on those, I think yes. To start the season, Pittsburgh, Miami, first 3 under 1.5. That was my and then I also took Detroit, Seattle, first 3 under 1.5 at this exact number, and that was with Scooball. That lost. Then I took a Philly, Atlanta, first 3 under 1.5 at this exact number, and that lost. So I'm 1 and 2 on the 1.5s. And here we go. This is the Skeens 1.5 I did bet. This was Pittsburgh, LA Dodgers. If you remember when he went to Chavez Ravine, I took the first 3 under 1.5 there at +120, and I cashed that. So now we're 2 and 2 with the plus money. 2 and 2. That does give us that. Okay, so listen, I guess I'm getting close. Close. TJ says, and if they get 1 run, you won't get a better number, and that could be true as well. That's what an interesting idea. Wine Time, do you think that if the Pirates go up 1-0, that you won't get a better number? This is a fascinating angle I didn't even think of. Do you think if the Pirates go up, if the Pirates go up 1-0, that the Cubs will still be -115?
No, I think they'll probably be a slight dog, maybe +105, +110, I would think, if they're down 1-0.
Okay, I might move on the first 3 under 1.5. I might. I'm going to sit a little bit longer. We have an hour.
Let's. I want to circle back on this one too because I have a lean towards the Cubs. I might move on them pregame here. We'll see. We still got some time though.
Wow, look at G-Biz. I'm so happy. So happy some guys have the balls. I don't know how you can sleep after that, G, but G-Biz took the Oilers money line +1,300 when they went down 0-3 last night. G, I'm so happy that you didn't see Reinhardt score because that would have just, it was such a punch in my stomach. Wow. All right, very interesting first start here. first game of the card. It's our only afternoon game, and we will circle back. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board for us, fellas. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Miami Marlins 25-41, 11-21 on the road at Washington Nationals, 30-38, 15-18 at home. Nationals Park, Washington D.C. I'm so glad, G-Biz. That makes me so happy, man. That makes me so happy to hear that. It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful news. I don't know how you can go to sleep with that action hanging on, man. But I guess you're like, it's easier that way. I have such a tough time doing it. We have here Edward Cabrera versus Mitchell Parker. Edward Cabrera, I thought, was actually kind of impressive. We thought he was going to get touched in that last start. And he allowed 3 runs in 4 innings with the wind blowing heavily out at George M. Steinbrenner Field. But only one of those runs was earned. And so he handled it pretty well. On the road this year, he's been pretty good. The hits that he's allowing are just real rinky-dink type shit. Just singles, nothing too, hurtful. 4 games he started on the road, 18 2/3, 21 hits, 7 earned runs, 19 Ks, 8 walks. He's allowed 2 homers. Opponents are hitting 280 against him, but he's been pretty good. And it's righties that do get to him. We should take a look and see exactly here. Let's get into this. Oh, sorry. We should see what are the righties in this lineup that we are the most concerned about. So let's just, sorry, here, 1 second. There we go. Okay, we're in business here. So let's take a look. We know that righties can hit them with average and with power, 280, 811 OPS. We also have this game concern with weather, which we should touch on first. It's supposed to rain throughout, but the precipitation numbers I have are below 30% throughout. So a full rain early and then just light rain and drizzle. Why don't we ask this? Because I know you're watch these Nationals very closely one time. Do you think this game goes?
I mean, yeah, it just depends on when it rains. It says might be 85 degrees by the time this game gets off today, from what I'm seeing here. I'm not too sure. I didn't look too much into the weather report on this ball game, though.
There are, if this is the expected lineup, of course, you guys know the Nats lineup's all lefties to get started.
Yeah.
You have switchies and Bell and Kiebert, but Alex Call is the only actual righty. This is a great lineup for Cabrera to attack. Then you have Mitchell Parker, 4-6, 4.44 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 71 innings, 47 Ks, 28 walks, 6 home runs. He doesn't get strikeouts, but he gets outs. His last start, 5-0 loss at home, wasn't on him. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, only 1 was earned. Didn't walk a batter. At home, he's not being that good. He's not been that good this year. It's been kind of tricky figuring all this out. And he's got the reverse splits where lefties get after him. But this is not a team that hits lefties. Marlins 215, 606 OPS last 30 days. And that's better than it's been in quite some time. Usually their OPS has been in the 500s. Nats versus righties 245, but not with a ton of power, 716 OPS. Marlins bullpen is being mediocre the last 30 days, which is good for them. And the Nats bullpen has been good. I've been saying this now for about a couple weeks. So we have a total at 9. It's minus 119 to the under. This opened up minus 110 to the under. This went down to 8.5 for a while. It's back at 9, a pseudo 9. Still have a 9-cent move towards the under. And then when we get to the money line here for this one, we have Mitchell Parker and the Nats minus 113. They opened up minus 119. So we've had a move to Cabrera. And this total very high. Let's see what Ballpark Pal thinks. Nationals Park in a very offensive, plus 14%, plus 15% homers, plus 10% doubles and triples, plus 6% singles. These are the Nats, and you know them very well. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, Jim, the chat saying, could you change the banner real quick on this? A couple of them are confused on this ball game.
Shit.
No,
Okay.
no, you're all good. But going into this game here,
right.
honestly,
Jose will be back soon, I imagine, and this won't be a problem, but apologies.
No, you're good. This should be, I think this is a Marlins spot. You guys know me. I like taking the Nationals in spots this season. I don't think this is necessarily one of them. So, yeah, I saw the Nationals at minus 119, I believe, last night. Now it's down to a minus 113. I like backing Parker in certain spots, but I think you mentioned this is a good lineup for Cabrera to attack. The Nationals, don't get me wrong, I like the young guys that they have in that order. They still have a lot of developing to do. A couple of those guys in the order, they're still not quite deep enough to probably to make a little bit of a run this season. But in this spot, I like the Marlins here. At plus 103, looks like a pretty good number. This wasn't a spot I moved on. I want to look on this other book that I have. Yeah, see, that's crazy. These two books that I'm using, oh my gosh, the difference in these lines is absolutely wild. So I've got the Marlins plus 103 on one, And on my other, the Marlins are currently sitting at a minus 108. Crazy. I don't know. That's just weird. With that being said, nothing for me on this game. I'm not going to end up moving on the Marlins. There's just not enough that correlates for me in this game. And as well, a high total in this one. I believe this opened up at a 9. It's down to 8.5 right now. And it's sitting at plus 100 juice for the over at minus 120. This might go back to a 9 before first pitch, but you mentioned it. If there's going to be a lot of rain at the ballpark, maybe this game doesn't go. Maybe it gets postponed. Maybe it dries up. I mean, it is supposed to be hot out there by the time it's first pitch, but not enough for me to take the Marlins here in this spot. That would definitely be my lean here. And I might take a look at this game as the day goes on, but this will be a game I won't end up moving on, most likely.
It's such a high total. JW says Nats is a home favorite, automatic fade. Lucas Ryan over 8.5 Nats fish amongst others. Craig Wood says Marlins are pass heavy on the pass. Let's hear from LJ from H-Town. Marlins, Nats, take it away.
Yeah, I agree with the chat. Nationals are a fade at home. They're at the bottom of the league in runs, averaging 3.5 runs at home, and 18 runs total in their last 10 games. So I don't see them putting up any type of offense because I saw how the Marlins are 10-4 to the over versus the division, but I can't expect them to get runs as well, considering their roster struggles to score too. So I heavy lean to the over, but like you say, it's too high. But if it drops down to like 8.5, I'll think about it, but right now I'll pass just because it's just too much conflicting. The Nationals can't hit, and I can't expect them to put up runs to make this total go over. So I'm going to pass for now, but I will be looking at that total. If it drops, I'll think about taking it over.
See, I'm the other way. What's stopping me, obviously, is the offensive weather. Spooner's on the under, and Cabrera handled this type of weather, tougher weather than this, very, very well. And the Marlins aren't hitting lefties. Mitchell Parker now with consecutive home starts. It doesn't fully correlate. We've had 9 cents of movement to the under at the number 9. I honestly think I might be able to get past it and bet the first 3 under. I don't know if that is even necessary, though, for this game because, as I said, the Nats bullpen has been much better. And the Marlins bullpen has been much better. So right here at 365, they're only offering the 8.5. This move back to the 9 has sort of just happened recently, and they'll probably react at some point. The first 5 is a 4.5. The price difference for the Marlins. I mean, first off, let me ask you this question. First off, wine time. Who has the better pitcher on the mound?
If I'm going to look at an eye test, I would say Mitchell Parker, but to go against these certain lineups, I think Cabrera has the edge in this spot.
The price difference is 15 cents. 15 cents more expensive to take the Marlins first 5. Indicating that Cabrera, and look, I've been a huge Cabrera guy, but I kind of liken him to Jose Soriano, where I don't quite have him. It's not consistent enough, but maybe that's changing. And then the first 3 is a 2.5. It's a 2.5 on a juiced over. Let's see if that changes 5 cents to the 9, but that's pretty low. Skunt Blaster on the under 9, coin leaning to the Miami money line. Ronnie Crawford says, we'll be back later. Good luck. NBA play days, Indiana. MLB is Seattle, and WNBA is the Sky. I love it. I'm actually interested in this guy as well. I also need to know what Mr. Belvedere is doing in the WNBA. He's been absolutely destroying. Mr. Belvedere says, definitely want to put together a friends and family parlay tonight. Mr. Belvedere, can you give us an idea of who you're on in WNBA? Because I take notes and I notice, and you have just been uncanny in the WNBA. Okay, so I think that this is a possible under spot, but the first 3 under and the full game under, the question is, how concerned should I be about the weather? And I'm going to wait. I'm gonna wait a few hours here. This isn't something I need to put in during the show. I'm very curious to see what happens with the weather. But this is if the weather was just average, I'd be all over it. I'd be on the if this was an 8.5 juice to the under, I'd still bet it.
Yeah.
But there are some concerns. So let's leave that there. The first 300 full game under here, and no official action from our two gentlemen on screen. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. I went to a Blue Jays Phillies game last year with Ella and my brother and his son Kai, and we went to the game, and this woman had a huge poster that said a Joe Carter ruined my childhood. This woman, she's about my age or whatever, and her son was so embarrassed. He was like, just stop, Mom, stop, just stop. And they're all looking at stop, and it was very funny. Very, very funny. I love this matchup. Jays, Philadelphia Phillies brings us back to that huge World Series. Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Let's get into the weather here for this. Nathan Cerna says he's on the Jays. We've had AM tell us over and over again, don't get in the way. Is I think what he says. Don't get in the way of the Jays. But Joey DFS in the house says go Phillies. And he's on the Phillies money line. First off, 81 Fahrenheit feels like 87.2 miles per hour, right to left, right across the diamond. After a little while, it comes very slightly in at 5.4 miles per hour. The ballpark pal here for Citizens Bank Park. I've seen the Jays play the Phillies in Citizens Bank Park as well, and it's such an incredible ballpark. And you got that right. They're like 5 minutes away from the two cheesesteak places that are right beside each other. And oh god. It's magic. Absolutely fucking wonderful area, wonderful ballpark. We have Gossman going up against Ranger Suarez. This guy, I love this shit. This is such a fun matchup. 5% plus 5% runs at Citizens Bank today, plus 16% home runs, minus 2% doubles and triples, and minus 3% singles. And look at the legs. All legs is showing up. Good God. Stop traffic. Stop what you're doing. Try not to be aroused, and welcome young Jose Bouquett to the show. Jose, how are you?
Good. I was walking down the street, and I had some guy try to pick me up as a hitchhiker. I was like, what the fuck? And I guess it was the legs.
No, I think it's a homeless vibe, but you can take it however you would like, Jose. And welcome, my friend. Great to see you. Jose, how did yesterday go for you?
I went 1-2. I was down on a little under like a half unit, I believe. I hit the parlay, which was easy. The Yankees won 1-0, so I guess it wasn't that easy, and they scored in like the 9th inning. So, but yeah, 1-2, first losing day in like in a while now, which is kind of funny that like 1-2 day like 2 weeks ago, I'm like, okay, I'll fucking take it, and now I'm like, oh god, 1-2, disgusting. So it's very funny how things go.
It's interesting. I went 2-3 yesterday, down 1.38 units, because it started out bad. Texas, Minnesota under 8.5. I lost. The San Francisco, Colorado first 3 under 3.5 was the right look. And Sensatella is going to get us paid. I'm telling you. Doyle misread a shallow fucking fly out, and it cost me the under 3.5. St. Louis, Milwaukee over 7.5. Part of it was right that Sonny Gray was going to be vulnerable on the road, but I didn't get there. So I was 0-3. So then catching the Pittsburgh, Chicago Cubs first 3 under 2. And then the Astros double result is everything in one game that we're doing right. That took so long to get there. The -1 would have pushed. The first 5 -1 would have got there. I think it was 3-1, but we put together the double result, and that took a ton of time. And Spooner was talking to me about how last year he would have taken the Nets team total over 3.5. He said this year, with all of our talk about the -1 calculator, he took the 3, and he got the push. And I was thinking, Spooner, is exact same thing with that double result. I would have lost that bet last year, and that's the difference that's happening with us this year. And that's why a 2-3 day is a losing day, and we're not seeing the 1-5 days. Now they could come. Alexander Kirk RBI at +175 here for Mr. McKelvey. One thing about the Jays and Alejandro Kirk's OPS with 2 strikes is number 1 in Major League Baseball. Let's hear from you, one time. What do you think Alejandro Kirk's OPS with 2 strikes that's number 1 in baseball is?
I'm going to guess 11-22.
Wow, that's beautiful. It's 900. 900.
Oh, wow.
900. The number one team with OPS with 2 strikes is the LA Dodgers. Jose Bouquett, what do you think the Dodgers OPS with 2 strikes is?
875.
609.
Jesus.
The Jays are 4th at 520 something.
I bet. How much is that just Kirk by himself?
Yeah, but isn't that goes to show how phenomenal that 900 is? Will Johnson says Philly's so inconsistent. Jermaine says Sensatell is a bettor's dream. Hits +8 plus money. Yeah, the hits might be able to touch, but I'm telling you, he's going to make us a ton of money as we move forward. AM says over 8 at -108. Ranger Suarez is vulnerable here. The great Rod Zawacki in our chat, he says, but over the total in Toronto games, there's a bad bullpen that blows 38% or more of the save opportunities. The overs record in the 2025 season, 13-3. Spooner says Suarez will pitch well here, in my opinion. Ignore what the data tells you. The A's cannot hit lefties. Look at the environments and pitchers they've been successful in AAA talent and AAA parks. So let's set this one up here with the line history, and we'll hand it over to our guys. We have Suarez and the Phillies opening up -125. They're now -114. We've had a 7-cent move to the Jays from +113 to +106. This total here is right now sitting at 8, -107 to the under. This opened up -102 to the under. We've had 5 cents of movement towards the under. Let's get in the cash flow here on the board. On the board, we have here we go. Interleague, we have 60% of the tickets, 92% of the cash on the Jays, 78% of tickets, and 81% of the cash on the under. Doesn't seem like the market is too uncomfortable with where the money is. Shout out to the Skunt Blaster, Skunt Bag Play Today, Pirates money line, and gifting a Pop Sports Radio membership. Skunt, my man, thank you for all that you do for us, man. I love that you joined on the Bombers +3.5 yesterday. Gave me some confidence I might not have otherwise had. We have Gossman, 5-4, 3.87 ERA, 1.03 WHIP, 76 2/3, 73 Ks, 17 walks, and 9 home runs. His last start was a quality start. 5-4 win at the Twins, 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 3 walks. On the road this year, he's been okay. He's been better at home, which was the opposite last year. Shout out to Big Show Picks in the House Star, the Locker Room Talk podcast. On the road, 41 1/3, and he's allowed 20 earned runs. It's funny because he's only allowed 31 hits. He's only allowed 3 home runs. So the stats are tricky to quantify. Lefties, righties, he's been great against both. Suarez also coming off a quality start in a 2-1 loss at the Pirates. At home this year, he's not been very good. He's been dominant on the road. He had that one terrible start, so that kind of ruined it. 11 earned runs over 22 2/3. He's allowed just 1 home run at home. Lefties are doing nothing against them. Righties don't have power. The Jays are destroying lefties right now. Last 30 days, 310 with an 872 OPS, while the Phillies versus righties, 257, 725 OPS. Jays bullpen has been very good, 2.90 ERA, while the Phillies bullpen, 4.47 ERA. Let's go around the horn here. So we're going to start going, and then each will get a chance to go first. Right now, we'll go across the screen. So, Mr. Bouquett, take it away.
It's a funny game with 2 pitchers I like, if I'm being honest here. It obviously seemed, just based off the market, that the Blue Jays are live here. We've got what? Let me double check here again. 60% of the bets, 92% of the money on the Blue Jays, and it's moved that way. So you feel good about that if you're a Blue Jays backer here. I haven't moved on anything in this game. I like both of these pitchers, so I'll tend to lean under here, but it's a stay off game for me now. You had an 8.5 go down to an 8 as well. I mean, there's 91% of the money, 78% of the bets on the under, so I'd hope it goes down with all that, but I still probably lean under. Nothing here for me.
LJ from H-Town, Blue Jays, Phillies.
Yeah, it's a pass for me too. The Phillies, I just don't like them without Bryce Harper in that lineup. They're not the same team. Plus, I believe the Blue Jays are live, considering what Jose just said about the market. They're 23-14 to the run line after a win. So this is a spot for them to potentially, come in and steal one. But like I mentioned, the Phillies, I treat them just like the Cubs at home off a loss, same series. I will be on them tomorrow if the Phillies lose this game because I trust Sanchez more than I trust Suarez. So, but pass for me.
Mr. Wine Time Sports, Jays Phillies.
Guys, what's the best number you guys are getting on the Blue Jays right now on your guys' books, if you don't mind me asking here? I've got two different numbers here on two different books, two different sites that I've been using.
Best line offshore is plus 106. The entire market that I'm looking at is between plus 100 and plus 106.
So this is interesting, Jimmy. So one of my books, I've got the Blue Jays plus 104. This other book I've been using, the Blue Jays are minus 108.
Jesus.
Really weird right there. So I can get a plus 105 on my other book. This is a kind of a newer book that I've been trying out. And let me see here. Let me just refresh this to make sure.
Have relations with your bookie gone away because you've called him so much?
Oh, no. I've got like
call him every other day being like, what the fuck, dude?
No. This is just a new one that I've been using so I can get like better lines and stuff. You know what I mean? I kind of wanted to test it out, see if I can get better lines, but it looks like my other book is giving me better lines right now. So still been using them both though. I've got a couple that I use though. But with that being said, I do think this is a Blue Jays spot. That's the only side I would take in this game. I want to back Kevin Gausman in this spot. The under looks a little bit appealing too. Got the under 8 minus 112 at one of the sides, minus 110 on my other site right now. I could take the minus 110. I kind of like the under here in this spot. I trust both these pitchers to pitch well today. And I do think, the way the Blue Jays are playing baseball right now, man, you don't want to get in front of that train right now. They're playing some big time ball right now, as we talked about earlier in the year. I expected them to do this at some point this season. And they're showing it right now. They're learning how to win. It's that simple. They've got the team to do it. They got that manager. This is it for him. You know what I mean? He's got to make a playoff run. He's got to do something here this season. So I do like the Blue Jays here in this spot. Bryce Harper has been out still. Like LJ said, the Phillies aren't the same without Bryce Harper. They still got a lot of good bats in that order. But this is a Blue Jays and under type spot for me. I'm going to give out the Blue Jays money line here at plus 105.
Before you do, I just want you to touch on this quickly. And shout out to T. Grace. Next time you're in Philly, I'll take you to get a real cheesesteak. Oh, man. Good God. Yes, absolutely, T. Grace. Thank you. TJ says it's Toronto or pass for me. I think we all kind of agree with that. And he says, and the market not going to Toronto has me passing. Touch on that here. Because wouldn't you think that with the way they're smashing lefties, with the way that there's no Bryce Harper, the 60% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on the Toronto Blue Jays, and yet the books are saying, hey, you still get plus money over here, man. Does that give you pause?
Somewhat. Ranger Suarez, if you look at his last five starts, they've been good, but look against the teams that he's faced in those 5 starts. 2 of them are against the Pirates order. One of them was against the Colorado Rockies. I think the best lineup that he faced was the Milwaukee Brewers. And if you ask me, that's still not too good of a lineup. I don't think Ranger Suarez is as good as his numbers indicate. This seems like both pitchers can go out there, and I think Gausman can go out there and at least give me 6 innings of 2 earned run baseball, and the Blue Jays can do their side and get 4 runs for him. And this game ends up being like a 4-2, 4-3 type of game. I trust the Blue Jays bullpen. As you mentioned, they've been really hot these last couple weeks. It's part of their winning streak. I like this Blue Jays team. It's a team that I've talked about all season long that I like and that I've wanted to back. So getting still a plus number. And it's just crazy that my other books give me minus 108.
There was a question about that, and I hate to interrupt, but it's important. Good. TJ wants to know if Toronto's minus 108 on that book, what is Philly?
And so, Jimmy, that's the crazy thing about this is right now Philly is minus. So look at this. Phillies on this is minus 113. The Blue Jays are minus 107. The other book that I always use right now, Phillies minus 114, Blue Jays plus 104. Phillies, it's a 1 cent difference, but the Blue Jays is nearly a 12-cent difference.
Getting screwed betting dogs there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought I was going to be able to get better lines on dogs on this new site, but it turns out it's not looking like that right now. So that's it. I don't know. It's a weird spot here. I like the Blue Jays. I'm going to make them official here at plus 105. I think they're going to get it done here. We're still getting plus money on them. I think they're going to end up closing at probably a plus 100, maybe a minus 105. I hope they do at least. I hope they don't end up getting back to like a plus 110, plus 112. But I like him here in this spot. I'm going to trust Kevin Gausman. I'm going to stay away from the total here in this spot because I do think the Jays bats, they could go off at any point. So I'm going to stay away from the total here in this game because I do think Ranger Suarez could have some negative regression here. Like I mentioned, the last five teams that he's faced, no teams that really impressed me offensively. So I like the Blue Jays here plus 105. That's going to be my first official play. I have not tweeted this one out. This is going to be my added play to the show. I've tweeted out 3 plays already, but we are going to add the Blue Jays money line plus 105.
You are in business. AM says Toronto's hot as Ranger Suarez toughest matchup all season at home. He's going to get torched. That's something that you mentioned as well. Big Zoe says first 3 heavy juice to the under 2.5 runs. Not the way I see it. Nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, I would probably want it to be a little more with this. This is an 8 at a pick'em, so that and we're talking about 40 cents a vig, man, on these first 3s, which we thought was going to crush us. But the over 2.5's minus 110, the under 2.5's minus 130. So it's, I would want it even a little more if I was going to say, what they're saying here. We also have picks from Dave in the house. Johnny Guns ready to rock. Tyler Flowers here as well. He's on the team total over 3.5. And Joe Yurkovich says, just go against Francis tomorrow. Big Zoe says Gausman last 5, 4-1. Went 7 of 8 deep in a few games. Spooner says 6 quality starts for Suarez. He's close to moving on the Phillies here. And Osby says Caesars has the first 3 innings for the Pirates game minus 150 and the over 1.5 at plus 155. So the under 1.5 first 3 is minus 150, Oz? Or sorry, well, let me do this again. The first 3 innings for the Pirates game. Pirates are minus 150. Okay, there we go. There we go. And AM saying Ranger is a fraud. I agree with TJ here at this point. Now we're very early in the card, but at this point, I would want to see the market show a little bit more concern. I see with wine time with the Jays, and maybe I end up getting there. Okay, let's roll on.
That's interesting. Philly tomorrow is at minus 175, TJ said. Wow.
Yeah, that's wild. Wild stuff. Okay, let's roll on here. We will have our guy LJ getting. Oh, you know what? We'll skip. We'll go back to LJ because we have an Angels game here. So we'll let Wine Time open up this, and then we'll go back to LJ, and then LJ will start this one. Let me just get this all lit up here, and then we'll be back to normal with Jose starting Yankees Red Sox. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so we're going to go in the opposite order. Wine Time, LJ. Jose here for this one. LA Angels 33-34, 18-18 on the road. The Baltimore Orioles 27-40, 13-19 at home. We're at Camden Yards, Baltimore, Maryland, Charm City here. We also have Pub Sports TV in the house. Please support Pub Sports TV. We have our weekly UFC contest up, $100 free for big UFC Atlanta. We also have the Locker Room Talk podcast. Their podcast is up and out, and check it out. The guys are doing a great job. And Gorky getting the day off to a winning start. I love it. Zhang cashed. Von Polo says we're expecting rain all weekend. We have Jack Kohanowitz going up against Charlie Morton. Let's start and talk about this weather here in Baltimore. 84 Fahrenheit, 5.4 miles per hour. It feels like 87, so a little stickier. 5.4 miles per hour right to left and very slightly in. Dies down to 3.6 miles per hour. There's our guy Troy Torrance in the house. He knows exactly what to say to put a smile on my face. A good friend, man. We have Ballpark Pal. Let's take a look at Ballpark Pal here for Oriole Park. Oriole Park, plus 10%, plus 5% homers, plus 9% doubles and triples, and plus 7% singles. So this is tied with Kauffman Stadium. It's 4% below the Nationals. This is tied for the second most offensive ballpark here. We have Kohanowitz and Morton. Morton does not look very good. 2-7, 6.59 ERA, 1.70 WHIP on the year. Last start, he only went 2 1/3, 6 hits, 4 runs, 5 Ks, 4 walks, 7-4 win at the Athletics. At home, he has pitched in 9 games. He started 5 of them, gone 35 2/3, 40 hits. The problem is 7 of those have gone yard, 23 earned runs, 15 walks, 282 opponents batting average. He's been bad. His splits are always pretty normal. Lefties hitting him the same, righties hitting them the same. Jack Kohanowitz has now had 4 starts in a row, Wine Time, where he's allowed 4 earned runs. a 5.61 ERA, 1.63 WHIP. He only made it through 3 in the third in that home victory over the Mariners last out. He's had problems on the road. 6 home runs allowed. He's got very similar numbers to Morton at home. And it's one side that is destroying him. Those are left-handed bats. And look at this lineup. This is the wrong lineup for Kohanowitz. Holiday, Rutschman, Henderson, O'Hearn hitting from left side. Cowser and Cedric Mullins all hitting from the left side. They must be licking their chops. Von Polo, maybe I screwed it. Is Kohanowitz the righty, isn't he?
He is a righty.
Okay, yeah, thank God. I thought I screwed that. Yeah, they're both righties. Okay, take it away here for us. Line time, your Angels at Camden Yards. Oh, my apologies. I didn't do the line history. We have a minus 177 right now for the Orioles, 16 cents of movement towards them. That wasn't the initial move. The initial move was towards the Orioles. They got up to minus 177 at 2 a.m., but then there was a 22-cent move towards the Angels. It's come back. And then from a total standpoint here, we have the Orioles at 10, the total at 10, minus 113 to the over. I see a lot of 10.5s. This just moved back to 10 an hour ago, and the other books haven't followed suit. Overall, there's been no movement on that total, which is a bit of a surprise. And then when we go to the cash flow, we have 61% of the tickets on the Orioles, 58% of cash on the Angels, 70% of tickets on the under, and 54% of cash on the under. Wild. And TJ's on the under 10.5. Says Morton's underlying metrics indicate positive regression. I trust both pens here. Kohanowitz has some positive regression coming too. He uses 50% ground balls, which Baltimore struggles against similar pitchers. That is absolutely wild. Picks from Dave leaning towards Baltimore team total over. Justin McKelvey has taken the Orioles to win the series for 2 units. Line time, take it away.
Yeah, very interesting series when this line opened up. I mean, looking at the market every night, this tells you everything we need to know here. I mean, the Orioles are obviously in a smash spot here. They should take care of business easily here against the Angels. Looking at this game a little bit differently, though, here, and looking at both these pitchers, yeah, you mentioned it, the numbers pretty similar. The only difference is like 15 years of age. You know what I mean? Old man Morton and this young guy, Jack Kohanowitz, not quite that many years of age, but Jack Kohanowitz, yeah, he's just, you know, he had a nice start to the season, some promising starts, you know, going into the season was between him and Reed Detmers to get that rotation spot. Reed Detmers really struggled in the bullpen to start. He's now probably the best arm in the Angels bullpen. And I think it's about time to move him up in this spot and move Jack Onwitz to either the bullpen or send him down. Interesting enough, the Angels are the only team in baseball that has not gone outside their 5-man starting rotation this season. They've used all 5 starters, no one else. Only team in baseball that's done that. They've done it well. They went out and got some good starting pitching. You know, they got Kikuchi to be that ace, and he's been pitching really well. Konowitz, though, I think this guy is he's going to get lit up today by these Orioles, by these left-handed bats. These guys should mash him up. We're seeing a team total for the Orioles at 5.5. I'm moving on the full game. I got the 10 yesterday when I texted you, over 10, minus 120. You can get a 10.5 at minus 110, still a lot of spaces, a lot of spots. This is easily going to get to 12 runs. I think the Angels are going to do their part too, and they're going to be able to hit old man Morton here as well. Trout loves playing here at Camden Yards as well. He's had some really good success here. So I think, and this is a pretty hitter-friendly ballpark, I think, for tonight. And I think that there is going to be a lot of runs scored in this ball game. I will say the Angels brought up the number 1 prospect yesterday in their organization, Christian Moore, the first-round pick from Tennessee last year. I don't know if you guys have been seeing it, but he's been crushing home runs 460 feet right now in AAA. Give or take, it is in some higher elevation where he's playing in Salt Lake, but he's been mashing the ball, and that's kind of what the Angels, I like the move that they did this because they're going with a couple of veterans like Kevin Newman, guys like Kingery. They're going to bring this guy up, and he's going to start developing with the rest of the young guys that we've already seen some success with. I mean, saw this interview with Trout and O'Hoppe. Those guys are like best friends right now. Like, it's crazy. Like, Trout loves being around these young guys right now. And it's very much his team, and they're building around him. But they got guys like O'Hoppe. They got guys like Neto, got guys like Sean Well that are showing up right now. It's a long season. These guys are playing some good baseball. This is not a good spot for the Angels. This is Orioles. I would not take the Angels whatsoever, but I'm going to be on the over 10. Might look to get on the team total for the Orioles as well. It's just 5.5, but I think it's that high for a reason because we're probably not even going to see their bats come up in the 9th inning, but yet I still think they're going to easily be able to get 6 runs here today, especially if they go up early. I don't think the Angels are going to use any of their higher leverage guys out of the bullpen either. And those lower leverage guys are not good. So I like the over here. This is an over spot, over 10 minus 120, whatever you can get right now.
You got it. You are locked in. Joe Yurkovich says Angels -1 has value. Chad Pickard says Angels have scored 5+ runs in 68% of their road games. Ricky Levine, Angels first 5. The Newkirker on the Angels full game. Let's hear. Well, one quote here. This is wild. We know that the Angels have bullpens looked much, much better than the Orioles bullpen over the last month. Almost 2 runs over 9 innings better. And yet, the Orioles full game are -190 at Bet365. And first 5, they're -165. The Angels are +160 full game. First 5, they're +140. Intimating that it's not Kohanowitz who is the most vulnerable. This is absolutely wild stuff. Let's hear from LJ from H-Town, Angels, Orioles. LJ, what are your thoughts?
I'm right there with Weinstein. Over. Put simply, both these pitchers have a 4 or higher ERA. So I have a simple rule. If I see that automatically, I'm on the over. Just because I just see runs. That the pitcher's ERA showed me it's going to be a lot of runs. Now, when I dive deeper into the game, the Angels, somebody just said it in the chat, 60% of their road games, they're scoring 5 runs. Not to mention, they're 11-3 to the run line the last 14 games on the road. So they could easily get that 4.5. And I believe the Orioles could get 5.5. Like I see 12 runs just like one time sees it. I'm all over it. Already bet it -105. So over 10.5 is what I'm on.
Over 10.5. What was the juice you got on that?
-105.
-105. Now it's interesting. So the idea with the earned runs being 4 or higher, that is the wheelhouse for the first 3 unders. It's when they have the pedestrian numbers. Mm-hmm. And I know that cappers are like, these guys are going to get hit. We see the market moving to the under, the weather's helping, and the ROI is fucking insane. You look for those pedestrian numbers to move on an under, and it's out of control. The ROI, it's made my season. It's just being hugely.
So did you track it full game, though? What does the number end up full game?
That's none of my concern. My goddamn concern.
Because I track the full game, those ERAs, and I have a higher ROI going over. So you may cash early, I cash late.
I hear you. Let's hear from Mr. Bouquett, Angels, Orioles.
I've got nothing, so we can just keep rolling on, honestly. I hope you guys cash on the over, but nothing for me.
We move on. LJ will be getting us started here. It's just too conflicting for me in that one. Also the idea, it's, again, I tell you guys, I need so much to correlate for me to pull the trigger. And I also, when I look at like really bad numbers, I try to find a way to bet the opposite of what everybody's seeing. And if I can't do that, and then I hear someone like TJ saying, you're going to see positive progression to the mean from these pitchers. It's easy for me to stay off with you guys on the over. Not enough correlation. Let's roll on. Cincinnati Reds, Detroit Tigers. We're at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. We got Nick Martinez going up against Kiter Montero. The elephant in the room for young Kiter Montero, who desperately wants to be a part of this rotation, is lefties are annihilating him. 338 with a 1.018 OPS. Now, 46 innings, the sample size is beginning to be enough to fear for him. And we have Friedel.
By the way, I think we have Brant Herter's opener and then Kiter Montero.
And then Kiter Montero. So that's an important piece because Brant Herter helped cash me the first 3 under the last time he was an opener. So Brant Herter can also go a couple innings. And you're right. I'm looking now at the lineups, and there's Kiter Montero as the primary. Important. Now back to the issues with him against lefties and who he will face. There are some pieces of this lineup that could very easily hurt him and hurt him badly. We talked about Friedel, Lux, Cruz, the switchy, Benson, Fraley. They will tee off on him. Spooner says Montero struggles with lefties and Reds have 4 at the top. This sets Tigers up for success. But now we've heard that there's an opener, which is really, really, really interesting. At home, Kyler Montero has not been any better than he's been on the road. But you're right, Justin McKelvey. That's the plan, and leave it to the management in Detroit that Jose talks about nonstop, making the right decisions consistently. We have Nick Martinez on the other side. We have heard Debbie Cab talk often about how Nick Martinez is, in his words, a hot dog water. But his numbers indicate that he's pitching really well. I mean, there's no way getting around it. I mean, we have a vividness bias of him being a gas can, but 13-1 win at home versus Arizona. Arizona sticks are going out. They're incredible. On the road, 7 games started for Nick Martinez, 39 2/3, 44 hits. He's been bad. He's been great at home. He's not been good on the road. Opponents hitting 291 against him. His splits are fine. So the Reds versus righties last 30 days, they're raking. 272, 801 OPS. Tigers versus righties, 230, 663 OPS. So both bullpens have become horrible over the last 30 days. All of a sudden, this Tigers bullpen's being a problem. So that is our situation here. Let's touch on the weather here in Detroit. Sorry, let me just get there. We have 72 Fahrenheit. Feels like 68, 8.9 miles per hour in, left to right, and not straight in, slightly in. Dies down to 7.2 miles per hour. So Ballpark Pal has a Comerica minus 2%. It's minus 23% for home runs. It's only plus 14% for singles, and it's even for doubles and triples. So let's get into the line history here for the total. Shout out to my guy Kong's Clips in the house. We have an 8. Very low total, minus 112 to the over. It's not moved. It didn't come out, I guess, with the opener change or not knowing who would start. This came out a few hours ago. And then on the money line here for this Tigers Reds spot, we have the Tigers at minus 127. They opened up minus 125. So we've had no movement and very little cash, I guess, was come in on this. So let's take a look at this interleague spot. All we know is that 58% of the tickets are on the Tigers and 68% of the cash are on the Reds. LJ from H-Town, can you make sense of this, my friend?
The Tigers are a good team at home, so that pretty much leaned them. I found a situation. They're 14-0 as a favorite, minus 130 in the first game of a home series. So I'm going to tie them with a parlay later on to another team that we can get back to. As far as this official side, I don't have one on them now. But, like I said, I'm going to parlay them with another team simply because they are at home. And Tigers are one of the best teams in the MLB. So I'm just going to stick to them at home, riding the money line. So that's my thoughts on that game.
Okay, so Tigers will be a parlay piece for LJ. Justin McKelvey says, not a chance I back Martinez. Picks from Dave says, yes, Nick Martinez is a fade or pass always. Nuke Worker agrees, says, Tigers at home with this low price is a must for me. Tigers money line minus 130. And D Trip is on the Reds money line. Mr. Bouquet, this is an interesting one. A very interesting one. I wish, I think I want to try and get over this total. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, honestly, the more Nick Martinez slander that comes in the chat, the more I kind of will want to bet him, if I'm being honest. I think the exact opposite thing that Nuke Worker thinks here, and in my best Nuke Worker impression, we'll just have to agree to disagree, buddy. We'll just have to agree to disagree. Shout out to you, Nuke Worker. I think that the Tigers at this price at home is a little bit sus, opener or not. Nick Martinez, as we all know, is not the bee's knees. So this line to me should be closer to minus 150. And the fact that it's not makes me feel like it's Cincinnati Reds or nothing here. So I might be betting on the Reds today. I don't know.
It's a very fishy line. There's no doubt about it. The Tigers are 23-9 at home against the Reds team that's a game under 500 on the road. This line's not moving. It's very cheap. Feels like the books are just opening up their arms. Nuke Worker has a much lower, more masculine voice than the imitation from Mr. Bouquet, but he's not angry. He is not angry. So
he agrees. Maybe he likes it.
I don't know if he agrees. But let's hear from our guy Wine Time. What do you think of this spot, Wine Time?
Yeah, it is a little bit fishy if you ask me. Seeing the Tigers only at this price right now, interesting enough. So I'm just going to read you guys off both the books I'm dealing with here. Detroit Tigers minus 126, Cincinnati Reds plus 106 on the new book. Book that I always use, still use, is, let's see. This is interesting, man. I want to take the Reds in some sort of fashion here. I want to look at this first 5 here. So, and then I got here, my normal book, plus 116 with the Reds, nearly 10 cents of difference. So, yeah, I guess backing the dogs, I'm going to have to stick to this because I'm still getting a good number here. Plus 116 on the Cincinnati Reds here against the Tigers. Definitely seems a little bit fishy. Detroit sitting here at minus 126. Reds have been playing some better baseball, and you guys, this is a team that I don't really like the Cincinnati Reds. I don't know what it is. I don't believe in this baseball team as a whole when it comes down to it by the end of the season, but I do think that this is a Cincinnati Reds spot here. There's spots that you can take them. There's spots that you can take every team, and this is just seems like a Cincinnati Reds spot. Not going to make it quite official yet. I kind of want to let it soak in a little bit. I want to look at this first 5 price as well on the Cincinnati Reds. Apologies, guys, as I pull this up. Cincinnati Reds plus 100, first 5. Man, maybe Nick Martinez is my deal here. Getting them a plus a half at minus 140, first 5. I kind of like the money line better at plus 100. I'm going to let this sit a little bit, guys. If we can maybe circle back over this game here in a little bit. I have a lean towards the Reds here in this spot. So, and it's a spot I might take. I might take the first 5 full game. I'm not too sure yet, but I think the Reds are live here. This definitely seems fishy to me, guys.
Yeah, I get it.
I moved on the Reds plus 116.
Oh, you got plus 116 too, Jose? What number? What's the best available number you're getting right now on the Reds, Jim?
The best available number on the Reds is a plus
117.
Yeah, plus 117.
Okay, so we're getting some good value here at plus 116. So I'm going to let it sit a little bit. I'm not going to move on it quite yet, but I do like the Reds.
Huh. I mean, Jose, do you think this total is fishy?
I think it should be higher, but Detroit pitcher friendly. You know, I think that this just seems like a game where, you know, Kiter and company might struggle a bit and the Tigers just don't score. And, you know, it's like 5-0 Reds. Something weird like that would be my if I, you know, guess the score, 5-0 Reds.
Huh. Okay, I have some interest in this over. I just want to see what happens with the market and sit with it a little longer. Let's move on to our next spot on the board, Yankees, Red Sox. Jose going to be hammering this one for us. Ryan Yarbrough up against Garrett Crochet. Crochet coming off just getting lit up and smoked. 5 earned runs in 6 innings and a 10-7 win at the Yankees. He's thrown 3 straight road starts. He's been much better at home, but you know, it's not Fenway Park doesn't feel like home. You know, it's not like his first year there. I think the jury's still sort of out on Crochet. I mean, we know he's a phenomenally highly thought of prospect, but 68 Fahrenheit feels like 66, 5.4 miles per hour right to left and slightly in. Let's take a look at the weather here from Ballpark Pal, what they think of Fenway today. Plus 5%, minus 11% homers, plus 15% doubles and triples, and plus 7% singles here. We have line history in Yankees, Red Sox. We have the Yankees right now sitting at plus 127. Plus 127. They opened up at plus 122. So we had 3 cents of movement, minus 135 to minus 138 for the Boston Red Sox. So very, very little movement. No movement, really. Which it was fishy. You know, Yarbrough is such a gas can. I mean, anybody could have had him for a cup of coffee. Nobody wanted him. But he's pitched much better this year than I expected him to. The under 8.5 opened up minus 105. It's now minus 108. So we've had 3 cents. So we basically had no movement on either of these spots. We have 50% of the tickets on the over, 58% of cash on the under. That's not a big deal. 56% of tickets on Garrett Crochet, but 72% of cash on Garrett Crochet, but the line not moving again. Yarbrough coming off. So these guys just faced each other in that start. Yarbrough went 4 innings, allowed 8 earned runs. Crochet went 6 innings, allowed 5 earned runs. We often see this zigzag here in a situation like this where the 2 pitchers get lit up and smoked, and they come back 5 days later and look much better. We have splits for Yarbrough, of course, you know, regular lefty type splits. The righties hit them harder than lefties. And for Garrett Crochet, we've got the reverse split slightly. I don't think it's a big deal. Yankees are hitting lefties decent, 253, 754 OPS, but Red Sox are raking 278, 816 OPS. And the Red Sox bullpen's been a lot better than the Yankees bullpen over the last 40 days or so. Jose Bouquett, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, this line also super fishy. Again, all that money on the Red Sox. It has not moved basically at all. And Ryan Yarbrough is a guy that the Red Sox historically smash. I think it's like 77 innings pitched, 70 earned runs, or maybe it's it's reverse 77 earned runs in 70 innings. I forget what it is, but he gets crushed against the Red Sox. And yet, you already said it, Jimmy. This is a big test for the zigzag theory here. I think both pitchers end up pitching well here. And like TJ says, for me, it's Yankees or pass. I think I will just end up playing the under in this game because I still believe that the Red Sox are a good team, and I think that they're going to turn it on, get hot here, and they're going to be a bet on team. So hopefully I can bet on them in the future games here, but the under is going to be a bet for me in this game.
Do you have, other than the zigzag, which works, but do you have any other base for the under?
The only concern, I think the Red Sox bullpen is set, ready to go, day off yesterday. A little worried about back-to-back days from Devin Williams and Mark Leiter. So, who the hell is going to close games for these guys? Maybe Johnny Lasagna off of eight pitches yesterday. But I just think that this line not moving with all that money makes it seem like old Ryan Yarbrough pitches well. I'm confident in Garrett Crochet pitching better than he did last time in that shitty little bandbox in New York. So makes me think to an under.
I got told this morning not to explain a bet to Ella. That's what my wife told me. Don't explain it to her. I was explaining the line movement in the Bombers game, and I was told not to explain it. But in my head, if I can't explain it intelligently to my 7-year-old daughter, then should I bet it? Because if I was to tell her why I would be on the under in this game, I'd say, oh, well, it's a zigzag. What happened, last start is the opposite is going to happen. I mean, I can't just bet on the zigzag because that's the only thing. I mean, part of it's Crochet is going to bounce back, but it's just not enough, honestly, here. I just need something else. I need something else.
This game definitely is going to be a game where if it goes over easily, I'm going to feel like a jackass.
No, but I can look, Yarbrough, both these pitchers have been good all year.
Reading off the bullpen situation for the Yankees, I don't know how they win this game. I will be genuinely shocked if the Yankees win this game today. And the market's saying they're going to win this game. They just say, hey, keep betting the Red Sox. We'll keep it the price for you. Blah, 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 blah. But, the bullpen for the Yankees. Is Yarbrough going to go fucking 7 innings? I don't think so. And then we've got a shitty bullpen arms after pitching a game yesterday. I mean, it's a little worrisome.
Let's hear from LJ. BJ says, I trust Crochet more at home, which is where he is.
Does it make you feel better if Troy and TJ are both going to be on this under too?
I just can't quite explain it. I just can't. There's just not. I'll listen to LJ in one time, and then maybe able to make a better decision. LJ, take it away.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple. Yankees on the road versus left-handed pitching. Sign me up. They've seen him before. I believe they hit him again. So I took the Yankees team total over 3.5 minus 120. And of course, I am on the big dog, Aaron Judge, over 1.5 bases, plus 106. He DH'd last night, had one at bat. He didn't get a hit. He struck out. So if you can count that as off a no-hit game because he didn't have his usually 4 at bats, it's kind of skeptical, but I'm still going to put it on because he is 10-3 to the over 1.5 bases off a no-hit game. So I'm going to keep riding it until it stops. So those are my 2 plays. Judge over 1.5 bases And Yankees team total over 3.5.
What was the juice on the over 1.5 bases?
Plus 106 right now.
Plus 106. Let's hear. So we have LJ a double up here. Let's hear from Wine Time. Take it away, Yankees, Red Sox.
Yeah, I mean, my look here is the under. I haven't moved on it. I don't know if I'm going to make it official either, but I like the under here in this spot. I like Crochet. I like Yarbrough to go out there and deal today. I think this is going to be a pretty fast-paced game. Even if the balls hit hard over at Fenway, a lot of those balls are going to be hit off the monster, and they're going to keep them from going to second on some of those hard-hit baseballs. I expect not a lot of runs scored in this game. It wasn't an official play by any means. Just seeing Troy, seeing TJ, seeing AM, Jose, you know what I mean? A lot of people that are talking about the under here. It makes sense. I couldn't quite get to the window with it, I guess I could say, but this is definitely a spot I'm going to look at as the day goes on and see where we're at. Maybe in a couple hours right now. I mean, this line really hasn't moved on the total. I'm seeing an 8.5 minus 110 pretty much everywhere right now. That's where it opened up at. I just expect, this is a rivalry game. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game today. It's a pretty low total too, 8.5 at Fenway. It looks like it's going to be some pitcher friendly weather there. I like the under, but it's not, I'm not going to make it official here on the show. There's still a couple things I want to go over in this game. But that's my lean is the under 8.5 minus 110.
Fenway's minus 11% homers, plus 15% doubles and triples, and plus 7% single. Sorry, yeah, plus 7% singles. I imagine the under makes sense just because they got lit up and smoked, and these are two quality pitchers that can show something else. I
couldn't get enough for it to correlate for me to actually move on it, but just seeing sharp people talk about this, and it makes sense. There's still a couple of things I want to look at as the day goes on. I want to see the lineups get posted, see how the weather is, but definitely a lean towards the under.
And Nasty Nate will be at Fenway for Red Sox Yankees on Sunday for Father's Day. That's dope. Beautiful. You'll be where you need to be for Father's Day. I'll be where I need to be with my family on Father's Day, Woodbine Racetrack. So
let's go.
There we go. So let's move on to our next spot on the board. But for those of you looking at our schedule below, we are switching it up. We have a very special guest coming to rock with us live here. He is getting a chance to rock with us because he is coaching his son's travel baseball team, and they leave here in about half an hour. So he's got a little bit of time to jump on with us, and he always makes time for us when he can, and we're very, very fortunate that he does that. So without further ado, please welcome the star of the Taint Play of the Day, our guy, Matty Ice. Matty Ice, look.
Matty Ice.
How are you, my man? Welcome to the show. It's great to see you. Oh, we can't hear you. No. Okay, don't worry.
We're troubleshooting. Don't we worry here.
We got the assistant in there. She gonna get it.
Yeah, there's assistants in there. There's people that'll get that stuff done.
Don't
no,
worry.
nothing
Okay,
yet.
We'll figure out your audio. We'll get you back for. We'll cap a game. Get your audio figured out here, Matty. We're very excited to have you. We'll move on to Rays Mets City Field in Queens, New York. Taj Bradley going up against Clay Holmes. Let's take a look at the weather at City Field in Queens. We have here. Let me get there. Oh, shit, my bad. We have 73 Fahrenheit. Feels like 69. 8 miles per hour to left field. Dies down to 6.3 miles per hour. It's all out to left field here. Let's see what Ballpark Pal has for City Field. The worst weather for offense here, minus 15% overall. So we're minus. Okay. We'll fix that graphic. Thank you. There we go. We're City Field, so we have the worst weather here. We have minus 10% home runs, minus 20% doubles and triples, and minus 10% singles. Taj Bradley going up against Clay Holmes. Let's take a look at the line history for Rays Mets. We have a total of 8, minus 113 to the over. This opened up at 8 and it went to 8.5 at 11:14 a.m. and it's come back. Overall, we've had 2 cents of movement on the under. On the money line here, we have the New York Mets minus 168. They opened up at minus 159, so we've had 9 cents of movement towards the New York Mets. Nothing major. Take a look at the cash flow then for the Mets game, the interleague action. This is the last of 3 interleague games. We have 62% of the tickets and 70% of the cash on the Mets. Has the line moved enough? 80% of tickets on the under and 85% of cash on the under. Again, Taj Bradley, 4-5, 4.5 ADRA, 1.25 whips, coming off an 11-10 loss at home versus the Marlins. He got lit up and smoked, 7 earned runs over 4 innings. On the road this year, he's been pretty much the same. He's been at home. Not much of a difference. He's allowed 4 home runs and 27 1/3. The hits are lower, but he walks a lot of batters. His K to walk ratio is much, much better at home. His splits are fine. Then you have Clay Holmes on the other side for the Mets. He's been great this year, coming off an 8-1 win at the Rockies in the thin air. No problem. He dominated, allowed 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, didn't walk a batter. At home this year, he's made 6 starts, 36 innings. Very nice, averaging 6 innings a start, 26 hits, 14 earned runs. He's been great, 203 opponents batting average, and his splits are beautiful as well. Rays versus righties, 243, 728 OPS. Mets versus righties, 245, 783 OPS. Vipe says, I think Bradley gets touched. This is wonderful weather for these guys not to get touched here. So let's send this around the horn. We start with LJ from H-Town for Rays, Mets. Wine time next, and Jose will close it up. Take it away, LJ, my man.
Yeah, the Mets, man, they're a strong home favorite team. 25-6 as a home favorite, and they're 16-4 in their last 20. So they've been a very, very hot team. But this is an interleague game, and I kind of shy away from them just because these teams don't know each other for the most part. So I passed on it, but it's a heavy lean to the Mets, though, because, like I mentioned, home series, 10-1, the first game of a home series. But they are 16-5 to the under versus the AL. So if you want to look at an under, that's possibly a good look too. But to pick a side, I just couldn't get there just because these two teams interleague, out of their league. So I'll pass. But I do have a prop though. I'm going to take Pete Alonso over 1.5 bases. He's coming off a no-hit game that stopped his 8-game hit streak before last night. So, but he's 2+ bases 6 out of his last 9 games. So I'm going to take a shot on him to get over 1.5 bases to get back on that streak. I got it at plus 125.
Another plus money prop for our man LJ from H-Town on Pete Alonso. My instinct, honestly, is that Taj Bradley he's a big city guy. He wants all eyes on him, and now he gets it. Coming off a terrible start and beautiful weather for him to keep the ball in the park. Not that I'm saying it's the Rays, but I'm saying maybe this is the under that we should be looking at. Action Jackson says not one person on the Rays. Nuke Worker on the Mets run line. Vipe says I think that Bradley gets touched. And also, when we have Matty Ice in for the next game, shout out to my guy Joshua Alexander in the house. We can also talk about the Tigers game that's 17 minutes away because there's enough that's not correlating for me on the under 1.5. That's a slam spot. And there's just enough that's making me a little. So we can talk about both the Tigers game and Taint. So I'd like to actually start with wheeling back to the Tigers game with Matty Randall, as he knows these Tigers inside and out. Wine time, Rays, Mets, my man, take it away.
Yeah, Jim, this is one of the first plays I gave out yesterday. Under 8 minus 110. You can get a better number pretty much at a lot of the books. I was kind of a little bit shocked when I took it, and then this morning I got to a minus 115. Now it's steamed down to a plus 100 at both my books right here for the Mets Rays under 8. I got the minus 110 here. I like Taj Bradley. This is a pitcher I'm going to be backing in the future. I believe in this arm. If you look at 2 of his bad starts, they're against the Marlins. He's shut down some pretty good teams this season. I like his stuff out there. And I also think Holmes is going to go out there and deal today against Tampa Bay Rays lineup that's still, Rays are getting it done. They always seem to get it done every single season. They're sitting here 4 games over 500. Look at this batting order. It's just, come on, like there's not that many good bats in that order. It's crazy, but they just find a way to get it done. They buy into that system Kevin Cash has over there. I'm on the under here. I'm not going to back the Rays here in this spot because the Mets are pretty big favorites, I think, for a reason. Maybe looking at like a Tampa Bay's team total under as well in this spot, but I think Taj Bradley could pitch well enough to get under this total, and that Clay Holmes can go out there. He's been dealing this season. You know what I mean? He's been dealing this year, and this is a good lineup he can deal against. So I like the under. I just don't like the market moved away from me. 10 cents. So I don't know if 8.5 is even going to pop up. You know what I mean? If 8.5 pops up, my ROI on the unders in that kind of situation, it's not that good. So we'll see what happens here as the day goes on. We've got still 5 hours until this game is going to actually go off here, but I expect to see a pitching duel here. A lot of ground balls hit and a lot of outs made and not a lot of runs scored. So under 8 minus 110, you can get a better number pretty much everywhere.
Oh yeah, sorry. I said Tigers, not Pirates. Sorry. Thank you guys. I was wondering why does Justin say I need sleep? But he's right. And he's right. My bad, guys. We will talk about the Pirates game here in a minute. I think you have nothing to worry about at all from the market. Nothing at all. It did jump up to 8.5 at 11:14. That would have been bad, but it's overall from the opening line. This has moved 2 cents. 2 cents at the sharpest book in the land, I believe. So I think there's nothing to worry about here. None. Now, there is 80% of tickets, 85% of cash on the under. Maybe you want a little bit more. TJ special, I think Spooner and TJ and Winetime are on the right track. Spooner saying Bradley has thrown in one pitcher-friendly environment all year. 7 innings, 0 earned in Houston. His home park, the pop-ups go to the warning track. This is a great spot for Bradley to pitch well. TJ says you can flip these pitchers' ERAs and it would be more indicative of the metrics I care about. I think that I've got to decide whether I'm going to double up on the under a first 3 and a full game. I want to study the first 3 a little bit more while Jose's talking, but I like it as well. I like the first 5 plus a half. I'm very interested in this spot. Jose Bouquett, take it away.
Yeah, I honestly didn't have much in this game. I'll just straight tail the fellows, though. And I'll join you guys on Rays first 5 plus a half, minus 105. I like both of these pitchers again. Clay Holmes was a guy that I circled preseason thinking that he was going to come out and pitch well as a starter. I like Taj Bradley. Think he's a good pitcher. So give me the Rays first 5 plus a half here, which essentially is an under bet as well. I like both these guys to pitch well. So
what juice did you get on the first 5 plus a half?
Minus 105.
This is the first game that's screaming to me to invest, and we've talked about a lot of games. This one is saying invest. Let's hear from LJ from H-Town. We have Alonso. Sorry, we're good. So we have Alonso over 1.5 bases. Winetime on the under 8. I might double up to the first 3, and we have Jose on the Rays first 5 plus a half. That's another spot. I think this might be, 3 bets. I have not moved it up to 300 a pop still. I know we're having a good season, but I'm full of fear. These are just $250 bets here. I bet more in the CFL than I bet on Major League Baseball right now. But here, let's take a look at the this first 3 very quickly here, and then we will try our guy, the star of the taint play today again. But this is the one that's screaming at me to get involved in here. The first 3 is a pick'em. It shouldn't be. That's a little uncomforting. I would like it to be slightly juiced because this is an 8. I wonder if that means that. Spooner says Clay Holmes looked really good, but in the last 2 weeks he's seen the White Sox and the Rockies. This is a Rays team that's hitting 243, 728 OPS right now, which is quite a bit better than those 2 squads. Why? And maybe I should put the faith in the bullpen. Might cut the first 3, so I'm just putting that in my notes. I might just be full game under. And it should be more expensive. I don't want to get into other things, politics, but as soon as I get really drunk, I start telling people that things should be expensive so that the people who make those things get paid a decent wage. You want everything to be expensive. You don't want everything to be cheap as fuck. And the same thing sort of goes with gambling. You want something to be expensive so that you know that the books are concerned about it. You don't want it to be cheap as fuck. But again, that's another story. And I shouldn't be swearing here. But Caden Allen's now 18. He can hear all of the coarse language. Caden Allen in the house. Great to see you. Says, looking for some props on San Francisco LA game. We will be discussing that. But if anybody has any problem in the chat here. Nuke Walker says, why are we betting against a team that's 27-7 at home? See, Nuke, we look at it so differently. When I see a team that's 27-7 at home with a much better pitcher, I think, oh God, they're opening up their arms. So I think of it completely opposite. I think we have a team here that's 27-7 at home against a team that's one game under 500. So why? And we have a pitcher with the surface numbers, ERA, the simple numbers that say he's much better than Taj Bradley, which is not the case. But I guess maybe they're expensive enough here. I guess you could say that. That'd be fair if you said, look, they're minus 168. I think that's expensive enough. I don't know if it is. All right. Great stuff from that game. I like it. I like it. And Nuke, that I've been talking about this with Spooner quite a bit lately. The bets that make me feel really uncomfortable to make, I have a much, much higher ROI than the slam dunk spots. Do you think I wanted to bet the Oilers and the team total over 3 yesterday?
It's funny. I have the same thing when I'm like most uncomfortable, like when I'm like on those teeter days where I'm like, oh my God, I fucking don't like my action, and I'm just back and forth. Those are the days I sweep the board.
I'm the same way. All right, let's go here. Rob Free Band's wanting to bet on the races today that will be happening here. Yes, we can, Nuke Worker, my friend. Because the bets that I think are easy, I've learned, now that I'm much older, are not. Let's go back to our guy, the star of the Taint play of the day. We are skipping ahead here to his. Well, first we're going to talk about the game that pops off in 9 minutes. Get his take here, which I'm not moving on the under 1.5, even though I get it. I'm not moving on it. Let's try this again, and you can't play this enough. So let's try this again. Our guy, star of the Taint play today, Mr. Matty Ice. Matty, my man, let's hear you. We want it so bad. I'm not sure if we are going to be able to get it here. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get it. But he has 33 minutes before he has to leave. Swaggy McNolegs says he's got an 8-inch taint. Wow. You got to call Guinness, man. Call Guinness.
I'm worried about your body shape if you have an 8-inch taint. How wide are you?
I think
a wide man.
He's got a spectacular taint. It's probably the first thing he talks about.
He's got some girth on that taint too. What about inches across? If it's 8 wide long, how is it across?
How heavy is his taint? Like, can he sit down comfortably? These are all very.
When you sit down, do you just sit on taint or is it cheeks?
I don't know. Mr. Lovelier says that we can use Jose's legs to measure Swaggy's taint. That's
nothing, Matty. Didn't hear you that time either.
Okay. All right. So let's roll here, but let's do a final touch on Pirates Cubs. I'm not moving on this first 3 under 1.5, although I don't hate it. I'm not going to move on it. There's enough that concerns me. I know that Skeens has shut down the Cubs and it's been very, very impressive. He's been so good on the road, but I know what the Cubs can do with their sticks. And also, I mean, Cade Horton's been good, and we watch pitchers rise up to the challenge of going up against Skeens. I get why it's a 1.5 at plus 105. I'll see if it's changed. Wine Time, are you going to make your move on this one?
I don't know, Jim. I'm seeing right now Cubs at minus 119 here, and then I have the Cubs at minus 113. Man, I want to move on the Cubs, and it's not enough for me to move on it, though, to actually throw my money on it to give it out.
Maybe I should have, because this first 3 is now minus 105 to the under.
Matty?
Wow.
Nope.
Okay. It's all good. Matty. Don't worry, my friend. It's all good.
As well, Jim, on the total, when we were talking about it earlier, the under 6.5 was a plus 100, maybe thinking it was going to get back to a 7. It's now minus 105, so a little bit more slight movement towards the under. This is going to be a low-scoring game, guys. It's just like, I mean, if one of these teams gets on the board first and we get a 7 or 7.5, I mean, do we move on the under live? Maybe. I don't know if we're going to get a run in the first inning, though, with these two pitchers, but if we do, I think that's what my move is, guys. If we can get a 7 or if we can get a 7.5, let's say that. If we can get a 7.5 at any point in this ball game, we will move on the under.
Well, let's roll on to our next game, fellas. That is Colorado Rockies, Atlanta Braves. Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We have German Marquez. German Marquez's numbers are unbelievable. Unbelievable. On the road, he's allowed 33 earned runs in 33 and 2/3 innings. That is impressive. That is impressive. He's allowed 54 hits in 33 and 2/3 on the road. And we think that it's tough to pitch in the thin air of Colorado. We also have finally made it to the stacks play of the day. Number one, it is Olsen RBI for our friend Mr. McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
All right, let's roll here. Nice work, D-Trip, getting that plus 125. Is that right now? That's crazy if that's right now. Can you let me know if that's right now? German Marquez. Now, I believe that Senzatella is more than capable of making me a lot of money in the next few starts because of how bad his numbers are. What the hell did we do with German Marquez? Did he look better at home versus the Mets? I don't know if he did. That was when he went up against Holmes. He allowed 3 homers, 4 earned runs in 5 innings. I mean, is that better? He didn't walk about. Lefties smashing him, righties smashing him. Going up against Bryce Elder, who's coming off 12 strikeouts at the Giants. This was a game that I was really interested in because we know that Bryce Elder is well, I mean, we think that he's capable of being a decent 4 or 5 guy in a rotation. But he's coming off a phenomenal start in a pitcher-friendly ballpark. And now he's going up against Rockies team that's actually hitting okay last little while against righties, 247.01 OPS. Now, Colorado's leaving Colorado, which we know doesn't affect them as much as it affects the road team leaving Colorado. But the Braves aren't hitting righties much better than them. The Braves bullpen has stepped back a little bit, and I kind of want to fade Elder. We got Blackdoor King on Cade Horton over 4.5 hits here. We'll be watching closely. Live bets full of cash so we can make live moves on it. So let's talk about the weather here for Rockies Braves. Take a look at the weather here. We have 82 Fahrenheit and possible drizzle, possible rain throughout, but the game is expected to go. Feels like 88, 5.4 miles per hour in. Then it goes like right to left sort of, and then back to in, kind of dies down a little bit. But still, it is a pretty offensive situation, one would think. We have, no, it's not. Truist Park, no. Plus 3% homers, minus 5% doubles and triples, and minus 2% singles. And when we get to the line history then for this one, we'll get Wine Time to lead us off. When we look at the line history, we have the Braves at minus 305. They opened up at minus 293. We've had 12 cents of movement towards them. And when we get to the total here, when we get to the total, we have an 8.5. It's minus 111 to the over. This opened up at 9 and dropped to 8.5, which is another indication that Marquez could pitch okay. Is it an indication that he could pitch okay? When we get to the cash flow for the spot, we have 82% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the Braves. 82 and 85. I guess it's already at 300. Does it need to move that much? Because we see when there's huge moves still at this number that the teams do fare very well. We've had just 12 cents of movement, not a huge amount of movement. And for the total, 65% of tickets and 69% of cash on the under. Take it away for us here. Wine Time, Rockies, Braves.
Yeah, this is going to be a game I want nothing to do with. I have a lean towards the under here in this spot. I could see the Braves going out there and winning this game 4-1, 5-1 in that kind of fashion. Maybe German Marquez pitches a decent game here. Looking at their team total at 2.5. I mean, I don't really get involved with the Rockies games this season. I kind of said that in the beginning of the season because last year I made that mistake and I was backing the Rockies for a good portion of the season for some reason, just because it seemed like, I don't know, it was the right thing to do that. It was the sharp move. And you quickly learn that it's not, especially with this ball team. And this team it's one of the worst ball teams you'll ever see in baseball. This lineup is horrid. It's awful. I don't want to back them here. At the same time, I'm not going to even parlay something with the Braves, but at the same time, why even do that? I'm not going to lay a minus 315 on the Atlanta Braves. I just think not a lot of runs will be scored here in this one. Maybe a Rockies team total under 2.5 plus 115 looks decent, but I mean, this is nothing. I'm going to move on. This is a very hard pass for me.
I get it. Jose, is there any chance here at all that Marquez could pitch okay?
Sure, but I'm not going to find out myself. This Rockies team's breaking new records every day for how bad they are. So I've got no action here for me, and we can keep it rolling.
LJ from H-Town, Rockies, Braves.
Yeah, I got some action in this game.
Hey, there we go.
Just mentioned to you, Jimmy, that if I see two pitchers with a 4+ ERA, I'll automatically take the over. But this is the Rockies on the road versus the National League. And they are horrible, Jimmy. Give you a little history. 35-107 in their last 142 games on the road versus the National League of the Colorado Rockies. Not to mention this year, 5-20 on the road versus the National League. So Rockies are automatic fade on the road in this situation, but the Braves just won their last game, and they are 8-20 on the run line after a win, which is the worst in Major League Baseball. So they are a -320 money line favorite. I'm going to take a shot on the Rockies, Jimmy, +1.5, +134. Because this is a situation that I don't see happening again. And the fact that the Rockies are so trash, people are going to be swaying to the Braves. And I think the Rockies will be live on that run line. They may lose. I'm hoping them, if they lose by 1. So my shot, Rockies, +1.5 on the run line, +134. And I'm going to parlay a couple of batters on the other side with the Braves. Austin Riley and Olsen, they're pretty good at home as far as batting averages. So I parlayed Austin Riley's 1+ hit, and I parlayed Olsen's 1+ hit. And I got a -130. I think that's good money. Austin Riley's 22-4 at home to the hit versus the National League. And Olsen is 7-1 to the hit at home versus the National League in the first game of a series. So those two things correlate for me to just parlay them together, and we'll get that juice down to -130. So those are my plays in this game, Jimmy.
You are locked and loaded, my friend, and we have action. I'm going to spend a little more. I mean, it's hard. I can't back. Look, I'm going to let go. But the Sensatella thing makes me want to give Marquez a chance, but I can't do it. Jermaine says Marquez over 6.5 hits at plus money. Says thank me later. Blackdoor King says I'm with Justin. Rockies will get crushed. Don't care what the record is. We shall see. LJ getting plus money. You don't talk a friend off plus money. We might have just the magic for audio in the back because Big Briggsy in the house. There he is. Big Briggsy.
Please tell me you can hear me.
Yeah. That's all you need, Big Briggs.
When all else fails, you got to bring your lucky charm on.
Oh, yeah. Jose, give us full screen. We need to see Briggsy, man. He's huge.
This is 5 years old now.
Wow. Oh, man. Can't wait to watch him play baseball.
He was right here, so I was like, hey, listen, you got to do this for me. He jumped on here, and we got to figure it out. But this is Briggsy, and just wanted to show the world, like, you guys were with him through the hospital and all the struggles we had and got him through.
Oh, we have
I appreciate you guys.
Future Triple Crown champ right there.
Oh,
man.
what's up?
Big Briggs. What a treat it is to see you.
Can you say hi or no? He's a little shy, so.
Oh, man.
he gave me one of these.
Carter just stares bullets, man.
What's up, Briggsy? What's up, dude?
Briggsy, it is great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Right.
We love your father. We have enormous respect for your father. And it is time now to talk about the taint play of the day. And that moves us to Cardinals Milwaukee Brewers, American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit to American Family Field here with Eric Fetty going up against Freddie Peralta. Let's touch on the wind here to get started. We have a double for the Pirates right off the hop here. which could give us a lot of live opportunities for that game. But let's talk about this spot. We think that, with no precipitation, that this roof is probably open. If someone could confirm that would be great. 8.9 miles per hour left to right. The wind doesn't affect much at this spot, but let's see what they're telling us here for American Family Field. A minus 5% overall, plus 2% homers, minus 6% doubles and triples, minus 9% singles. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We got Matty Ice, the Taint play of the day, live and in person. We have 4 line history in this Milwaukee spot. Sorry, let's skip ahead. We have Freddie Peralta and the Milwaukee Brewers at minus 149. They opened up at minus 151. Now they're minus 150. The interesting part of all this was the move away from him. He's been so incredible at home. So obviously you think that they're expecting a gem from Fetty, but let's see. This total is a 7.5. It's minus 110 to the over. It opened up minus 107 to the over. So we've had 3 cents of movement to the over. Take a look at the cash flow here for this one. We have 62% of the tickets on the under, but 68% of cash on the over. Interesting. 68% of tickets on Freddie Peralta, but just 60% of the cash on him. Justin McKelvey is on Hoskins RBI at plus 170. Justin McKelvey Brewers over 7.5 in his pocket. And Spooner said Fetty had 7 earned runs and 10 hits versus the Brewers, and this roof is open. So Fetty, 3-5, 3.54 ERA, 1.30 whip. Doesn't get strikeouts. His K-to-walk ratio is bad, but we've seen him turn it on, and he turned it on again last start. 5 1/3, shut down the Dodgers at home. On the road, he's been very good throughout the season. 30 hits and 40 2/3. That's beautiful. The K-to-walk ratio, again, is not what you want, but splits are fine. Freddie Peralta coming off a 1-0 loss at home versus the Padres. He was excellent there, and he's just excellent at home. 6 starts, and he's only allowed 5 earned runs at home with a 185 opponent's batting average. Splits are great. You have the Cards, who are still hitting righties, but not with much power, 262 and a 714 OPS. The Brewers are not hitting righties at all, 229, 675 OPS, and both bullpens have been very middling, very mediocre. Matty Ice, my friend, take it away. Tell us the Taint play of the day for Cardinals Brewers.
Yeah, first off, guys, I just want to say I apologize for all the screw up earlier. I hate screwing things up, and I hate technology, and I'm not the greatest at it, so you can see why now. Yeah, I had to get on the show to I don't always, with my job, I don't have time to get on here very much, but I was able to get out early today, and I had to jump on and give you guys what I found. I cap every single baseball game on the board every single day. And I get about 1 or 2 times a year, I get like a smash spot like this. And I had to come on and show you guys. So here's what we got. This is my breakdown for the Cardinals Brewers game. The projected lineup for the Brewers are batting, they're 40 for 96. That's a 416 batting average against Fetty. And Frelick yesterday was 3 for 4 with a run, 2 RBIs, and he's 4 for 6 in the leadoff spot. 667 batting average, 750 on base percentage against Fetty in career. And then in the middle of that lineup, Contreras, Yelich, Hoskins. Contreras 8 for 14, 2 home runs, 571, 625 on base percentage. Yelich 8 for 15, 533 batting average against, 563 on base percentage. Hoskins 10 of 34, 3 home runs, 294 batting average against, 400 on base percentage. And that's the things that you want to look. But the rest of this lineup, 40 for 96, that big, we got a lot to go off of there. Big sample size. In career versus Milwaukee, Fetty's got a 5.88 ERA, 1.9 whip, 393 batting average against. Career at Miller Park, Fetty's 460. He's got a 463 ERA, 197 whip, 250 batting average against. So many things just lined up perfectly here. I got 9 units on this game. Taint play of the day is going to be double result, Milwaukee. That's plus 110. That's the Taint play of the day. I got 1 unit on Milwaukee team total over 4.5. That's plus 120. And all these lines are bet MGM.
Can we go back so I have everything here quickly? So let's go back to Brewers double result. The juice is what?
Plus 110.
Okay. And then the next spot was
Milwaukee team total over 4.5.
And that's at?
Plus 120.
All right.
Milwaukee minus 1.5. That's another unit. plus 145.
Okay.
And then when you get into player props, the things I look at is who's like basically leadoff hitter. Obviously, they get more at bats than anybody else. So leadoff batter that's got great on base percentage versus said starting pitcher that they're going up against with the middle of the order that just rakes against that pitcher. Oh no! Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so that just rakes against that pitcher is what you look for. So I got player props in this game. I got Frelick over over half a run at plus 105 for another unit, and then I got so those are all plus money spots. And then at minus 140, I got Frelick hits, runs, RBIs over 1.5, and that's minus 140. And those are all bet MGM.
Frelick hits, runs, RBIs over 1.5. Sorry.
Matty Ice, I tailed you on the double result, just so you know.
And interesting enough, BetMGM first 5 for Milwaukee's minus 165, full games minus 150.
Yeah, I mean, Peralta's just been absolutely lights out. I mean, he's just been,
He is 35 innings pitched, 34 Ks, 1.29 ERA, 0.91 WHIP, and 185 batting average against at home starts this year.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal.
And,
From 5
and then last year against St. Louis, he had 22.1 innings pitched, 2.42 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 241. Those numbers aren't the great. I mean, they're good, but they're not the greatest. But they're solid. You know what I mean? So sample size of last year's too pretty good. So just everything lines up for this game. And like I said, this happens once or twice a year in all the sports that I cap. And this is the one spot in baseball so far where it just I have to jump on it, and I wanted to share all that action with you guys. Hopefully, nothing's guaranteed, but hopefully it works. Hopefully it works for us today.
I love it. So Frelick run plus 105. What was Frelick over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs?
Minus 140.
Minus 140. Taint has spoken, and he's hammered all of this. Brewers minus 1.5 plus 145. Brewers team total over 4.5 plus 120. Brewers double result plus 110. Frelick run plus 105. Frelick over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Here we go from Matty Ice. Let's hear from the squad. We'll start with you here. Wine Time, you said you are rolling with them. What is it that you're making official?
I'm not going to make it official because, I mean, I'm telling my guy Matty Ice here, but I just played it at plus 115. I got the double result for the Milwaukee Brewers. I wanted to back him in some kind of way in this ball game, and I'm glad that Matty Ice came on and said, I mean, I love that breakdown right there. I think that the Brewers are live to win this game from start to finish here. It's going to be my first time I actually move on a double result this season for Major League Baseball. I'm not going to tweet this out for my guy Matty Ice, but I was going to try to somewhat get on the Brewers here at a -1 line. I might end up giving that out here, but I'm taking the double result here with my guy Matty Ice. Love the breakdown, and I definitely think the Cardinals aren't playing that good of baseball here, and it's almost like you're trying to catch a flying knife that they're going to win a game here, and the line's somewhat moved against them and moved again towards Freddie Peralta. I like the Brewers here in this spot, so I love it.
Very interesting breakdown from our guy, star of the Taint play today, Matty Ice. LJ from H-Town, your thoughts on the Brewers Cardinals?
I don't have a play in this game. I usually target the Cardinals when they're a favorite. You know, they're a dog today, and I could agree with pretty much everything, you know, y'all are saying about the Brewers. This is a division game. They play well in their division. So the fact that the Cardinals are a dog, you know, that just keeps me off.
Well, you are in business in other games, not here. I think I can't quite understand why this isn't moving towards the under, and maybe it means that Fetty is vulnerable. It's I guess I'm
Jimmy,
gonna need.
Can you read me off the percentages for the sidewise in this ball game? Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Anytime. Yes, we have here. Oh, sorry. Let me get this up here. We have 69% of the tickets on Milwaukee, but just 60% of the cash. You have 62% of tickets on the under, but 68% of the cash on the over. And going through these spots, there's not a lot of games where there is more money on the over than the tickets. Very few. We have the Marlins Nationals game. You know, we have the St. Louis Milwaukee game. And we have the Padres Diamondbacks game and the Angels Orioles game. I guess also Athletics KC. So it's some of the games that we haven't spoken about, but those are the only ones on the entire table. So I'm going to sit with this a little more. I do really believe in our guy Freddie Peralta and our guy Matty Ice. So I'll work on this a little bit longer.
Jimmy,
here.
too, real quick. I also look at the previous game. So Freelick yesterday went 3 for 4 with a run and 2 RBIs. So I like that he's in good form. He's seeing the ball and he's hitting it well. So that was another part of my smash spot with Freelick is leadoff batter, in good form, hitting the ball, great stats against Fetty, and a middle of the order lineup that just Contreras, Yelich, and Hoskins that just smashes them. So it all like I said, it all correlates. Like you guys know, you talk about it all the time when you cap your first threes. Like everything's got to correlate. This is like a major correlation for me.
But the major correlation is X's and O's, not market.
Correct. I don't care about market. So that's just me, and we all cap differently. I don't ever really look at it, to be honest with you. I look at market. Well, I don't want to get off topic too much, but the OKC Indiana game 2, that's when I look at market. How in the world does the world see that? Sports betting is a $13.7 billion business. How in the world does the world do you see Indiana going to OKC, beat them straight up in game 1 as a 9.5-point dog, and then the books open them up at 11.5 in game 2? That's total smash spot. That's exactly what you're looking at. And tonight's the same way for that game as well. Side note, I'm on OKC. Same thing. It was -5.5 last game 3. Then they open it up at 6.5, and it's just begging for the Pacers money to come in on them.
No, I hear you loud and clear, and I'm excited about it.
I literally talked to one of my buddies. He loves the Pacers, and I tried to save him $100 in game 2, and he just wouldn't listen to me. I'm like, there's no way that the market's open at 9.5 that you watch Indiana beat you straight up, and then they open it up at 11.5 in game 2. That doesn't make any sense, but it makes all those Indiana lovers, the public, say, "Oh, I want that again." That's just not how $13.7 billion is made.
Oh, I'm right. I'm right with you there. Right with you, Matty Ice. It is a treat to have you rocking with us, my friend.
Jimmy, can I give a couple more official plays real quick?
Absolutely.
I'll just be really fast. I'm on Seattle money line -115 tonight. I'm on Miami Washington under 9. That's -120. And then I love Ohtani to score a run tonight, but that was -160. And then I looked at his hits, runs, and RBIs. That's 2.5 at +100. So I always try and figure out a way to bet these things that I love. And so what I did, and I'd like to make official, is LA Dodgers money line and Ohtani to score a run, and that's at +100. And the same thing is you got Ohtani, who's got a 500 on base percentage, with Betts and Freeman, who are batting over 400 right behind him. And that's just like where I look at all the time is leadoff batter and then middle of the order guys that can hit and then have good numbers against opposing pitchers.
I love it, Matty Ice. Thank you so much for joining us, and great to see Big Briggsy and how good he's looking. Love to the family. Safe travels.
Thank you, guys.
To the big travel baseball game today.
Next Friday, I might be able to make it on too, Jim. I took next Friday off because we got more games. So if the game times match up, okay, I'll hit you up.
Oh, we'd love that. We would.
But thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys all. I appreciate your love for Briggs and my family. And my mom was going through stuff, and you guys have all been there for me. I've been part of this show for a long time, and man, it truly is a family. So everybody that's new to this channel, man, keep being a part of it because you got some real people here, and that's what's important to me. I hate fake people, and these guys truly do care about you and every single person in this chat being a part of this Pub Sports Radio family. I'm blessed to be a part of it. I wish I was a part of it more than I can, but with 4 kids and all playing sports, it makes things difficult, and then my job on top of that. But I'm glad I popped in here today. Hopefully I gave you guys some winners. Good luck, everybody. I appreciate y'all.
Oh, man, there he is. The man, the legend, Mr. Matty Ice in the house. So This is a review of Matty Ice's action here. Free look run plus 105. Free look over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs minus 140. Brewers double result plus 110. Brewers team total over 4.5 plus 120. Brewers run line plus 145. Then he's got the Mariners money line minus 115. He's got the under 9 in the Nationals game. And he's got the Dodgers money line and Ohtani run at plus 100. That is Cardinals Brewers. I'm a little surprised that this line isn't, because while he was talking, I went through Fetty's splits against the Brewers. 25. I went to 2024. I went to 2022, and they hit him every time. And okay, so if that's the reason why this isn't juiced to the under 7.5, then why is the line not moving towards the Brewers a little more? And as Matty Ice talks about here, I do care very much about the market, and I want it to correlate. And I can see it from the X's and O's. I can see it loud and clear. I just want another sign, and I will look at it longer here after the game. But it was great having our friend Matty Ice rolling with us. If you guys just joined us, we went a little bit out of order just to get Taint Play of the Day in. With last game we capped was Rockies Braves. So we're going to get started here with White Sox Texas Rangers. We're not sure who will be pitching for the Rangers. So let's just see what they're saying here. They're saying Dane Dunning. My guy.
What?
My guy. No. Dane Dunning. Is he back?
Where's he been?
Let's find out about Dane Dunning here, if he will be back in business. Mr. Dunning. Yes. He was designated for assignment on April 30th, DFA'd. So he was DFA'd. He went down. He cleared waivers, so nobody wanted him. And now he is. Well, they don't say that he's starting today anywhere. No, now he's listed as probable here. So okay, wait. So it looks like Dane is going to be in business here. Dane Dunning. Let's see what Dane Dunning did in the minors. Imagine clearing waivers with all these teams that need pitching so bad. Nobody wanted Mr. Dane Dunning at all. Let's take a look here. He was a first-round pick, out of University of Florida back in 2016. And I want the minor league pitching numbers. So they're going to offer it to me. Yes, we are. Okay, here we go. Let's see what he's done down in AAA this year. Getting another opportunity. We have him in Round Rock. Tough place to pitch. 2-1, 4.75 ERA. He's thrown 41 2/3, 45 strikeouts, 16 walks, allowed 5 jacks. Not very good numbers. His whip 1.30 is not that bad here. Not horrific for AAA. All right, so we have Dane Dunning going up against another pitcher that nobody wanted, and that's Adrian Hauser. I was surprised that nobody wanted him. 2-1, 1.48 ERA, 1.03 whip in his 24 1/3 with the Chicago White Sox. Coming off 4-1 win at home versus Royals where he shut them down. These are two pitchers that desperately want to stay in Major League Baseball. The Rangers aren't hitting righties. It should be a good spot for Hauser. White Sox are not hitting at all either. Rangers bullpen has been very strong. Let's take a look at the line history here for this spot, and we'll get LJ to get us started here. We have the Texas Rangers at minus 177. It's exactly where they opened, so no movement there. Take a look at this total. This total for the White Sox Rangers is an 8.5. It's juiced to the over at minus 109. This opened up juice to the over minus 117. So we've had a move towards the under. The under's gone from plus 104 to minus 103. So 7 cents of movement here. When we take a look at the cash flow for the Rangers spot, we have, here we go. No information as they didn't know who was pitching. So LJ, any interest in this one?
Yeah. I can't get this. I can't get it on my book because there's no picture for the Rangers. So I'm going to bet the under though, as soon as that comes in and I'm able to bet it. Just because the Rangers are at home. It's the number one team to the under at home, 25-8. They're 31-14-1 to the under versus the AL. So I'm going to be on this under just because that's just a trend that I can't ignore. And I've been tracking it all season. So under. is what I'm going to bet as soon as I'm able to bet it.
I get it. And if you tweet it out once it's available, will become official. Wine time. Let's hear from you, Nasty Nate. I'm going to put all of the action here from Matty Ice, but the Brewers action is taint. So he's got 5 bets in the Brewers game. The Mariners, Nationals, and Dodgers action, I should spell it right then if I'm putting in, is not taint. Wine time, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I don't have a line available for me at either of my books right now because I'm apparently, I guess there hasn't been a starter officially announced. I'm sure I'm going to get a line here shortly. I like where LJ's going here with the under, especially with both these two pitchers. I feel like you would automatically think over here in this spot, but I mean, Dane Dunning, if he's coming back to the big leagues, and I mean, he can throw 5-6 innings, you know what I mean? He can throw 80-90 pitches here, and if he can go out there and actually throw decent against a White Sox batting order that isn't good, I could see somehow getting to the under here, but I don't have anything official. I don't have any line on this game, so I can't give anything away, but that would be my lean, would be the under. I like where LJ's going on that.
Yeah, we've had to move towards the under.
What's it sitting at right now? What you're looking at, Jim?
It's 8.5.
Okay.
When it came out at 10 to 11, it was minus 117 to the over. Now it's just minus 109 to the over. I have some interest in where LJ is. Let's roll on to our next spot. We're going to go back to back with LJ opening up because his Houston Astros are in action. Daikin Park in Houston, Texas. Twins 36-32, 16-20 on the road. Astros 38-30, 24-13 at home. We have Chris Paddock going up against Colton Gordon, the young lefty, and Colton Gordon. Paddock has been pitching better and better, and there hasn't been a ton of shows lately where we've had Paddock pitching for whatever reason. But when his numbers were bad because he had that terrible first start, I told you guys he's pitching better. His numbers indicate that he's going to be bet on, and he's the win-loss doesn't show that, but his whip is 1.12. He's been great. Now you can't trust the Twins at times. That's the problem. Last start, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 homer, 2 Ks, 2 walks. It was a great start, but they lost 5-4 at home to the Blue Jays. Mr. Belvedere says, love the Twins today. Best bet. And Perky is focusing on capping the Rangers run line here. Spooner says, Paredes pulled a hammy running out of ground ball. I want this under. Thought it was going to go up last night. There's MMA locker room here in the house. All right, so let's set this one up here with Mr. LJ from H-Town, Chris Paddock, Colton Gordon. We will start with the line history here for this one. We have over here the total at an 8, minus 109 to the over. Opened up minus 101 to the over. 8 cents of movement towards the over. And then on the money line here, we have Paddock and the Twins minus 106. Opened up at plus 104, so a 10-cent move towards Paddock and the Minnesota Twins. We get to the cash flow then for this one. Here we go. We have my apologies. Here we go. We have 90% of tickets on the under, 87% cash on the other, 60% of tickets on Paddock, and 90% of the cash on Paddock too. Oh, so thank you, Gorky. Jose will be back here. So I'm not sure where he is, but thank you for the heads up. I can move this, and there we go. Thank you, Gorky. So Paddock rolling, splits great, pitched excellent on the road all year. Colton Gordon, 5.11 ERA, 1.38 WHIP, 25 strikeouts over 24 2/3, just 3 walks. His last start was really good. Now, it was against the Guardians team not hitting lefties, but the Twins aren't hitting lefties, 230, 665. I mean, it's not as dramatic as how bad the Guardians have been against lefties. At home, he has not been very good, but we have a real small sample size, and both bullpens have been struggling of late. So let's hear from you here, LJ from H-Town, Houston, Texas. Your Astros in effect. Take it away.
Yeah, I have a question to start this off. When I was looking at this schedule, when I was planning on coming here, I could have sworn that Hunter Brown was pitching today behind Valdez yesterday. I may be mistaken. If someone could put that in the chat for me, let me know if I'm mistaken. But I could have sworn Hunter Brown was in rotation today because I was very excited to talk about him because I threw a shot on him as Cy Young. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Can't talk about him. We're talking about another pitcher. So I had to recap this game. And I came to one of the things that I pretty much take every single time the Astros are in the first game of a home series. Taking the over. 6-2 versus the AL in the first game of a home series. And it correlates with the Twins because the Twins are 10-2 to the over in their last 12 games. They just got smacked last night versus the Rangers. So I believe they will be live today. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not going to take the side for the Astros, because I believe there's going to be runs, but more of those runs probably is going to come to the Twins side of the ball. But that's going to be my over for that play on the side. But I got some props in this game. And Jeremy Pena has been smashing the ball as of late, Jimmy. I don't know if you know this, but last 2 weeks, he's batting .400 versus the AL. 52 hits, tied number one in Major League right now at home. 16 out of his last 17 games at home, he's had a hit. Not to mention 8-3 to the 2+ bases at home last 11 games. 8 of those games, 2+ hits in those games. So he's leading off. He's getting that offense started. We do have an injury. Spooner mentioned it. Paredes is injured, and that's a concern because now we already had Alvarez hurt, and now we got him banged up. So those two bats in our lineup that is going to have me cautious for a while until we get them back. But we all know if the Astros lose tonight, I'm going to be on them the next game because we know we take the Astros off a loss. They're top 3 in the league off a loss. But today, I'm going to tread to the over just because I've been taking this every single game for this year. 6-2 to the over in the first game of a home series versus the AL. So that's where I'm at right there. And for Jeremy Pena, I'm going to take his over 2.5 bases plus 114. Just because I just gave you the numbers. He's been smashing, batting .400 last 2 weeks versus the AL, and he smashes at home, especially in the first game. You can look at Altuve too, because Altuve's 10-0 to the 2+ bases first game of a home series as well. But I don't want to double up. I got a lot of action in the game already, so I'm just going to stick to the hot bat right now, and that's Jeremy Pena. So those are my plays in this game.
Paying you over 2.5 bases plus 114. And what did you get the over at?
What is the over? I'm sorry.
No,
Let me get it right now.
You can grab it and just pop it in the chat, and I will have the juice here for record-keeping purposes. Mr. Bouquett, our guy, Mr. Belvedere, thinks that you are joining him on these Minnetonka Twins. Are you?
Yep, I'm on them. I'm with you, Lynn, the Dodger favorite flip. It's kind of, again, if you watch this show, you should kind of know the spots by now. But Twins for me, money line minus 107 now for me.
Twins minus 107. And let's hear from Wine Time. Twinkies, Astros, your man.
Yeah, when I originally capped this game, I capped it to the under, and still looking at it right now, not much movement towards the under or over in this game. I like Chris Paddock. I know not a lot of people like Chris Paddock, but I believe in Chris Paddock. I think he's actually a decent pitcher. Colton Gordon, I mean, he's got some potential too to go out there and throw a decent game as well. I don't have an official play in this one, but I really wanted to take the under at some point, and I still might. It doesn't correlate enough for me for the total wise. And then looking at the side wise, I mean, seeing Minnesota open up as what were they, a plus 102, I think, and now they're sitting here at a minus
107 for me. Wine. I'm sure you have about the same.
Yeah, that is. Let me double check here really quick.
And there's I saw Jimmy. You probably have it in front of you. I just looked at it. I pulled it away, but it was 60% of the bets, 90% of the money on the Twins. So it better move that way if it's all that money and bets are on them.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Twins right now at minus 107. So yeah, definitely seeing them go from a dog to a favorite is a spot I usually like to get involved in. I'm not sure if I can quite get there here in this spot, though. I think I like the under more than anything here. I just trust both these pitchers to go out there and do their thing and not get 9 runs in this ball game. You can get an 8 at minus 110 pretty much everywhere right now. It's a spot I'm going to be looking at as the day goes on. I've got a good amount of action for today, and it's not I want to see the lineups posted. Shout out to the Twins. Their lineup is already officially posted today. over 5 hours before the game. I love to see
Rocco.
that.
Shout out to you, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. I feel like there should be a certain time limit. I hate when some of these games it's like an hour and a half before a game and they don't have a posted lineup. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But with that being said, I think the Twins are very live here in this ball game, and I think the under is very live. I think this is like a 3-2 type of spot that would favor the Twins. Just a low scoring game here on a Friday night in Houston, but not enough for me to actually give it out here on the show quite yet. If I do, I'll end up tweeting this out later. But I like that. I have a lean towards the Twins in the under in this spot. This is definitely one of the more heavier leans, a spot that I'm going to be looking at later on, but nothing official right now.
I was thinking I was going to be on the under as well. Hearing Justin and LJ on the over is
the juice is minus 110, Jimmy, just so you know.
okay. Thank you. That is the over 8 at minus 110. The bullpens have not been very good. Something we can trust here. DC Capper at the casino says, "Let's go Cubs." Thank you for joining us, DC.
Let me be there with you.
We now have one out in the bottom of the third inning. Maybe I don't have to sit with this a little longer, but I hate leaving money on the table on the first three. So let's go. Next up for us here, 8:10 p.m. Eastern, the Athletics, 26-44, 14-21 on the road at the Kansas City Royals, 34-35, 19-16 home at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. And the nuke worker pulled out a cold beer from the fridge. Sounds very nice. TJ says Horton and Skeens are dealing. Might be a 2-hour game. Here we have Luis Severino and Michael Wacha. I am a big Wacha fan. Luis Severino splits are madness to me. They're absolutely wild. He has been, not very good this year. Yet on the road, he's been phenomenal. 31 innings. He's allowed 3 earned runs in 5 starts. Has yet to allow a home run. 189 opponent batting average. Lefties do hit him harder than righties, so it's probably worth taking a look at this Royals lineup. And now that they have Caglione, now they have Big Jack, it's a little different. But Pasquantino, Big Jack, and then Rave and Isbell. This is probably a very good situation for Luis Severino. And I've always been very high on Michael Wacha. I mean, he doesn't ever look good doing anything, but he gets the job done. 3.01 ERA, 1.17 whip. Last start was a quality start. It was a loss at the White Sox, but it wasn't on him. 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's allowed 8 earned runs in 7 starts at home. He's been magic. Lefties hit him harder than righties, but the splits are fine. And then we have serious bullpen problems here. So, I'm not going to, Justin. I need things to correlate, and you guys, but I will take a look. But that's why I didn't, I need conviction in those situations, and I didn't have it here. But I might have it here. Let's take a look at the weather here in Kansas City, because I like these guys. I like Severino on the road. I don't think maybe not everybody focusing on the splits. He's just been terrible at Sacramento. 5.4 miles per hour in, 81 Fahrenheit, feels like 83. Dies down to 3.6 miles per hour. See what Ballpark Pal has for this one. It has Kauffman Stadium is very offensive. Now it's minus 14% home runs, but plus 22% doubles and triples and plus 11% singles. That's not helpful. We have the Royals at minus 152. They opened up at minus 156. They opened up minus 156, and the line moves towards Severino down to the low mark was minus 143 at 10:25 a.m. Overall, we've had very, very slight move towards the Athletics. Take a look at this total. From a total side of things, we have, sorry about that. We have an 8, minus 108 to the under. This opened up a plus 102 to the under. So we've had 10 cents of movement towards the under again. It's all becoming more and more appealing, except for the weather. And you want all these things to correlate. And here is another spot where you have bigger bets coming in on the over. 60% of tickets on the under, but 58% cash on the over. 58% of tickets on Wacha and 60% of the cash. Mr. Bouquett, the weather doesn't mean everything correlates, but I kind of want to take this first 3 under with Waka Flocka and Mr. Severino. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I haven't moved on this game yet, and I can see why you like the under here. There are, pretty split tickets, tickets and money wise, and I'm seeing this go from a 9, but I'm gonna assume that 9 was a little bit of a mistake. I don't know. I'm seeing Penny open this up at an A plus 102 now, minus 108. So I think that's a good note there, or a good sign that the under is live, I should say. So I agree with you. I'd lean under in this game, but I haven't moved on it, and there's not a particular reason why I'm not moving on. Just not enough conviction, I guess. Not enough market move, but I agree with you. I lean under.
Yeah, I think so. Let's hear from LJ from H-Town. Take it away, Athletics Royals.
Yeah, Jimmy, I got 2 plays in this game. This is the other parlay piece that I had with Detroit's money line. I'm going to take the Royals first 5 minus the half. I got it plus 250 for the parlay. The A's are ass, especially on the road. I don't know if y'all know this, but they've lost 14 consecutive road games. So the fact that they've done that and the Royals are at home, I'm pretty sure that they're going to come out, and throw the first punch on this team, and try to let them figure it out. Because, hey, they could stop that streak late in the game when the bullpen comes in. I don't really know the bullpen pitchers like that. I don't dissect baseball like all y'all do. I just pick my spots. I track data, and I just try to find angles that I can take advantage of. And I believe that this one an advantage I can take advantage of. The Royals early, minus the half. I'll take that, parlay with Detroit. Both those teams are in the same division, so I believe they're in good spots to parlay together. And I'm going to take Bobby Witt Jr. over 1.5 bases, minus 115. Everybody knows how I look at batters. You coming off a no-hit game, I'm going to automatically back you. And he's coming off 2 games with no hit. So that's definitely a backup for me. He's 42-9 in his last 51 games to the hit versus the division of the conference, the AL. So I believe he's in a good spot. He's at home. A's are ass. I believe he gets off, the schneid and gets 2+ bases today. Minus 115 for Bobby Witt. And like I said, I'll parlay the first 5 minus half with Detroit's money line plus 250.
Plus, is that 250?
Yes, 250. Yes.
Wow, that's a nice price. Plus 250 here for that Royals first 5 minus half and the Tigers. TJ here. TJ saying, I also lean under, but it's hard to bet that full game. Sev usually eats up innings, so maybe just the first 7, avoiding the Athletics pen. One of my problem here is that the first 3 is a 2.5 for the pick'em. It probably shouldn't be with an 8 at minus 105. So I'm going to compare it to another game and take a look at that. But let's hear from you, Wine Time, your plan of attack.
Yeah, guys, you guys have heard me touch on this Athletics team for the last couple of weeks now. The Athletics are a team we want to back the first 20 to 25 games of every single Major League Baseball season. And after that, we want to fade them. That's the way it's looking this year. That's the way it was looking last year. We got these great numbers on Oakland in the beginning of the season. I wouldn't even say great numbers, but just weird, fishy lines. And they were cashing on them. They were playing some really good baseball. And ever since they got swept in that 4-game series, as I mentioned, by the Angels a couple weeks ago, they kind of threw in the towel and said, you know what, we're going to build within, bring up a couple guys, send down a couple guys, and pretty much just be set up to lose the rest of the season. This team doesn't look like they want to go out there and win ball games. You know what I mean? They're not playing good baseball. I couldn't back the Oakland Athletics here. It definitely looks like a little bit maybe like the sharp play here, but at the same time, at this point in the season, the Oakland Athletics are almost at like the Colorado Rockies to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, Athletics have a better lineup than the Colorado Rockies, but I'm not going to follow it just because it looks like the sharper side, and I just don't have enough conviction to back the Athletics here. I can't bet that they're going to win another game. It's hard for me to believe that. It doesn't look like they're actually going out there and trying to win ball games. Kansas City Royals, on the other hand, not a team I believe in that much this season either. You guys have heard me talk about them. I don't think this lineup's good. This team is not getting into the playoffs this season, if you ask me. But at the same time, this is a good spot for Michael Walker to pitch against an Athletics team. I know Wilson, he's been out the last couple days. I don't think he'll be in the lineup today. The shortstop for the Athletics, their rookie, he shouldn't be in the lineup. I don't believe so, at least, but he's still out. They've got Soderstrom, Rooker, and Butler in there. Outside of those guys, I don't believe in that lineup. I don't really believe in Luis Severino either. This is going to be a pass for me, but it's just we can't try to catch a falling knife with the Oakland Athletics this season. They're not a team that wants to win. Them and the Rockies both want to lose. They're already out of their race. They're not gonna try to get back in the race by any means here. So I'm not going to back them here. This is going to be a pass for me.
I am going to move on the first three under 2.5. I think I went over all of the games around it, and they're all the same number. Around the same. There's no different. I think I got a little carried away. Jose, is there anything you want to add to A's Royals before we move on?
Nope, we can roll on.
All right, we have 3 games left before we get into NBA. We have Mr. Billy Brisbane backstage. You're going to hear NBA with LJ, Will Wine Time, and then WNBA with LJ and Brizzy and myself here. So let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Again, 3 games left, so let's attack. Next up for us here, Padres Diamondbacks, Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Jose, my friend, we had Jeannie Suarez, a proud Venezuelan.
Of course.
Hit his 295th home run recently. That puts him 3rd most home runs by a Venezuelan-born player. 3rd, Eugenio Suarez at 295. Let's
kind of
take a test of your Venezuelan MLB.
Maglio and Miguel Cabrera.
So Cabrera is number 1. Who's number 2?
Maglio.
Maglio is number 4. That's who Suarez just passed.
Davey Concepcion. He didn't hit any home runs.
No, he's not there.
Fuck. Bobby
Cabrera,
Abreu. God damn it.
Bobby Abreu is 5th. So you have Miguel Cabrera, who's 1st. Eugenio Suarez, who's 3rd. Maglio.
Altuve.
Say what?
Altuve.
No.
Fuck.
Is he still playing?
The man that you're missing has 104 more home runs than Jeannie Suarez. Please don't put it in the chat if you guys are looking it up.
Is it an active player? It's not.
No, it can't be.
Fuck. Okay, well, you can keep the breakdown going. I'm going to be thinking about this for the rest of my day.
Okay, don't put it out. Don't put it in the chat. It's also, and here's a hint, Jose. He's one of my top 5 players, my favorite players of all time. Maybe top 10 for sure. Players of all time. Okay, let's roll here into this spot. Diamondbacks at home to the Padres.
Fuck, I'm going to lose my Venezuelan card.
This guy, come on. Okay. We have Stephen Kolek. A lot of times when there's baseball cappers that you really respect, and at this point I'm talking about Spooner, he'll make he'll have say something about a player, and he won't be right that day, but he becomes right. Sometimes it takes time, especially when we're talking about young pitchers. He was very high on Stephen Kolek, and I wasn't really. Kolek is pitching very well right now, and it's all happening on the road. So,
Victor Martinez.
No. Moving here for Stephen Kolek. 3rd straight road start against the Diamondbacks team that's just ripping the leather off the ball. 276, 847 OPS. They're just destroying. Padres are doing nothing versus righties. Last 30 days, 225, 641 OPS. And Kolek, 3rd straight road start in 5 starts on the road. Young Stephen Kolek has allowed 3 earned runs, 0 home runs. And Spooner is right about Kolek here. So we have lefties hitting 268, 792 OPS, righties 210, 463. So it's just lefties that are getting to Stephen Kolek. And Spooner says, I promise Kolek gets touched today. The lefty splits are atrocious. So there we go. Tyler Flowers, beautiful work on that under 1.5. I wish I had have joined you. So there you go. let's take a look at the lefties in the lineup that attack Kolek. Again, the splits here 268, 792, and that's not that horrible. The issue is that righties don't touch him at all. 210, 463. So let's take a look at the lefties in this Arizona lineup. Corbin Carroll. You'll have Marte and Perdomo hitting from the left side, and then Josh Naylor. So your first at least 4 batters, and maybe Pavin Smith, Alec Thomas. I mean, you can set now. You don't want to put Suarez too far back in the lineup, but that's a lot of lefties for Kolek to deal with. Then we have Ryan Nelson. Ryan Nelson coming off a 13-1 loss at the Reds. He allowed 7 earned runs. He has pitched in 8 games at home. He's only started twice, but he's been quite good there. He's allowed 1 home run in 27 innings. 8 earned runs overall, 188 opponent's batting average. Righties hit him a little harder than lefties, but his splits are fine. And then the Padres bullpen is back, pitching very well again. So there is our situation. We know the roof will be closed. Let's take a look at this line history here. We have a total at 9.5, minus 109 to the under. It's opened up minus 112 to the under. So over 9.5 has taken 2 cents of juice. Take a look at this money line. On the money line, we have the Diamondbacks at minus 130. They open up minus 116. This all makes sense to me. The problem is the Diamondbacks bullpen. That is the problem. This makes sense to me. This makes sense. The Diamondbacks make sense to me. So let's go around the horn. Wine time. Take it away, Padres Diamondbacks.
I mean, you guys know what I'm on this spot. If you and Jose were to guess, I mean, what would you guys think I was on in this game? Jose, I already know.
Aparicio.
Huh?
No.
Fuck.
No, I'm on the Diamondbacks. I'm on the minus 130. It's at a minus 135 right now. I love the Arizona Diamondbacks here in this spot. You guys know me. It's a team that I back quite often this season. I believe in this team. I believe in this lineup. You guys mentioned Gino Suarez, how much money that guy's put in my pocket this season. I couldn't even tell you because it seems like whenever I back the Diamondbacks in these crazy games and he comes up with a couple runners on base, or let's just say 3 runners on base, he hits a grand slam. All 3 grand slams he's had this season, I've been on the Diamondbacks in those 3 games. And watching that happen is just, it's crazy, man. Shout out to Gino Suarez, man. I love that guy. I'm on the Diamondbacks here in this spot. I think Nelson's going to be able to give us, I don't know how long he's going to actually be able to go out there and throw 4 or 5 innings. We'll see. I think it's going to be 4 or 5 solid innings. You mentioned it, Jim, the bullpen. It's horrible. Like, it's awful. Like, I hate to say that if this guy's only going to go 5 innings, that we're going to trust 4 innings in this bullpen. But I trust this batting order. I trust this lineup the Diamondbacks are sending out there today. They're the favorites here for a reason. I like the Diamondbacks here in this ball game. Diamondbacks minus 130. Minus 135 at a lot of spots right now. I still endorse the minus 135. I think they take care of business here. I believe in this Diamondbacks team this season. It's a team if I was to guess, other than Angel games, I would probably say the Diamondbacks are the second most team I've backed this season. And I've had some success doing it. I had a little bit of regression. I'll have to go over all the numbers and see if I'm actually up. But this is a team that I've backed quite often this season. I said it when I first came on the show. There's 4 teams that I was going to back. If I was to back every single game this season, that would hopefully bring us profit this year. I said it was going to be the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Angels, and the Toronto Blue Jays. You've backed them in every single game this season. Other than the Diamondbacks, you've been up money. Still early on in the season. I think the Diamondbacks are going to make us money as we go on throughout the season. With that being said, I'm on the Diamondbacks minus 130. I think they take care of business here on Apple TV on a Friday night. It's going to be hot out there too. It's going to be pretty warm, but I like the Diamondbacks here in this spot. I lean towards the over as well, but no play on the over. It's just the Diamondbacks here, minus 130 on the money line.
How is it not Salvador Perez?
I don't know. Statistics.
Just Google it, Jose. At this
point. No one fucking tell me either.
Well, I mean, the weather doesn't matter, right? The Diamondbacks roof is not going to be open. I will confirm that though, but yeah, I get it. I wonder how the best way to bet this. Mr. Bouquett, Padres Diamondbacks.
I can't believe it's not fucking Bobby Abreu. Oh my god, that's so annoying.
But I told you Abreu 5th. He's on the list.
Yeah, I got everyone. I got fucking the whole top 5 besides the fucking one guy. This is the worst.
Hey, shout out to Bobby Abreu. You remember that Red Sox Angels series? I think it was like 2000. What was it? 2007, 2008. What was that? Where he hit that double to take the lead? I forgot what it was.
I don't remember that. My Bobby Abreu memories of him wearing the Venezuelan flag in the home run derby. That was my peak Venezuelan moment back then. Shout out to Bobby.
Shout out to Robert Abreu.
-120 to -130. The Diamondbacks are a desperate team that they know they need to get their shit together because, again, half those guys are going to get sent up out of there. There's 62% of the bet, 88% of the money on the Padres. It just seems like Diamondbacks, right?
All day long.
Yeah.
It's my favorite play on the board.
I like the fact that they're desperate too. Like this is a team, and if you don't know why they're desperate, again, like Merle Kelly, Zach.
Look at their lineup too. This lineup is deep, man. They've got some good bats in that order, man.
If they were literally in any other division in baseball, they probably would be a no-brainer, a playoff team, and maybe even division winner. Like if they're in the AL East, like they would be better than fucking all the teams with the AL East. Like I think this team could be better than the goddamn Yankees for one. But -135 money line, I'll just jump on with old Ryan Nelson.
Let's go.
All right. We got Jose on the Diamondbacks as well. LJ, your plan?
Yeah, I'm going to stay off the side. I'm going to let y'all have that. I got conflicting trends. San Diego, they're 12-3 on the run line in the division. And they're coming off a loss versus the National League, and they're 5-1 in that situation. So I'm going to stay off the side, but I'm going to take the big bat of Manny Machado. He's coming off a no-hit game. He's been smashing this ball lately, batting .340 on the road, which is top 5 last 2 weeks in the major league. He's had 30 total bases his last 2 weeks, so he's been a hot bat right now. And on the road, he has 45 hits on the season. So I'm going to stick to this trend. 8-3 to the 2+ bases the last 11 games is Manny Machado. So over 1.5 bases for Manny Machado coming off a no-hit game, -114.
Marco Scutaro.
I haven't heard that name in years.
Well, I mean, he's thinking now the right way of my favorite players. So Scutaro is one of my favorite players. So
I love Marco Scutaro.
That guy, dude. That legend right there.
Yeah, I love him. That guy's he's a professional.
He was. I love playing with him in the video games.
Okay, Omar Vizquel. It's not him. He's a pedophile or whatever the fuck he did. Bad guy, but Omar Vizquel.
We're talking about home runs.
I'm just listing Venezuelans at this point.
But think about home runs, man.
All the first home run guy I thought I was like, oh, it's Adrian Beltre. Oh, Jose, and they're all fucking Dominican. Don't tell me either, you son.
Yeah,
of
don't
bitches.
put it in the chat. All right, let's roll on. I'm with you guys, Diamondbacks, but I think I still fear the bullpen so much. I may end up just going first 5 -1/2, which is what I think how I will.
What is
handle
the
it.
first 5 difference a lot?
No, it's the exact same, but statistically, the better pitchers on the Padres, so I don't mind that.
God, this is the worst.
Scutaro is Italian, says Gorky.
Fuck off. He's a fucking Italian. Marco Scutaro, Red Sox and Venezuelan legend. God.
Scutaro is a Blue Jay legend too, man.
We cannot go to Venezuela. I wouldn't dare to go back to Venezuela either.
Let's roll on. We have 2 games left before basketball. Next up for us, we have 10:10 p.m. Eastern action, and I believe we have finally made it to another Spooner spot.
Oh, wow. Is that a real trade?
We don't. What?
Savali for Andrew Vaughn. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, Savali demanded a trade.
Yeah, and Andrew Vaughn's been one of the worst players in baseball.
Yeah, he's been awful.
Horrible. And I know Savali's fucking pissed, though.
Yeah, TJ, it's very, very questionable. Very questionable. I've been leaning towards that as well. I've been battling where I never used to. I would always take the -1/2 to get the VIG down. I've been battling it all year. I completely hear what you're saying, and it may be a change coming up for me as well in that regard. So
What did you mention there? I'm not looking at the chat because I'm trying to fucking figure out this one. Fuck.
Sorry, what was your question, man?
What did TJ said? Sorry, is he taking the first 5 money line?
Taking the VIG up first 5. He said it's been his worst ROI for 3 years now. Is the first 5 minus a half.
Yeah, I agree with TJ there. I can't do it. With the first
I haven't taken a minus a half in a first. I couldn't tell you honestly.
Yeah, it's food for thought for sure. But let's roll. Guardians Mariners were T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington, where the Mariners are just 16-17, and Jose and a bunch of you guys backed it up and saved me from a terrible future bet, which I will forever be thankful for. Let's talk about the weather in Seattle. Go down to Pike Market.
I'm just glad that our relationship survived that 2 weeks where the Mariners were good. I'm glad. I'm sure Jimmy looked at the standings, had some resentment, and he was like, oh.
I thought about it every day. 65 Fahrenheit, feels like 63, 3.6 miles per hour out to right field. Take a look at Ballpark Pal here for Seattle. Minus 9% overall, minus 7% homers, minus 11% doubles and triples, and minus 4% singles. We have Gavin Williams going up against Luis Castillo. Gavin Williams is pitching better, which is what we expected him to do. His whip's still a little high, but I think he will just continue to pitch better here. And TJ saying, I'm comfortable with my average line being between minus 115, minus 118 at the end of the year. Yeah. For me, oh, I forgot about that, Spooner. That's the one you were asking about. God, I forgot about that, Spooner. My bad. I was so caught up in that hockey game last night. I was just unable
It's coming down pretty hard at Wrigley right now from what I'm seeing.
Who was the best Canadian, Jason Bay or Justin Morneau? Larry Walker.
It would be Justin Morneau. His MVP would weigh a lot there.
Shout out to Justin Morneau, man.
Jason Bay's not even the best baseball player in his family.
Jason Bay had that one good year with that, you know what I mean? He got the bread after that, but
and by the way, I forgot, Joey Votto is actually the second best, probably Canadian.
Oh, Votto probably is, because it depends how you weigh Larry Walker's numbers in the thin air. But Jason Bay's sister, man, I think it's Lauren Bay. She was the best softball pitcher in the country. She was the best softball player in the country here.
Luis Gonzalez, was he Venezuelan?
Luis Gonzalez. Haven't heard that in a while either.
Better guess than Omar Vizquel. Jesus.
Well, yeah, he's a fucking bad guy. Fuck that guy. Makes us all look bad.
I believe she was attractive as well, saturated, but then, I was younger. Luis Castillo, 4-4, 3. Oh, so back to Gavin Williams, though. Coming off the quality start, he's been better at home than he's been on the road. But this is a pitcher situation, and it's righties that get to him. And who are the righties? Well, Cal Raleigh probably hits from the right side. You have Randy Arozarena as well, but this is not a lineup full of righties. I mean, Julio Rodriguez. So there's some that can hit you. So Luis Castillo, 4-4, 3.31 ERA on the other side, 1.30 whip. His last start was really bad. 8-6 loss.
Prado.
Oh, God. 8-6 loss at the Angels. At home, he's been much better. He's only allowed 10 earned runs over 7 innings. Sorry, 7 starts. Lefties, 256, 735 OPS. Righties, 248, 671 OPS. The Guardians versus righties, 237, 718. Mariners versus righties, 235, 675. And the Guardians have a big bullpen advantage. So let's take a look at this line history and hand it over. We'll get LJ to hit leadoff for us here for Guardians Mariners. We have, move over here. We have the Mariners right now at minus 107. So we've had a huge move to Gavin Williams. Monstrous. From plus one, well, not monstrous, 16 cents, but from dog to close to favorite. Minus 102 probably ends up a favorite. So we've had a real legit move. Let's get to this total here from a total side of things. How long do we think this break will be? Because maybe we immediately bet the over. Are the pitchers not going to come back? Hear what people have to say about that.
Yeah, let us know, guys. I'm in the middle of just a mental fucking battle, and I can only think of one thing. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get there.
Take my phone. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it because I don't have any names. I'm just fucking making up names in my head now. I'm just like,
well, here I can give you a hint.
Sure,
You've never watched him play.
I'm not surprised by that. What position do you play? Outfield? If it's outfield, I'm never gonna get it.
Outfield, yeah.
Oh my god! All right. Well,
You're never.
But also, this guy was fucking incredible, absolutely spectacular. I mean, he was he played mainly in two different cities, and both cities love him. Like they both fought for him to be where
Ozzie Guillen. Fuck, I don't know. We're talking. I've named all the top 5 Venezuelan home run hitters in MLB history, except for the guy that's number 2, and I'm dying right now.
You're missing this guy is a Hall of Famer.
We don't have many of those. Jimmy. We have like 4. What an ass clown I am. Fucking take my fucking Venezuelan ID, which I still have. Fucking take it and put it in the fucking shredder. I've got my passport too. Shred that. Fuck.
Okay. Let's roll it here though. Now this is an interesting thing because he said he wasn't born there. But
he doesn't count.
He's on every list.
He's not born there. What the fuck? Yeah, Baseball reference. We have to have a conversation.
He's on every list, but I just looked him up and it said he wasn't born there.
What a fake. It's be like me saying I'm from fucking here. I'm not from here. I'm not born here. That's crazy. Unbelievable. What travesty we have on these baseball records. But no one tell me, because I'm going to fucking get this. Alex Gonzalez.
Maybe this is a gray area that shouldn't count.
What if I fucking
he had you brain struggling the whole time. And he's like, wait, hold on. Does this even go?
Oh, I even got the 6th guy too to get
But I mean the chat guessed him right.
Well, fuck the chat. Fuck the guy, whoever the guy, girl, persons, people, everyone that got into the chat can go fuck themselves for one. Oh my god, I'm so angry. This is the worst. If I called my dad, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, you fucking idiot." Oh my god. What is it? What a donkey. Wine time, you can clear this up. This is not the WBC, so are you from somewhere if you're not born from there? So can I if I was
no, I mean most of my ethnicity is from Lithuania, and I wouldn't say I'm from Lithuania. You know what I'm saying?
There we go. God, what hijinks we have here. I'm glad we're getting down to the bottom of this. Someone has to get down to this shit. And there's not enough people that care about Venezuela to do it. Goddamn.
Yeah, I'm astonished. Astonished. Okay. But he's being guessed and guessed. Okay.
Again, do not fucking tell me.
Huh.
This is garbage.
Is
he from Aruba?
It says the most home runs hit by a Venezuelan-born player, and I'm looking. He's saying that the guy's born in Florida.
What the fuck? This is unbelievable.
But if I write his name in to Google, the first thing it says is Venezuelan baseball.
Fucking this is garbage. This is why Venezuelan people are so downtrodden.
Oh no, that's not true. He was born in Caracas, Venezuela.
Oh god, he's my cousin then. Fuck. Okay, I got it.
He's my cousin.
Okay, sorry. There's mixed information. He's born.
There's a lot of guys with this name.
No.
Okay,
born in Caracas. So okay, sorry. I don't know why that one thing said Florida. It's born in Venezuela. Okay, back to work here. Castillo going. He's only allowed 10 earned runs in 7 starts. Lefties hitting him harder than righties. The bullpen situation, we went over that. This, to me, and I want to stay focused here, is a extremely low total. It opened up over 7, minus 119 to the over, plus 106 to the under. That's moved 4 cents towards the under. This is, to me, let's take a look at the cash flow. But this is starting. If we get a bounce back performance here from Luis Castillo, the market is telling us that Gavin Williams is going to shove. So let's take a look at the cash flow. There's no help for the cash flow. I don't know why that is. No information. So take it away here. Wine time. We have Jose deep in thought. Guardians, Mariners.
Guys, come on. I mean, we're on the Cleveland Guardians here. This is going to be an added play for me here, given out on the show. I haven't quite made it yet. I'm going to see what the best available number I can get at both of my books because I haven't tweeted it out. So I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to make sure I've got a -107 at the book I usually always use for you guys and that I still do use. I'm going to look at this other book and see what number I can get because I'm very interested in this because the certain bookie told me that I was going to get better odds on dogs. And that hasn't been the case.
Looks like that bookie is going to get a fucking call tonight.
No, I don't know him that well, but Cleveland Guardians -113 at this other. Yeah, I mean, Cleveland Guardians here, guys. I'm going to take them here. What is it? -103. Give me Cleveland Guardians -103 here on the money line, guys. Give me Gavin Williams here against Luis Castillo. This Mariners team is shot, guys. This team is dead in the water. On walk-off wagers, I was wrong when we were breaking down that Mariners-Angels game. I was on the Angels in that spot, but I was right on the point. I said the Angels are the better team, and it is. They have the better batting order, and they've got a better starting rotation. Bullpen, we can have some questions about that. Mariners definitely have a better bullpen, but I don't think it's by much. And I just think this Mariners team is kind of dying right now. When you've got guys at the top of order like J.P. Crawford and Julio Rodriguez, no one's scared of those guys. Julio Rodriguez is a great defensive center fielder, but I'm not a fan of any of these bats. Cal Raleigh is the best bat you have in this lineup, and don't get me wrong, he can come up and hit a jack at any point. We saw him do it at Angel Stadium. We saw him hit, I think, 3 home runs in 3 games. The guy's got power. This order does not scare me. At the end of the season, the Mariners will not be a 500 team. I like the Cleveland Guardians here being a slight dog to a slight favorite now. Cleveland Guardians are all day long. The market's telling us that Gavin Williams is going to go out here and throw a gem as well when we see a total here at 7. I have a lean towards the under. It's nothing I'm going to make official and nothing I'm going to bet. I'm going to bet the Cleveland Guardians here officially at -103 on the money line. This is a Cleveland Guardians spot on the road here in Seattle. Don't get me wrong, Seattle, they always have a great attendance there, especially on the weekends, these Friday, Saturday night games. It's going to be a sold-out crowd, but I'm not too worried about that. I just think Gavin Williams is going to go in there and he's going to throw lights out against a batting order that I don't like. I don't like this Mariners team. Give me the Cleveland Guardians -103 on the money line, guys. I'm going to tweet it out right now.
Julio Bourbon.
I like the Guardians too. I'm also interested I think I'm going to move on the first 3 under 2 as well. I'm going to get slightly plus money. So it'd be first 3 under 2. And I expect to be on the Guardians. I'm going to wait a little bit longer, but the first 3 under 2 for me. While Jose is thinking a little bit longer, and Jose, we can tell you the answer here. 399 home runs from this Venezuelan-born Hall of Famer. Let's hear from you, LJ from H-Town, Guardians, Mariners.
Yeah, Jimmy. I don't have a side. Seattle has been ass lately, 2-8 in their last 10, lost 3 in a row. So I'm not going to trust them at home. Cleveland, I can see why y'all looking at Cleveland. They've been good as of late. And, I just don't want to invest in anything in this game on the side. But I'm definitely on a prop. I've been giving them out all show. Jose Ramirez. Let's go 1.5 bases. I got it at +125. Batting .350 on the road. It's top 5 in the league right now. 18-8 to the 2+ bases last 26 games. 7 out of the last 11 games, 2+ bases. So I like that. And he's also 6-0 to the 2+ bases on the road versus the AL in the first game of a series. So all that correlates to over 1.5 for me. 5 out of those 6 games that I just mentioned, he's had 2+ hits in those games as well. So you always can look at that as well. Either way, if he gets a double, home run, 2 hits, it all cashes to over 1.5 bases. So it's numerous ways you can look at it, but I'm just going to stick to the over 1.5 bases, +125 for my man Jose Ramirez.
Andres Galarraga.
Yes. The big
Really?
cat. Yeah.
Yes! Good job, Jose. Good job.
Without looking it up.
Good job. Now you can rest your brain.
Wow. Everybody's so disappointed in him. And Jose's so pleased with himself. Excellent work, Jose. You got him. The big cat. A lot of people remember him first baseman, but this dude was the strongest arm we'd ever seen, other than George Bell. George Bell had the strongest arm I'd ever seen. Now, there's others that are up there, but Mr. Bouquett, Guardians, Mariners. We have
That's a fucking story of perseverance right there. God damn it. That's a story of perseverance and heart, belief, not something that's held amongst the Venezuelan people very often.
Oh,
I'm just tailing my guy wine time here. I'm taking the guards, and I'm going to enjoy my victory there because Andres Galarraga, to me, is a pitcher that fucked out of a perfect game. So, shout out to him.
Oh, you're right. Does he have a similar name? I should have done my felt, of course.
That's who I was thinking of. So, fuck yeah.
So, anything for you in Guardians Mariners before we move on to our final game?
No, I'm much on Guardians -1. What did you get? Wine, I got a cent less.
-103. You can probably get Jose. We get the same, my friend. So,
Gorky guessed him right off the hop in the chat.
Well, Gorky's the pride of Macedonia. You know, he's just built into the walls. He knows everything.
Shout out to the Macedonians. I had a buddy that lived next door to me. He's from Macedonia. He moved to Canada and then he moved to here, and he's back in Toronto right now. One of the best people you'll ever meet. And Macedonians, you know why Gorky's such a good dude. Those people are good dudes out there, man. He's told me a lot of fun stories about that part of the region. So that's that. When Gorky said he was Macedonian, I was like, I've never met another Macedonian other than my neighbor Lucas, who he moved back to Toronto. He got married and had a kid and stuff. But shout out to the Macedonians out there.
Respect and love to the Macedonians and our friend Gorky. TJ saying we're talking about a very low variance game with a pitcher I trust in Seattle. He says if the Mariners get to plus 100, he'll be on them. First 302 is definite. The Guardians is still a work in progress here.
These teams are mirror images of each other.
I mean, I just don't. Spoons he kind of questioned. He said Gilbert's coming back. I get it, but what's one starting pitcher going to do to this ball club that I just don't trust this batting order? And other than Gilbert out there, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of this Mariners team. I haven't been for the last couple of years. It might be a bias for me, I guess you could say, because a lot of people are high on this ball team, so I understand why. But when I look at this from the eye test, I don't see a good ball team over there in Seattle. I'm not saying they're going to finish much under 500, but they'll finish around like maybe 3 or 4 games under 500. And that's just my opinion. You know, I could be wrong. The way I've been watching this Mariners team the last couple of weeks, I've been watching them pretty closely, and they just haven't been playing a good brand of baseball, but it could always turn around.
Let's roll into our final MLB spot on the board. 10:10 p.m. Eastern with the San Francisco Giants, 40-29, 18-18 on the road. At the LA Dodgers, 41-28, 23-11 at home, and leaving Coors Field. Here we go. Let's take a look at the weather here at Chavez Ravine, Los Angeles, California. 71 Fahrenheit, feels like 70, 6.3 miles per hour to right field, dies down to 4.5 miles per hour. According to Ballpark Pal, a Dodger Stadium -4%, plus 10% home runs, -7% doubles and triples, and -5% singles. Truth Teller looking at Williams over 5.5 strikeouts and stacks play today is the Dodgers on the run line, -1.5 plus 135. We have Logan Webb going up against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. What a beautiful pitching matchup this is. We heard from Spooner. Here already on this show. My daughter is extremely upset about something. I'm not entirely sure. I'm hoping
she's probably upset that I got the name.
No, she's really upset.
Yeah, I could hear her.
Yeah, she's very, very upset.
Poor Ella.
Yeah, she is more than nonplussed. She's very angry. Her and Carter have been duking it out, but something's going on. But I will find out here shortly. We have here from our guy Spooner also on the Dodgers, but he's on the -1 line, -114. So we have Spooner, the corner of Stacks and Spoons Boulevard. Stacks and Spoons Boulevard here. Let's roll. We have Logan Webb, 5-5, 2.5 ADR, 1.16 whip, 87 in the third, 101 K, 17 walks, 5 homers. Last start, 3-2 win at home over the Braves. Was a quality start. 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 10 Ks and no walks. But we're on the road here where he's not been nearly as good. 18 earned runs over 41 innings. Joe Yurkovich says just sit her down and explain some of the market moves.
That'll get her settled down.
That's so funny.
Okay.
So 60% of the bets on one side,
it settles me
85% of the money, and it keeps moving the opposite way.
Lefty's hitting 273 with a 729 OPS against them. Much, much better than what righties are doing. And this is a lineup with dangerous lefties. Ohtani, Freeman, Muncy. Well, Muncy a little bit less. And then Conforto is not dangerous at all. How much longer is Conforto going to be in this lineup? We have Yamamoto on the other side, 6-4, 2.20 ERA, 1 whip. Last start was beautiful. 2-1 loss at the Cardinals, but he didn't allow a run over 6 innings. Home, he's allowed 10 earned runs over 6 starts. Righties hit him a little harder than lefties, but he's spectacular. Dodgers are raking right now, 273, 823 OPS. Giants versus righties, 238, 696 OPS. And the Giants bullpen is 2 runs better over the last 30 days, over 9 innings than the Dodgers. So here we go. We talked about the weather not conducive for offense in a pitcher's park. So we're expecting very low totals. Let's see what we're dealing with here. We have the 7 here, minus 117 to the over. This opened up at 7, minus 118 to the over, and it went up to 7.5. It's come back. So we've had, a 2-cent move to the under, but why is it such a high number in the first place? Let's take a look at the money line here. From a money line perspective, we have the Dodgers minus 179, open up minus 159. We've had a 20-cent move to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Why is the total so high? It has to be that the Giants are vulnerable, but we know they always play them tough. Let's take a look at the cash flow and then hand it over to our squad here. Wine Time, you will get us started here with this one. So cash flow here, we have 76% of tickets and 81% cash on the under. 72% of tickets, 67% cash on the Dodgers. Wine Time, take it away. Dodgers hosting the Giants.
Yeah, I like where my guy Spoons is at on the Dodgers -1 here. That's where I want to be here in this spot. I don't think I can get as good of a number as he got. I think he got it last night when he tweeted it out. I probably can get around a -120. I'm going to guess maybe a -125 on the -1. That's something that definitely seems appealing here. Yamamoto against Logan Webb. This is going to be a pitcher's duel here. But yeah, I mean, we've got a total here at 7.5. Juicy the under at -120 here over at my book. It's going to be a good game here. I want to back the Dodgers here. I mean, it seems like they're -185 on the money line, -1.5 plus 125. They're live here in this spot. As good as these teams have been playing this season, I do think the Dodgers. I mean, who do I think is the better team in this spot? It's definitely the Dodgers, in my opinion. I like the Dodgers here in this spot on the -1 line. It's going to be a spot I would move. This game's at 7:10 p.m. We've got 6.5 hours still to move on this game. I want to see. I haven't moved on it yet, so I'm not going to move on it quite yet. I want a couple of things to correlate a little more for me. I want to see where this line goes, and I want to see once the lineups get officially posted. But I think there's no way I would be on the Giants here at +170 on the money line against a big rivalry in baseball and the LA Dodgers. Their teams share similar records. These are their aces going against each other. This seems like a Dodgers spot. I need a couple more things to correlate for me. If I'm going to look at the X's and O's looking at this, I'm going to say it's the Dodgers -1. Still a couple things I want to look at. I like Yamamoto, but it's nothing official for me here in this spot. This is going to be a good ball game. If I do end up moving on this, I'll end up tweeting it out.
Let's hear from you, Mr. Bouquett, your plan of attack.
I'll probably just stay off. I think this is a sneaky over game personally. But I might get an Andres Galarraga tattoo on my ass now after that. Who knows? I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. LJ, your plan for Giants Dodgers.
Yeah, I don't have anything right now. This is the last game of the day. So if I'm feeling good throughout the night, I'll try to look at some, here. But I would lean Dodgers, 9-4 versus the division. So they're pretty good. The Giants, they lean more to the under. I've been tracking 14-6 to the under last 20. So the under is probably a good look too, but just haven't decided yet. I got time, last game of the day for here. But yeah, I figure I got enough action in baseball for the day, in my opinion.
There's some up in this Cardinals Brewers game because it's almost the exact same. I understand that the starting pitching even despite Logan Webb's difficulty on the road, is better. But Fetty and Peralta are really good, and the total is the same. The Cardinals' first 5 is over 4 at -120. The Cardinals and Brewers bullpens haven't been very good.
But the full game 7.5,
which is the same number, almost just 5 cents off of what that Dodgers game is.
That doesn't make any. That's weird.
The Cardinals Brewers first 3 unders 2.5 at -130. It's 20 cents cheaper than what the Dodgers one is. 25 cents cheaper than the Mariners one. Like, it just sums up with this
full game under first 5. I mean, maybe it's a spot where we move on live, or if we're watching it live, I know it's in 5 hours from now, but maybe move on the live under here, because it looks like the first 5 would be in play for the over, or at least a push, but the full game, yeah, that's tricky, Jim. I didn't look at that first 5 total until just now. That's definitely weird.
I'm going to sit with that for a while after the show as I put my action together. Let's review all MLB action. We got my man Brizzy backstage ready to talk NBA and WNBA. We are about to lose Jose, who will be back joining us for our race to close out the show. So let's go around the horn here. Let's start with you, LJ. I've got your action here, but you might have it in front of you easy to drop. Do you want to review your action today? Friday, June 13th, 4-year anniversary of LJ's first live performance here with us. LJ, my man, we love you. What is your action? Go get this cash. Review your action.
Yes, sir. Let's start off. I'm going to my sheet. I have the Angels and Orioles over 10.5, -105, just simply because one time knows we know how we bet the Angels, man. When they win, they go over 23-9 to the over when they win. They're 21-11-2 to the under when they lose. So that's simply put right there. So Angels, Orioles over 10.5. I parlayed the Tigers and the Royals first 5 minus the half. Plus 250 is what that parlay have right there. Also have Judge over 1.5 bases plus 106 coming off a no-hit game. I have Jeremy Pena over 1.5 bases. I forgot the juice on that, but yeah, I have him over 1.5 bases for the Astros Twins game. I also have the over 2, the over 8 in that game as well. Just because the Astros' first game of a home series versus the AL, it usually trends over. Going to the Rockies, run line plus 1.5, plus 134. I'm taking a shot on the Rockies, man. They're so tricky to me because yesterday I had the Giants on the run line, and the Giants were up in the bottom of the 9th, and they let the Rockies win that game. It's just so crazy. But I'm going to take a shot on the Rockies to do me good today instead of always doing me bad when I try to fade them, in tough situations. So let's see if that'll cash in. I have Bobby Witt Jr. over 1.5 bases, minus 115 for the Royals as well, coming off 2 no-hit games. Manny Machado off a no-hit game as well, over 1.5 bases, minus 114. And I think that's pretty much it, Jimmy, if I'm not mistaken. Jose Ramirez, over 1.5 bases, plus 125. And the last one I forgot to tell you, Pete Alonso for the Mets, over 1.5 bases, plus 125. So that should be all my action.
I love it. And I will set up your MLB spreadsheet. My apologies for not having your NBA spreadsheet up, because you did rock with us earlier in the year. My apologies for that. We're about to get to your bread and butter, though. We're about to talk NBA and WNBA. Wine time, my man. Can you please review your action?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys out the action that I gave out before the show, and then my added plays on the show. So before the show, we gave out the Angels, Orioles over 10, minus 120. The Rays, Mets under 8, minus 110. I know I talked about that game and said that it was moving away from me. It's actually up to minus 105 now to the 8. So it doesn't look like it's going to get to an 8.5 before this ball game. We still have plenty more hours to get to this, but I hope at some point it gets back to a minus 110. I'm on the Diamondbacks, minus 130, guys. You can still get a minus 135. If you haven't played this yet, this is my favorite play on the day. I love this play. I love the Diamondbacks today. I think they get it done. My 2 added plays, I added the Blue Jays money line, plus 105, and I added the Guardians money line minus 103. Those are my 5 plays. I'm not going to give this out officially, but I'm on the Brewers double result. Threw a half unit on that. Tailed my guy Matty Ice. I wanted to take the Brewers in some kind of way or fashion. I got plus money at plus 115 on it. I'm not going to make that efficient. I'm not going to tweet that out, but that is something I'm on. Those are my 5 plays for today, guys. Got a nice little card today. We just want to keep winning. That's all we want to do here, man. I love doing this show here with you guys. Excited to break down NBA with our guy Billy B in the back. But baseball, man, it's been a beautiful thing this season. My record, you guys have seen it on Twitter. This isn't like an every year type thing. This is the best baseball season I've ever had this season, and I'm thankful for all the support I've had along the way and all the help I've had along the way. It's just not me giving out these plays. It's me capping these cards with you guys on the show. I'm better when I'm with Jimmy. When me and Jimmy and Jose are capping these MLB cards like twice a week, it's magic, man. If we did this 7 days a week, if we went on the show and did this 7 days a week, it'd be absolute magic. So shout out to you guys for that. You guys make me better. Appreciate you guys. Let's get right to it. Let's get to NBA.
Respect, one time, richly deserved. Don't forget friends and family. Friends and family here for Mr. Belvedere. So we all need to give it up, friends and family. We can do that at the end of the show. So Jose, prepare one for yourself as well. BJ says hammer OKC, Jim. I already have first quarter, first half. That's it for me. We'll go over all of this. Swiggy says
Diamondbacks, right? Wine.
Say again.
Friends and family edition.
Oh, Diamondbacks. Yeah. Whatever one you get. You can get minus 135.
Wine time is in. It's Diamondbacks money line, Arizona money line.
God, it's
here.
gonna be a chunky friends and family today.
And wine time up 15 units the past 14 days. All picks have been posted on pubsportsradio.com. There's our link right there here. So there's our link right there. So Arizona money line, the Jose, it doesn't have to give it out right now, but can if he wants. Just before Jose, you drop your action, I'm just going to go over mine. I don't know if I bet both, but right now, first 3 under and full game under in Miami, Washington. I want to sit with it a little longer. Then there's a stretch of games where I'm going to look at this over 8 in Cincinnati, Detroit, but there's a stretch where there's not a lot of action for me until we get to this, the under 8 and possibly the Rays first 5 plus a half in Rays Mets. Then I have some interest like with LJ on that White Sox Texas Rangers under. I want the market to marinate a little bit. Then the first 3 under 2.5 in Oakland, Kansas City. Then the Diamondbacks, and I'm not entirely sure exactly how to bet it. Maybe a first 5 minus a half. I'll sit with this after the show. The first 3 under 2 in Cleveland, Seattle. I might leave the Guardians off now. And I'm with you guys on the Dodgers -1. Mr. Bouquet, please review your action.
Yeah. Again, bless Andres Galarraga. That was. I have nothing. I could go over, and I'm like, you know what? At least I got that. That is great. That's all the endorphins I need for the day. I'm gonna tell Helga about it today. She's not gonna give one fuck, but I'm gonna tell her like it was the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me.
I like it.
Cubs money line on my card -113. Let's see if we can get that home. I do not like the pitching change. I agree with you guys down there in the chat. Reds money line +116. Red Sox Yankees under 8.5 -110. Rays first 5 plus a half -105. Shot to you, TJ. And this second half of the card is just me tailing everyone because I was just fucking sitting here in deep Armando thoughts. Or Andres thoughts, I should say. Shout out to Armando. Got fucked, Jimmy. Don't forget that. Got fucked by the white man, Jim Joyce. God, unbelievable. Minnesota money line.
Do you remember Jim Joyce sobbing as he walked out onto the?
Good. I'm fucking good. You son of a bitch.
Sobbing
Good.
as he walked out was God. I have a lot of compassion for those situations, but for whatever reason, I don't know.
Would have been the first Venezuelan ever.
Yeah.
Bastard, and then left it to my guy King Felix. Minnesota money line -107, Arizona money line -135, Cleveland money line -104 ends my card. And again, God bless you. Is Andres still alive? I hope he's still alive.
The big cat, yeah, man.
Yeah, good. Okay, I need to do some Andres Galarraga research after the show. Apparently.
Oh God, yeah, he was fucking the Hawk. Kidding me? Excellent work, fellas. That was a big, long, tough baseball card, but the proof is in the pudding. Our records are the proof of what we've been doing in MLB, and we need to continue that, and we need to keep it rising. So great stuff, fellas. It is time to talk NBA Finals Game 4, and it is time to bring out an expert. Be rocking WNBA, went 2-0 on Wednesday with us in WNBA. I wish we tracked his action at NBA, but I'll make sure that the squad does a better job before I take over back Tuesdays, Wednesdays. We're not sure what the schedule will be like next year, but I wasn't doing Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and the record got let go. And
need you on Wednesdays next year, Jim. We need you on Wednesdays.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it all bangs out. But I love being here right now, and I love capping with your next guest, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. We have UFC Atlanta, but right now we're talking hardwood, and coming to us from South Jersey. Please welcome Billy Brisbane to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. Nice little Friday here. Get the weekend started with some hoops tonight, NBA and WNBA. A little bit annoying that they didn't put WNBA on the card yesterday. It was kind of stupid.
Yeah, it was a mistake, but all good. Let's talk basketball, and I'm excited to talk it here. NBA Finals here. The NBA Finals have been very good to me. I lost that first bet in Game 1 on the Thunder, but we've cashed double ups in both of the next 2 games. And I've doubled up here again. And I'm happy about the situation because last night at 1:45 a.m., I was like, you know what? Just get this in. Because the 2s were available in the first quarter. There's a big difference to me, -2, -2.5. Maybe it's not important here, but I was like, you know what? I get the 2. I got the 2 at -115. That was at 365. Now it's -2.5 at -115. And I would be really angry if I had screwed that up. I got the first half -3.5 at an even -110. Now at 3.6. Now you could, obviously line shot, but here at 365, it's -4 now at -105. So I'm very thankful. I'm very at peace with my action. True Teller here on the same thing, first half and first quarter. I was talking to Preston during the game, the Pacers Game 3, and breaking it down, and we were talking. We were like, got to go first quarter next game, but it was more than that. I wanted to go first quarter and first half. And Mr. Belvedere says I'm responsibly going all in tonight with the Thunder -6. And in the end, I couldn't get to the full game, and we'll discuss why. I'm think that you guys are probably on the all of you guys bullish on the Thunder are probably going to get the bag. If I don't know. I'm not as crazy bullish, honestly, just because of the ISO ball and the questions of Dagnall now and whether he can make the adjustments that we know Carlisle can. But if the Pacers are in complete control, I will look for a live bet on the Thunder here. So let's roll here. Oklahoma City Thunder, Indiana Pacers, Game 4, Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Line history wise, we have Oklahoma City -6 at -103. They opened up -5.5, -110. It lasted for 16 minutes, got to a 6. Now this 6 got juiced 11:45 this morning. This -6 was -109. Now it's -103. So we still have a move towards the Thunder, but not a very big one. There on the totals here, we have a 227.5, a -106. To the over. This opened up at 225, so it's now 227.5, a 2.5 point move towards the over. When I was last night going over it, there was no information for the cash flow yet that I could get here from the board that we're using. I did have action, so it was a rare time that I pulled it out and I looked at it. And at the time, it was about 30%. 30% of the tickets and maybe 33% of the cash were on the Thunder. When I looked again this morning, there was more, and then I, stopped looking at it because the other board was up, and I focused on that. Now we have 41% of the tickets and 44% of the cash. I'm very, very comfortable with that. Again, it's not, it's just I want people to believe what they just saw, and I will take advantage of it. And be a successful gambler. But I need the public to believe what they saw, and that's what's happening here. The public's believing what they saw in the Pacers, and they have every right to. They have every right to with the way the Pacers are playing. We have Duke Worker on Thunder double result. We have Gorky on the Pacers money line here. So in the playoffs, these Thunder are 13-6. The Pacers 14-5. The Pacers have been shooting the ball phenomenally well throughout the playoffs and in this series. In the playoffs, 49.5 from the field and 39.8 from three. In the series, they're 48.2 from the field and 38.7 from three. It's just a quality basketball team that can be counted on, that has depth. Different players step up each night. It's a pretty great situation that Carlisle has here with his Pacers. A lot of options for him. For the Thunder, they have not been shooting very well in the playoffs, but they're shooting quite a bit better in the series. They're actually shooting 39.8 from three, which surprised me in the series, but just 44.8 from the field. Overall in the playoffs, they haven't been shooting very well from three, 34.4. We have DC Capper also on Oklahoma City and Justin McKelvey on Oklahoma City over 116.5 team total, and Joe Yurkovich on the OKC money line. Mathurin goes for 27 off the bench. What a monster he is, and what a great player he will be. Highest draft pick they've had in a long time. Halliburton, 22 and 11 and 9. He was excellent. Spicy P went for 21. Just a consistent guy. And, he's so beloved up here. He's the most likable guy you'll ever see. Absolutely loved up here and loved in Indianapolis and Indiana as well. McConnell, he changed everything when he came in. It was just a vet doing vet things. He was incredible. 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals. And since those stats started being charted, nobody in the history of the NBA has ever done that in a finals game off the bench. No one has ever done that. 10 points, 5 assists, 5 steals off the bench. Never. The Pacers dominated with bench points, 49-18. For the Thunder, Williams goes for 26. Shea goes for 24. Chet goes for 20. They were up 5 going into the fourth quarter. We'll get back to that. The big elephant in the room, for those of you with Pacers futures or Thunder futures, teams that lead a series 2-1, as the Pacers do over the Oklahoma City Thunder, have won 50 of 63 NBA finals. If they win game 4 and they go up 3-1, those teams are 37-1 in the NBA finals, hitting at 97%. Now, if the team down ties it up at 2, then it's all about game 5. And we already know that. When it's 2-2, it's all about game 5. The winner of game 5, if it's tied 2-2, is won 23-8, gone 23-8. So here are things that will make you trust Indiana. They've been in this exact position before. They were up 2-1 against the Bucks. They won in 5. They were up 2-1 against the Cavs. They won in 5. They were up 2-1 against the Knicks, and they won in 6. And Oklahoma City has been here too. They were down 2-1 against the Nuggets, and they came back, won that series in 7. So both teams believe in themselves and believe in the situation. So let's talk about the Pacers bench versus the Thunder's bench, because whoever gets more bench production is won. Now we're only through 3 games. In game 1, the Pacers bench outscored the Thunder's bench 39-28. In game 3, they dominated 49-18. And in the game that Oklahoma City won, their bench won 48-34. For me, the reason why I could only end up on the Thunder first quarter and first half was because of team play versus ISO ball late in the game. I can't get over it. I felt so confident being on the Pacers because I knew we were going to see team play. With 7 minutes left, the Thunder resorted to ISO ball. It reminded me of DeMar DeRozan with the Raptors, and I knew they were going to lose, and they lost convincingly. Now, Oklahoma City Thunder they broke the record this year for average margin of victory, 12.9 points per game. The Thunder with 5 minutes left in the game and within 5 points were 16-8 during the year. That was strange. It was a strange statistic. It was so strange because nobody played in fewer clutch games in the NBA. than Oklahoma City Thunder. And I got that feeling when I was watching them with 7 minutes left. It was like they haven't been there very often. In the playoffs, they're 5-4 in those situations. It's not very good for a team to make the NBA Finals. The Pacers in clutch spots, no surprise to anyone. They're 9-1 in the postseason. They were 24-14 in the regular season. They had 38 situations where they were within 5 points with 5 games left, and just 24 from the Thunder. And you got that feeling from the Pacers that they were in complete control. Then for the Thunder, they have to defend. The Pacers were 51.8% from the field. And then the big thing here for me when it came down to it was that the Thunder were 61-2 with the lead going into the fourth quarter in the regular season. 61-2. Well, in the playoffs, in this series alone, they're 1-2. So it took 63 games for them to lose twice in the regular season when leading going in the fourth quarter. Well, they've lost 2 of 3 here. The magic has worn off of the Thunder. I expect them to be shot out of a cannon, and I'm on them first quarter. I'm on them first half. I don't need them full game personally. Take it away, Brizzy, and welcome, my friend. And thank you for your patience as we went along with MLB. Take it away, Brizzy. We have Thunder, Pacers, Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough game to call. I don't have as much confidence as I did in Game 2, but I'm still going to rock with the Thunder here to tie up the series. I don't think McConnell, Mather, and Toppin are going to combine for 35 points like they did in the last game. I think SGA had one of his worst games of the playoffs. I think he ends up bouncing back for this one tonight. I ended up going a little bit different than you did, though. I went with full game over first quarter, first half. I got full game 5.5, and then I ended up doing a same game parlay. You want to pull up the odds of it real quick. Thunder money line, SGA over 40.5 points and assists, and SGA over 1.5 3-pointers, and it was plus 278 on FanDuel. And
Sorry, can you give me that one again?
Thunder money line, SGA 40.5 points and assists.
Okay.
And over 1.5 3-pointers.
Over 1.5 threes. And you're also on OKC full game.
Full game, yeah.
And what did you get there?
Minus 5.5, minus 120. And then I moved on the total for this one here. I think this is going to be a high scoring game in the series here. I like the over 226.5. It's 227, 228 in some places. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in this one. Usually, if the Pacers are losing a game, they're usually going under 110. All their games that they've lost, they've went under 110 for their team total. But I honestly really think this is going to be a high-scoring game. Like, I can really see this final score being like 123 to like 118 or something like that. And you have the Pacers team total under and you're pissed off or something like that. Like, I could definitely see there being a lot of points scored in this game. Last 2 have gone under. I like the over and I like the Thunder in this one.
And what was the line you got on the over?
Over 226.5, minus 112.
You are in business, Brizzy, completely in business. Again, the board here has 57% of the tickets and 67% of the cash on the Pacers, 70% of tickets, 73% of cash on the under. We've seen this line move slightly towards the Thunder, and we've seen it move legitimately towards the over. So both spots the public is on, the market is moving in the opposite direction. Brizzy moving on 3 spots here. And now let's hear from LJ from H-Town. Take it away.
Yeah, Jimmy, I'm right there with you with the first quarter. That's probably the best spot I have. OKC is 4-1 against the spread in the first quarter off a loss in these playoffs. And game 4s in Shea's career, I've tracked, and he's a perfect 5-0 in those games. The last 3, they've hit that first quarter against the spread as well this year. So this is a prime situation for OKC to bounce back, man. They haven't lost 2 in a row. They've only lost 2 in a row twice all year long. So that's a heavy trend for me, because if the Pacers are going to come out and win this game 4, they're going to win the championship, because they've won 2 in a row. That would say if they won 2 in a row And like Billy says, if they're going to win this game, they got to go over that team total, over 110.5, if they're going to win the game. So I think Oklahoma City is going to lose. Oklahoma City is going to win the game. So I'm going to take the team total under 110.5 for the Pacers, just because that's the trend that's been consistent. Game 2, they only scored 107 points. They lost. So I'm just going to stick to that. I'm expecting OKC to play tough defense tonight. And the thing about it is that the Pacers are picking up OKC full court, trying to tire them out. And I'm noticing that Shea is trying to get someone else to bring. Did I go out? Hello? Okay. Yeah. Shea is getting other players to try to bring the ball up, and he's trying to get it in mid-court because they are attacking him as soon as he get the ball. They're blitzing him. So to make him give up the ball to make these other players make decisions that they're not used to doing. So I believe that's the game plan for the Pacers to continue, but I believe that OKC will counter that tonight. And the fact that they play so well off a loss is what I'm betting on tonight. So first quarter, -2.5, -115 is what I got first for OKC first quarter. I got the team total under for the Pacers, 110.5.
What was the juice on that? 110.5.
-110.
Okay.
And simply because OKC, they've won 13 first quarters in this playoffs. Pacers have only won 7. You get what I'm saying? And 5 of those that they won were in the first 2 rounds. So they start off slow in these past couple of rounds with the Knicks and now OKC. So I think that's a prime spot for us to take advantage. I like the first half too, Jimmy, but I lean more to the first half at home with OKC because they're a monster in the first half at home. But I'm going to stick to the first quarter just because I believe they're going to throw that first punch, and that's where they respond off a loss the best. But far as 2 props I have, I'm going to take Halliburton. I parlayed his over. Well, something's wrong with this mic. Hello?
You sound good.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like the mic's going on. But yeah, Halliburton, over 1.5 threes, plus his 2+ steals. I got it at +218. Simply because he has been hitting this number in this playoff consistently. Halliburton, 2+ steals, 7 out of the last 8 games in the playoffs. And he's hit the over 1.5 threes, 15 out of the 18 games in this playoff. So I believe that's going to be consistently happening. He's going to hit 2 threes. He's going to get the 2 steals because I believe the Indiana Pacers have to get cheap possessions. And it showed the last game. They had a lot of steals, a lot of blocks, just out hustling the OKC far as on the perimeter. So if they can keep that up, I believe Halliburton can get those 2 steals. I swear to God, this mic is messing me up.
I hear you, LJ. I remember when I was in Southtown, I thought the mic went out a couple times. So you're all good. We can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm not going to let him mess me up. So, yeah, all that said, Halliburton, I'm going to stick to that parlay because it's been hitting. And on the other side, Jimmy, I'm with you. I don't have to take OKC for a game. I'm just looking for them to win the game. But what has Shea been doing consistently in these playoffs in order for me to parlay a prop with his OKC to win? And I found the 6+ assists. He's 14-3 in the last 17 games in the playoffs, 6+ assists. So, and I think that correlates to how they're going to have to win because I know they're going to double team him. He's going to have to kick that ball out and allow these other players to make shots. And if they can make these shots, he should hit that 6+ assists. So Shea, 6+ assists plus OKC to win, -124 is what I got. And those are my plays right there, Jimmy. I'm on OKC. I'm thinking they're going to bounce back. I'm expecting them to tie it up 2-2 tonight, and we'll have a different and we'll be tied up in this series going back to OKC game 5.
You are in business. The Halliburton over 1.5 threes and 2+ steals was +218.
Yes, sir.
Shea 6 or more assists in OKC moneyline -124.
Yep.
OKC first quarter -2.5, -115, and the team total for the Pacers under 110.5 at -110. BJ says, my only question is, will that pace be a problem still with only 1 day preparation to adjust? That would be my only concern. My concern is Dagnall. My concern is the ISO ball that we saw. It was it was shocking, and it made me feel great, but I was astonished that the movement stopped, and they were just sitting around watching Shea or Jalen, and I was just astonished. And then you see the Pacers moving the ball, running plays, and I was like, oh, this is over. I've not been so convinced of a playoff game being over as I was this one. I was like, this is done. It was just so clear that it was done, and that's what happened here. I'm interested, very interested, and shout out to our guy Wine Time Sports, who is about to give us his NBA breakdown, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership, and our friend Turnsey getting it. Love that. Great to see you, Turnsey. Here we go. Wine Time, Game 4, NBA Finals, Thunder Pacers. Take it away.
Yeah, shout out to Turnsey for getting that membership. I'm going to give you a play here too as well, Turnsey. I got a couple plays in this game. If you guys came here and thinking we're going to give out the Indiana Pacers here, I guess, you're mistaken because we're all pretty much on one side here. I'm on it. We're all on it in different ways here. I'm on the Thunder team total over 30, minus 115 in the first quarter. Oklahoma City Thunder team total over 59.5, minus 120 in the first half. Jalen Williams over 22.5 points, minus 110. Benedict Mathurin under 10.5 points, minus 110. Why are his points at 10.5 after him coming off one of the greatest performances off the bench of all time in NBA Finals history? I have no idea why. I'm on the under there in that spot. I think Jalen Williams is going to eat tonight. I think he's going to eat early and often in the paint, outside the three-point line. I think Thunder is going to want to make a decision that they're going to want to score early, and they're going to want to score early and often here in this ball game. I expect them to score, come out firing out of the gate in the first quarter, at least 35, 40 points here in the first quarter. And in this first half, I think they're going to be able to get over this 59.5 quite easily. I think they're going to have around 65, 66 points here in this game. This is a game that they absolutely need, guys, here. And why am I not on the Oklahoma City Thunder full game? I just have some question marks on the full game here. I'm really curious to see how this first half goes. Maybe I move on something live here for the second half, but I don't know. It just, the Pacers have they've been playing some really good basketball lately. And Jim mentioned it. OKC 1-2 with the lead going into the fourth quarter of the NBA Finals. Pacers know how to win this game. They know how to win. They've been winning this entire playoff series. I want the Pacers to win this series. It's tough for me to actually back them here in this spot because OKC needs this game here. I just think they're going to come out firing there, at least in the first quarter, in the first half, and give everything they can into that. We'll see what happens in the second half in this ball game, but I like OKC. I think they're going to come out there firing in the first half, coming off that loss. They need this win. So why not go out there in the first half, in the first quarter, and absolutely dominate this ball game to start? I think they're going to be able to score points early and often here in this ball game. So those are my 4 plays here in this game. I think Thunder are going to get off early. I do think, would I be surprised if Thunder beat these guys by 15, 20 points in this ball game? Absolutely not. But would I be surprised if the Pacers are down at the first half? They make the second half adjustments as they've been doing. Rick Carlisle, one of the better coaches in the NBA. And I like this Pacers squad, man. They've just been playing together, man. Ever since Giannis said, I have that ring, they don't. They can't say nothing. Ever since he said that, I'm just like, I want the Pacers to win. So they can, because if the Pacers win an NBA Finals, Tyrese Halliburton owns Giannis and Damian Lillard because he's been doing it these last couple of years. Giannis did it a couple of years back when he had Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday. We've talked about that run. He wouldn't have done it without Chris Middleton. You guys go back and watch that final series. Chris Middleton, those shots he made from the mid-range, those shots he made with a hand in his face from the three-point range. He changed the outcourse of that series, if you ask me. And I think the Pacers are live here in this game, but the first half, I expect the Thunder to come out with a good game plan and the Pacers to most likely adjust in the second half, although I'm not on anything full game, just the points in the spot. Benedict Mathurin, I already touched on it. What people are probably going to be like, why are you on his under 10.5 points? He just scored one of the all-time most points off a bench player in NBA history. He's a young guy. I just think this is going to be a spot where he probably doesn't find his shot. A lot of people are going to be looking for him to find his shot early in this game. I don't think it's going to come, and I don't think it's going to come at all in this game. So that's why I'm on the under in that spot. And Jalen Williams, I just think he's going to eat. I think that he is the clear-cut number 2 option in this offense for OKC. We're seeing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. What is point prop up at? Like over 32.5 right now. We're seeing Jalen Williams. Last game, I think it was at 19.5. Now we're seeing it already at 22.5. He's going to score here at will. He's going to attack the paint. He's going to make those knockdown 3-pointers when he gets the attempts. So I expect him to be scoring in this game early and often as well. I expect, I think Shea's going to do his thing out there as well. It's just kind of hard for me to move on his point prop for the full game because it is just such a high total. But Jalen Williams, I think he can easily get it here in this spot. Those are my 4 plays in this game, guys. I'm really excited to watch this ball game. I was on the end of Pacers in game 3 on the money line plus 185. We cashed good with them. It's hard. I got to watch this first half to see what I'm going to do on the full game because it's the NBA Finals, guys. And we know adjustments are going to happen at some point in this game. And we know Pacers have been making the better adjustments in the second half. Is it going to happen going into this game? I'm not sure. We're going to see here in this first half. I'm really excited to watch this game, though, and take something at the second half. But those are my 4 plays today, guys.
I might have screwed up. I have Thunder first half team total over 59.5. Williams was at 22.5.
22.5 minus 110. Benedict Mathurin under 10.5 points minus 110. And Thunder team total over 30 minus 115 in the first quarter.
First quarter team total over 30 flat.
Flat 30 flat minus 115.
You are locked in, and when I stopped betting player props as much as I could, but still, if anybody had a career night, I faded them in their next game. I was still going to do that, So I completely understand the math. And you want to, if again, you fade what everybody's seeing again. Exactly. That's what succeeds. Excellent work here. A couple things I want to touch on before we get into WNBA. First off, Brizzy, your OKC SGA over 40.5 points and assists and over 1.5 threes. What was that, Juice?
Plus 278.
Plus 278. Oh, that's beautiful. Plus 278. Okay, so I've got everything here. One thing I want to talk about here is just because it's.
Is he safe? Oh, he's safe. Sorry, guys. 1-0 Pittsburgh in the top of the 8th inning. Wow.
One thing I want to talk about because it's so important. It's so crucial. There's some great stuff in the chat I do want to go over, but I want to, Mr. Belvedere is saying yes. Moving live is I don't want to misquote him here in my things moving slow, but live betting this game is always a good option. So, I've gone 3 for 3 with my live bets in this series as well, and it's so simple. You wait. Now I only move live generally earlier in the game, so you wait for the outlier in the first half. In game 1, the outlier was the 29-20 first quarter, only 49 points scored, moved live on the over, cashed it easily. I did the exact same thing in game 2. I waited a little longer in this one, but the outlier here in game 2 was the first quarter, 26-20, only 46 points scored, moved live on the over. I did wait a little bit. I waited a little bit into the second that time. And then in game 3, the outlier was the second quarter explosion. 68 points scored in the second quarter. You live bet the under, and it's just sit back. It's just so, at that point, when you have an under like that with the 68 point explosion in the second quarter, the only way you're going to lose that live under, in my estimation, is if the game goes to overtime. So, just first half, wait for the outlier, attack the opposite, and it's just quite easy. Now, there'll probably be a moment where you're like, I could have waited 3 more minutes and got a better line and things of that nature, but that's just what we'll always have to work with. We have Zoe on Caruso over 10 points. We have Zoe also on Obi Toppin over 10 points. We have Saturated saying Mathurin has had multiple 20-point games this postseason. Yeah, no, I hear that. I'm not moving, but I can understand the ideology. Rob Free says Thomas Bryant, Ben Shepherd were the only Pacers to have negative minutes last game. We're negative in last game. Pacers will show up as a team. They're 26-11 at home. Be serious, fellas. Abel Alvarez on SGA under 46.5 PRA. TJ McConnell over 12.5 points and assists. Ludo over 9.5 points and assists. That's an SGP up plus 500. Nicholas Handy says, I want the Pacers to win the series so people realize they're not as smart as they think they are. OKC over respected. Pacers can't buy an ounce of respect, says Nicholas Handy. SBK says Pacers had the brutal loss game 1 Eastern Conference Finals last year to the defending champs. So Big Zo says the wrong team favored. Can that be possible? I don't think the wrong team is favored, but look, I'm not on the Thunder full game. I just want them early because I do fear the Pacers the longer the game goes.
Yeah.
They're a special group and they're a full team. And there's been times when the Thunder resort to the ISO ball. That's just horrific.
I want the score to be 35-27 at the end of the first quarter. OKC winning, just taking care of business, and then moving on the Pacers live. Like, I think the Thunder are going to come out firing here in this game, and we're going to be able to get a better number on the Pacers than a 6.5. We're going to be able to get an 8.5 or a 9.5 at that point, I think. So it's going to be a fun game, though, guys. I mean, NBA Finals, man. We love this shit, man. I'm stoked.
I'm so excited too. I don't know if I want in saying all this, I'm not sure if I want the game 3 against Cleveland is always going to be in my head. Now, maybe I should let that go, but that's my first thought. The only live thing that I would want is I think I'd want the Thunder if they went down and I lost my bets. If I cash with Thunder first quarter, first half, I'm not going to be looking to move on the Pacers live. I'm just going to sit back and count money personally. Joshua Alexander, I have 2 bets here. Pop them in the chat. Bet them last night about just before I went to bed. Like we're 145, 150. I tweeted them out here. And I'll go over everybody's action here one last time before we move into WNBA. We also have the friends and family. We've got it from Wine Time. It is the Diamondbacks. It's his part of the friends and family. But I'm on OKC, first quarter -2, -115, and first half -3.5, -110. Brizzy's on OKC -5.5, the full game over 226.5. And his SGP at +278 is the Thunder money line. SGA over 40.5 points and assists and over 1.5 threes. LJ's on OKC first quarter -2.5. The Pacers team total under 110.5. And his SGP at +218 is Hallie over 1.5 threes and 2 or more steals. His other SGP is Shea, 6 or more assists, and the Thunder money line. And Kong's Clips, first quarter under on my card again, 3-0 this series. I will be cheering for you as I was watching that very closely. I was watching your action very closely last week. I do fear as this is clearly looking like the Sharps are on the over. So I do fear it a little bit, but you could easily get paid regardless of what the Thunder do in the first quarter if the Pacers do not. So I get it. We're about to move on to WNBA, but before we do, Wine Time again, Yeoman type work, and I cannot, not that I can't believe it. It's just extremely impressive to see a capper delivering the way you are. 60% in the regular season in college football, and here we are, and you're plus 19.05 units here. 19 games over 500 in baseball, 79 and 60, 56.8%, ROI +13.71%, average line +101. It means so much to us as a show and as a channel. And also the years I've been tracking everybody, this is just not normal. People aren't able to do this. One thing Jose says is that when we track people on this show, it shows their flaws. So the flaws come out when you track somebody so closely and hard to find them. Hard to find them with you one time. Keep up the great work. Thankful for your friendship and capping with you each and every day. Please support Wine Time on X. All he does is want us to succeed as a group. You can catch him on walk-off wagers alongside our guy Morgan Spooner every Sunday at 11 a.m. I'm going to pop his X handle here in the chat. If you don't follow him, please do. Please do. He should be we want, with what he's doing here publicly and asking for nothing in return, he should be able to get 10,000 followers here in the next little while. And we still are close to 1,000. So let's get there first before we look for 10. Please support Wine Time. Put it in the chat. Wine Time, any last words for the capper supporting the show?
Yeah, Jim. I mean, I already touched on it, man. Capping these cards with you, man, makes me better. Capping the MLB cards with you and Jose on a weekly basis. People in the chat, everyone, man. It makes us better as a whole. So I love doing it with you guys. This has been my best MLB season so far. But guys, it's only June. We've got July, we've got August, we've got September, we've got October. We've got a lot of time, guys. So anything can happen in those next couple months. But always practice bankroll management. Never throw anything you guys can't overly afford. Always trust your cap. Look at everything, guys, in these spots. That's why we come on here and break these cards down for you guys, because we want to give you guys the information that we know and that we give out. So I appreciate you guys for always tuning in. All the support I get, man, on Twitter. I just got over 900 followers, almost there to 1,000. I'll be there pretty soon, hopefully before 4th of July, we can get to that 1,000 followers mark. Appreciate you guys as always, man. Love doing this with you guys. I mean, there wouldn't be anything else I'd rather be doing here on a Friday afternoon than capping this card with you guys for the last 4 hours, man. I love it. You know what I mean? Like, it's 1:30 over here. It's 4:30 over there on the East Coast, guys. Like, shout out to you guys for, like, I mean, it's already like evening time. It's already almost dinner time over there. Shout out to you guys for showing out. Everyone in the chat. Love you guys, man. This community, it's the best community out there, guys. I say it all the time, but it truly is. So I appreciate you guys. Follow me on X, Wine Time Sports. Walk-off wagers every Sunday, guys. 8 a.m. over here on the West Coast, 11 a.m. over there on the East Coast. We're going to be breaking down the entire MLB card. Love been doing it with my guy Spoons. My guy Spoons has been killing it, guys, on Sundays. Me, not so much. Sundays, the last couple weeks hasn't been so good for me, but my guy Morgan Spooner comes in there. He gives you guys the information, great information, gives you guys great plays. I love doing the work with him. I love doing the work with Jose, all the people that we bring along the channel as well, all the guests and stuff. So I appreciate you guys. Good luck to everyone's action today. Let's get this money. Love you guys. Let's go.
There he is, our guy, Wine Time Sports. And he's right. When you do all this work on a card, it sets you up for the whole entire night. Allows you to move live, allows you to do whatever, it just sets you up. Every game you've capped, every game you've worked on, you know exactly how you want to handle things. All right, let's roll, Brizzy. WNBA. We got LJ rejoining us here for WNBA. Brizzy, you went 2-0 on Wednesday. After tonight, I expect you will be in the black, and I would like to get in the black. We had a great day. We combined to go 5-1 together on Wednesday. Brizzy, which was
what was on Wednesday?
Wednesday you had Gabby Williams. I don't have it in front of me. Over 20.5 PRA, and you had the team total over for the Mercury, 86.5.
I just pulled it up. Yeah, we don't talk about the aces. Oh man, I feel like we should do this in reverse order.
Yes, that was fascinating spot. We got the Asia Wilson line here or injury here. So let's roll. Great to have LJ capping with us here. Mr. Belvedere says the Sky stink. Be careful. I'm interested in this game quite a bit. WNBA Commissioners Cup. We got Chicago Sky at the Atlanta Dream, Gateway Center, College Park, Georgia. Mr. McKelvey here on the Dream team total over 85.5 here. Let me get this copied and damn it. Let me get this copied and pasted. And let's roll. We'll start with the line history, then we'll go into some X's and O's. We'll get Brizzy to get us started here in Sky Dream, and we'll have LJ getting us started with Wings Aces. Let's get into the line history here. Don't forget we are racing. And also, LJ, don't forget we need your friends and family as well. Brizzy, we need your friends and family for our parlay today. Starting with the odds, let's get there. WNBA game 1 of a 2-game slate, Dream Sky. We have Atlanta right now, minus 12.5, minus 112. They opened up minus 12.5, minus 107. There was one point where it went down to 12. That was at 9:30 this morning, got back up to 12.5. But overall, we've had 5 cents of movement towards the Atlanta Dream, and the number is the same. On the total here, we have a 158.5. It's minus 109 to the over. This opened up at 160, so it's come down 1.5 points. Let's take a look at the cash flow here for this one. We have 66% of the tickets, 61% of the cash on Atlanta, 59% of the tickets, and 63% of the cash on the under. So here we go. This guy coming in off their second straight loss, 85-66 at the Liberty on Tuesday. I watched that game almost fully. The Dream bounced back from their 84-76 loss at Connecticut by beating up on the Fever 77-58 at home on Tuesday night. And, Smesko has this team rolling. Watching Gray right now, I mean, she against Indiana, she goes for 23 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. And she shoots 9 of 13 from the field. I mean, Jones shot 9 of 14 from the field. I mean, you guys when they combine to go 18 of 27, they're not going to lose. 21 points and 10 boards here. So they got whatever they wanted. And right now, Gray is playing is phenomenal. She's averaging 20.4 points per game. It's a career high. She's shooting 42.3 from 3. I mean, she's just doing it all. And together, they're combining for 36.4 points, 9.5 assists. You got Brianna Jones and Brittany Griner in the front court. So it's all coming together. For the Sky, I think that Haley Van Lith can be a good point guard. I think that she's more than capable. You have the leadership of Kia Nurse off the bench, which will help, through the tough times. Ariel Atkins, we've already seen our guy Brizzy Cash with the Camila Cardoso prop. And Angel Reese looked much better in that loss to the Liberty. And she hit a couple shots. She wasn't completely out of control, and she gets her boards. The problem is that the Chicago Sky's defense is so atrocious, and it shouldn't be. I don't quite understand why they're so bad. They're second last in defensive rating. They're allowing just under 11 threes a game. I'm interested in the Sky here. Look, I know they're a bad basketball team. I think they can be in this game. Maybe you could say, the Liberty took their foot off the gas, but I like backing a bad team that's coming off playing the best team in the league. And you could say the Lynx are the best team or whatever you want, but it certainly feels like the Liberty are. So I want the Sky. It's easy for me to say, look, I want the Sky. It's another thing for me to bet the Sky. And unfortunately, I had them first quarter plus 5.5 against the Liberty, and they promptly went down 10-0, and the Liberty didn't look back. Brizzy, take it away. Sky, dream.
Yeah, laying double digits is always a hard gesture in the WNBA, but these lines have been up for a while now. Like, these lines have been up for since Wednesday midnight. This line opened up at 8.5 on FanDuel, and it went up to 12.5, and I feel like that kind of tells you everything you kind of need to know.
Do you know what time that was?
Midnight Wednesday, before the game ended for the Aces Sparks.
Oh, wow. And look at this. Yeah, because I see a 9.5 here offshore at 7:45 a.m. yesterday.
Yeah, I ended up betting the second game that night. So I was looking at this line. I was going to take the 8.5, but I didn't end up not taking it though, because like the Sky have been absolutely dreadful defensively. Their last game without Van der Sloot, I mean, it was kind of what you would expect. She was supposed to be a big part of their all-season plans, replacing Kennedy Carter. And then for the Dream, you get the return of Jordan Canada, and that kind of means everything for this team. The difference between Jordan Canada and Tiana Pau is pretty big. I think they have some serious conversations as a dark horse in the East here with the way that Gray's been playing, and then added in with their all-season additions of Brittany Griner and Brianna Jones. If you look at the Commissioner Cup standings, they're sitting a half a game behind Indiana right now. And I think this is a spot that they just beat up on Chicago here. I think it's the right line. It's no value on the line, but I would say Chicago Sky team total under, the under in this game in general, and Atlanta probably minus what? It would be Atlanta 11+ win margin on FanDuel would probably be the way I would go with this one. But yeah, I think the Dream smacked this guy in this one here, unfortunately. It's just like, you talked about Haley Van Lith. They're not really playing her like that. Like, they're like, we're cashing. Shit, you wouldn't have seen me at Pubapalooza if it wasn't for Haley Van Lith and TCU women's basketball. I mean, they were a cash cow for like 2 months straight in that women's college basketball season. But it just hasn't really translated over to WNBA yet. They're not really letting her loose.
The big ass. She she's able to kind of, I think she's going to be a really good point guard. I think that this is going to help this guy that Van der Sloot got hurt. Not right now, but like overall, she kind of reminds me of Kyle Lowry. I think that she's just going to get better and better and better, and this is actually going to be helpful for this team's development. So I'm with AM. I think I'm going to move on the Sky full game plus the 12.5. Brizzy, are you making anything official here for us?
Nah, this is just like a toss away game for me here. Out of all the Commissioner Cup games, this is like the least competitive.
All right. There we go. I am very close to moving on this guy when the show ends. Let's hear from LJ from H-Town. We're in the Gateway Center, College Park, Georgia. Take it away.
Yeah, Jimmy. WNBA, man. I haven't talked WNBA with you on screen ever. And I dabble in a little bit. I'm not advanced as Billy is, but I try to pick my spots, see if I can find some cash. And I got a couple spots in this game, man. The sky's ass. And that's pretty much sums it up. But if I want to make a sharp play, Jimmy, I want to see, can you get a third quarter for the Dream right now? Because I can never bet it on my book because I have to do it live while the game is going on. But do you have a pre-bet right now for the third quarter Dream?
Let me check right
2.5 bet 365 and as high as 3.5 at ESPN.
3.5? Hey, that's good money because the Dream are 6-0-2 in their last 8 games in the third quarter against the spread. Average margin of 7 points. And the Sky have lost every third quarter, I believe, except for the Wings. They played the Wings back-to-back last month, and I believe they won those third quarters. But other than that, go through their schedule. They have not won a third quarter any other game. So that's going to be my spot for me. If you can make that official, third quarter Dream, whatever the number is, because that's where you get them at. And the fact that the Sky are so ass coming out of halftime, I think that's the perfect spot for us to attack the Dream third quarter. I like the full game with the Sky because I believe the Dream will probably let off the gas because they'll come out with so much assertiveness early in the game. Do they really have to cover that big number? Like Billy said, it's hard double digits in WNBA unless you're the Liberty. Liberty, they cover those spreads, but other teams, you got to fill them out and pick your spots. So I'm going to stick to that third quarter, because that's where the Dream shine the best. And I'm going to be on 2 props in this game. I'm going to take Alicia, who you just talked about. Alicia for the Dream. Over 17.5 points, -115. It's very disrespectful to this woman because she's hit this number 7 out of the 9 games she didn't play. That number's too low. She's going to have at least 20 points in this game. So I believe that's good money for her. She's the leading scorer on the team, like you say, averaging 20 points. And you got her at 17.5. I mean, it's kind of disrespectful. And the other prop I'm going to take is Howard. Renee Howard on the same team. I believe that's her name. Her first name. Well, her last name Howard. Ryan Howard. Yeah, her. Over 4.5 assists, -110. The Sky give up a lot of assists, and they give it up to the assist leader of the other team. And this is who the assist leader is on this team. She averages 5 assists a game. They got her at 4.5. She's hit it 5 out of her last 6 games. So I'm going to take a shot on that. And that's going to be my plays for this game as well, Jimmy. 2 plays for your third quarter Dream. My girl Alicia points and Howard's assists.
Howard over 4.5 assists, Alicia Gray over 17.5 points. What was the juice on the Alicia Gray prop?
It was -115.
You are in business. Yeah, I'm going to take this guy full game plus the 12.5. I don't
imagine Andy Reese trying to score on Brittany Griner.
Look, it won't be pretty, but you know what? I kind of liked her tenacity in that Liberty game, not giving up. She hit her second.
They had Raquel Jones. They had fucking Salabi's little sister out there and fucking Phoebich, and like that's a very thin front court without Jaquel Jones out there. So it's like now you're going up against the Atlanta Dream of Brianna Jones and Brittany Griner. That has to be probably the only front court that can really match up with the Sky in height.
Yeah.
12.5 is fat, though, for a WNBA basketball game.
Mr. Belvedere is saying save your money. Look, this is a situation that I like, and I will deal with the consequences that come. I thank you for giving me the advice, and I generally will heed it. But here, this is just a spot that I really, really like. And those of you who've been with me for a long time know you have the Dream coming off, destroying the Fever by 19. You have this guy coming off losing to the best team in the league by 19. That is my wheelhouse.
First half more than full game, because LJ had some pretty convincing stats about that third quarter, about the sky, and that's kind of like a theme that they had a problem with last year, is coming out in the second half of games. And if you look at the Atlanta Dream, that last game against the Fever was basically like a 1 to 2 point game at halftime, and then they started smoking them in the second half.
And DC Capper saying Dream win by 20. That just obviously is going to make me want them more when I hear these extreme takes. It just makes me want them more. Everybody telling me that the Oilers were cooked and done, and they were making fun of me and all this stuff. Obviously, I could have just stayed off them, but I was like, okay, if you're going to be so extreme, I'll put my fucking money where my mouth is and deal with the consequences. And so it's all good. And I know you guys are trying to help, but you're not trying to mess with me. And but I'm going to be on the Sky plus 12.5. LJ third quarter Dream minus 2.5 minus 120. Gray over 17.5 points minus 115. Howard over 4.5 assists and minus 110. LJ should be coming back here joining us for our final game, but we got Brizzy and I right now. So let's talk Dallas Wings, Las Vegas Aces. We are racing here as soon as this is over as well. We are racing for $50. So we got more to come. Let's talk Wings, Aces, Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. So there is a lot to talk about and a lot to unpack in this basketball game. Asia Wilson out, but there's injuries here and a lot going on. So let's talk first line history. We have this total sitting right now at 170.5, juice to the under. By the way, Mark A gave out the under in the Chicago-Atlanta game, which I like. I'm just not ready quite yet. I just don't feel like it's some spots, when I'm going to move on totals, but I'm going to try to almost never bet them at this point.
My best advice about totals, if you're going to bet an under on a total for the WNBA, I would lean first half more than full game, because a lot of the times you see a total will move like 3 to 4 points in the WNBA, but they won't move the first half line. I ended up doing that in the Dream Fever game. I had the first half under in that game. It was like under 41.5. Ended up getting like a little bit of plus money on it. I would go first halves over full games in the WNBA.
I did the double up on Tuesday. And the first half, I think it was a week Tuesday, so we're talking now like 10 days ago, but the first half cashed so easily. Cashed by 15, and the full game cashed by a half point. Like, I was extremely fortunate. Here we have a total that's climbed. It opened up, at the book I'm looking at. It opened up at an offshore earlier at 167.5. It opened up the one I use for, market readings at 168.5, and now it's at 170.5, and it's juiced to the under, but we've had a pretty legit move towards the over. On the point spread here, we have Las Vegas minus 5.5. Now, this opened here offshore a little after midnight at 5.5. But if we go to a book that opened this yesterday at 7:45 a.m., it opened up minus 10.
Yeah, 10.5 as soon as that Aces Sparks game was over. I ended up taking a bet on the over at 166.5 and ended up cashing that bitch out, though.
Wow. Very, 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 very interesting. Blackdoor King says Dallas smash spot. Aces smash, says our friend AM. So we've got two of our colleagues going up against each other in this one. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. I think this will also be telling. We have 52% of the tickets, 66% of cash on Dallas. And then 50% of tickets on the over, 52% cash on the under. Wings coming off their sixth straight loss, 93-80 at Phoenix on Wednesday. Beckers, goes off. She missed 4 games. Well, the first few games were the concussion. Then she got sick. She erupts for 35, and it was clean, 13 and 19 from the floor. While she goes 13 and 19 from the floor and does everything really impressively, the rest of the team sucked. They shot 33% from the field. This is a bad defensive team. And now, you have DeJounte Carrington with this shoulder injury and Hines Allen also. So Hines Allen was a partial participant yesterday in practice and Carrington fully practiced. So Hines Allen has the right knee injury and Carrington is probable with the left shoulder injury, and we expect her to be available. Is that right? Have I nailed that, or is there? Do you have more info than that, Brizzy?
I don't have any more info than that. I saw Nalissa Smith is basically going away from the team. Her and her girlfriend were partying prior to the last game, and Paige Becker's the rookie screaming out the window, "You guys are so loud. Go to sleep."
Carrington played on Wednesday. So she was dealing with the shoulder injury. She still had 8 boards, which is a team high. This team's not very good on the glass. So she went for 11 and 8. She also had 4 assists. She's obviously an extremely important player here. And Hines Allen dealing with the knee injury is also important to the squad. Let's talk about the Aces here. They come in off their second straight loss, a very disappointing 97-89 setback at home versus Sparks. I never shy away when a player gets hurt. And I got extremely lucky in that game. Sometimes when you're just running hot, I had the +8.5 live on the Aces, and it was an 8-point game with 20 seconds left. Aces missed a shot. They got the rebound. They missed another shot. They could have fouled. They could have done something, but they just let time run out, and I was very thankful. So Asia Wilson now hurt. So Jackie Young is the number one option. Chelsea Gray is going to have control, and Jackie Young will be scoring. The problem with the Aces, and we talked about it a few times here, is just how bad they've been defensively with this guard-heavy group. They're 9th in defensive rating. And now there's no Asia Wilson. So the question I have for you, Brizzy, is any team against the Aces that's going to beat them is going to dominate the paint, because the Aces are the worst in the league in the paint. And the question is, and my thought process is, one, I want to back the team in their first game without their star. And I know AM interested in that as well. But I also want to back this team against a team that's not going to beat them up in the paint. And
I wouldn't say that. Like, the Aces just could, I hope it's not true, but they could be just cooked, man. If you're gonna back the Aces, I would want it team total over. I would hope it would be like a Jewel Lloyd finally finds the back of the net. It's like, where do the Aces' problems start? Defensively, they have a bunch of guards on their team. They're all old. They're all aging out. Chelsea Gray can't guard anybody. Jackie Young in that game against the Sparks, I don't know if you watched it, but she looked like the only person that gave a fuck out there on the court. Like, she was playing fine and she was hooping. It would be interesting to see how the Aces will change their pace of play. I originally had a bet on the over in this game, but I ended up cashing it out. Kind of started thinking about Asia Wilson isn't going to play this game on Friday. From what I heard from Becky's post press game conference, but I think the total can go either way. But if the Aces have a good game in this one, I think it's going to be them scoring the ball. They're going to have to push the pace a lot. Like, they're going to have to account for them missing Asia Wilson. They're already missing Megan Gustafson from last year. They're getting real thin in the front court real quick. And the only way that I think that they can replace that's by changing the tempo. They're going to have to run and play towards Jackie's play style. I ended up taking Jackie Young, 20-plus points, -112. I think this is a very favorable spot here versus the Wings. No Asia Wilson for the offensive production scoring-wise. Jewel Lloyd's been really bad to start off her Aces career. Yeah, you can play a Jewel Lloyd prop, but I got to see it to believe it. But I'm seeing it from Jackie right now, and Jackie's locked in.
That makes sense to me. What was the number you got?
-112 for 20-plus points. If they had any fucking center, just anybody that I could remotely think of that could go down there, I would probably back the Aces in the first quarter here.
Wow, I've got a lot to think about here. Let's hear from our guy, LJ from H-Town. Our final game on today's show before we race. LJ, take it away. Wings, Aces.
Yeah, the Aces are in a bad spot, man. Asia being hurt I don't see how you can back a team that is missing a player that is the leading in all of the statistical categories. She leads the whole team in everything. So I don't see how they're going to play. I mean, I haven't seen it. I don't think. I mean, I would love to look up the numbers to see how the Aces are with Asia off the court. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I don't think they're pretty good. So for those reasons, I can't back them. And the Wings are ass as well. So I'm not going to back them either. So automatically go to a prop. Who has the advantage in this game? And the fact that you just mentioned that the Aces allow a lot of points in the paint gives me confidence to take my girl Paige. She's top 5 in assists in the league, and her assists is at over 6.5. She's hit that 4 out of her last 6 games. She came back off her injury. She hit 8. You get what I'm saying? So I'm thinking she's going to get those assists in the paint, creating offense for the Wings, because they're going to be vulnerable inside, like you mentioned, because Asia Wilson's not there, and they don't have no other big person to try to defend that paint. So Paige, over 6.5 assists, -107 is what I got, and that's all I got in this game.
It's like the sharp side of you wants to back the Aces, but then like the thought and reality of watching the Aces without Asia Wilson kind of feels like the Wings money line is like free points that nobody really wants to take.
I don't know. I'm going to study this longer, and you know me, you guys know. I look at any time the star player gets hurt, I want that team in their first game. And I lost with this angle with the Chicago Sky first quarter plus 5.5 on Wednesday. It was my only loss. Went 3-1. I lost that. So
it probably works more in the NBA than the WNBA.
It works way more in the NBA than the WNBA.
I don't know if we have enough.
No, the drop off, like for example, the drop off between Ari McDonald and Caitlin Clark is just so drastic that it just doesn't matter. Like it just doesn't matter. The Fever just can't overcome that.
Yeah, I think it's just the WNBA. They don't have enough players to compensate that star player being out. I think they have to get more of a lead. The league go and get some more teams, but I think the NBA has that to where the star player, because that means the other players are going to get their opportunities in their possessions. WNBA, that main star is always creating and always, doing other stuff to where if they're not in there, especially Asia. I think she's the only team that she's leading in every single category. So that's just a hard spot to try to find anything to back them if they don't have their number one player. I mean, she's the MVP of the league.
It's not like the NBA where they like pull players out and shit like that. Majority of the time, the starters are really going to play about 30 to 35 minutes, regardless of what the score is. That's why you see so many player prop overs in the WNBA compared to like an NBA regular season night. It's kind of a weird league because like Paige Beckers looks great. It's just everybody else on Dallas seems like they're getting worse. Like Enrique can't find the back of a fucking bucket. If this Dallas team could like do anything defensively, they would beat the Aces, but the Aces could go out here without Asia Wilson and still hang up 90.
Well, this is my first year of fully capping WNBA, and I realize that I've done it twice. I backed the Fever in their first game without Caitlin Clark, and that blew up my face, even though after 2 losses, they won 2 in a row. And then I lost that first quarter bet, with the Sky against New York. But I want Van Lith to start. She didn't start.
She doesn't start, and she isn't playing a lot. I play a lot of WNBA DFS, and I still have yet to get an opportunity to play her because she's not playing enough minutes. She's playing.
Is the coach not watching what she's doing out there?
The coach is retarded. If you had it's up there, Jim. It's pretty wild. Of like, it took them about 2.5 weeks to realize maybe Camila Cardoso is better than Angel Reese, and she played on a national championship team for about 3 to 4 years straight.
So I'm listening. And Mr. Belvedere backing you up, saying it's just the disparity of talent, big drop off in stars average play. So I'm listening. Now that, and I'm just being honest with you guys, that doesn't mean I'm not going to bet the Aces here.
I don't blame you. First quarter.
But I'm not going to bet them right away, and I'm going to think about it a lot over the next few hours and watch the market and study it. But this was great stuff, and I'm enjoying capping WNBA very, very much here. And of course, I copied and pasted my guy Black Thor King, who says wings is easy money here. Put me down for wings, Jimmy. My first official play here in business, man. We have Brizzy on Young, 20 or more points, minus 112. LJ on Paige Beckers over 6.5 assists, minus 107. Then in game one, I'm on the Sky plus 12.5. LJ's on third quarter Dream minus 2.5, minus 120. Gray over 17.5 points. Howard over 4.5 assists. Well, fellas, we need from you guys friends and family. But let me also say, LJ, what a treat it is to have you back in business with us, man. You're loved by our community so much. And I close every show where it's just me closing. I close with, the video of you, the full one, the 2.5 minutes. We love it. Everybody loves it, man. We have got the first friends and family from Wine Time. It is the Arizona Diamondbacks money line. So let's hear from you. We'll go with Brizzy next. Brizzy, your friends and family.
If we're going if you can wait a little bit on your birthday here, I would go Malcolm Wellmaker knockout tomorrow in the UFC card. When the fuck have you seen a knockout prop above minus 200? He's fighting Chris Patino. Everybody thinks he's going to get knocked out, and that boy is going to get knocked out. But if we're just going with tonight and you just want to play it safe, play it Pussy style.
No, we don't need to do that. I mean, what is the Wellmaker knockout?
Minus 210 on FanDuel.
I mean, this is a parlay. You can put juice. I mean, we're going to have 5 legs. We just need a winner. We need a winner.
That's why I said the knockout prop.
Okay. If it's a winner, that's what we need, because I'm going to bet this too. So
yeah, he's minus 2,500 on the money line. The knockout prop is minus 260 on FanDuel right now, currently.
So is that what you want to have? The Wellmaker knockout?
Wellmaker knockout. He's going to knock this dude the fuck out. Shouts to Millie Mills. Got the interview with him prior to his UFC debut, and he said he was going to knock the dude out, grab a $50K bonus, and quit his job on Monday, and he did exactly that. I'm going to take the man for his word, man.
That's dope. Okay, Brizzy is in Wellmaker knockout. Brizzy, before you go, let's hear from LJ, your friends and family.
Yeah, I think the best prop for me is the one we just talked about, Paige, over 6.5 assists. Just because the Aces, they've allowed the top 5 players in the WNBA in assists to get their prop. Cloud had 9, Skylar had 8, Plum had 9, and also Burton from the Valkyries, I think a couple games ago, she had 12 assists on the Aces. So I don't see how Paige doesn't get that assist prop, knowing that she's top 3 in assists right now in the WNBA. I think that's the best prop for this parlay. Paige over 6.5 assists.
I'm on the Thunder first quarter money line.
Yeah, I like that.
Straight money line, no spread, nothing. Thunder, because this is all going to come together and create a nice number for us. So I just need a winner. Thunder first quarter money line. I think I might be right with you, AM. I'm going to bet this guy first. I'm going to sit with this Aces a little longer here. Shout out to Big Zoe for winning. It is his first MMA free roll hundo last weekend. Great job. Let's get on to racing. Jose Bouquett going to rejoin us here. So Brizzy, thank you for everything that you do for us, my man. Go get that cash. And Brizzy, before you go, tell us a little bit about the Locker Room Talk podcast, as well as our big UFC Atlanta live stream tomorrow night.
Yeah, Locker Room Talk podcast. Be sure you guys check it out. UFC Atlanta popping off 7 o'clock tomorrow night here. Pub Sports Radio going to be live from the prelims to the end of the main event. And we don't have our color commentary guy, just my 2 cents. So it's going to be a wild stream. We're going to have some special guests on there. And make sure you guys tune in tomorrow night, 7 o'clock p.m. And if you guys haven't already, tune into the Locker Room Talk podcast. Me, Joey, Danny will be going live next week for the PFL as well. PFL tournament came back last week. Had a couple winners, had a couple losers, but we get it through. That gym will be in Atlantic City, so that's all we care about.
Respect, Brizzy. Thank you for rocking with us, man. I popped Brizzy's handle in the chat. Please support our guy, Billy Brisbane. LJ, can you stick around with us while we race? Where is Mr. Bouquett? Where's Sweet
He's right here.
There he is, coming back. All right, let's race here, and then we'll put a bow on our show. And with our guy LJ from H-Town in effect, Mr. Bouquett, let's close with the full song from our guy LJ. What are we racing here, my friend? Oh, first we need your friends and family, Jose.
The under in the Yankees Red Sox game.
And what is that number at?
8.5 minus 120. It's going to 8s everywhere, so just pay for the 8.5 if you can.
Under 8.5 minus 120. God, I guess I mean, it's just. I mean, the market is indicating that's the spot. But good God.
It makes me feel better that it's going down to 8s across the board.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. All right, there we go. Big so. All right. And what are we racing, Jose?
Traditional thoroughbreds.
Mares.
Fillies.
By the way, we have our first full horse racing stream of the summer in 8 days. No. It's in 2 weeks. Sorry, it's in 2 weeks. It's in 15 days. We have our first big Saratoga Saturday coming up in 15 days, the 28th here. Abel Alvarez, parlaying Dodgers money line with the first half over in Aces Wings. How many gold members do we have, Jose?
73 again. Shout out to you guys. If you guys can sign up for a membership, it helps out the pub, and you get to be in these beautiful horse races.
Yes, thank you so much to all of you. Let's race. We got $100 on the line. Jose, take us home.
Let's ride indeed. Let's go racing here. We've got Jimmy the Bag. Look at him go up in the league there. Rob Freeband, Sammy Colmer, Nunya, Nasty Nate at the top of the screen, who you banished from last race with a big no there at the end.
Yeah, why did I scream no so loud?
Who knows? There must be a psychoanalysis.
It was so natural. It was so
Nuke Worker,
honest.
there you are, by the way. Hasn't seen his horse in 2 months, and there he goes, Jimmy.
Oh, wow. Nuke Worker, right. When I screamed no, it was a very honest. I just.
Like you saw something. Like you saw like almost a murder happening. You were like, no! You're providing it to happen.
I screamed no. I would like to see it in slow motion. We have Chris Boggin up front. Robert McCormick trying to get into the cash once again. And there's Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Here comes the Scum Plaza. Here comes Saturated. Saturated flying up the outside. Good God, Saturated trying to get to the wire. Saturated going to get to the. No, he's not. No, he's not. Ricky! Ricky! Ricky Levine, our winner. Attaboy, Ricky. I will send him the message if he's not rocking with us right now. There we go.
Fucking Ricky.
$50 for Ricky Levine right there. Thank you. A lot of love.
That hurt for Saturated. I really thought he had it there. Like he was showing good pace. He was alert and just a little too early.
Oh man. Poor Ricky Baker. He's become such a big part of our show. And shout out to the boys in the hood, man. And that Ricky scream.
I asked who that was. So.
Oh yeah, Ricky Baker. That Ricky scream's getting better. I think that was my best work.
Yeah. Yes. No. You're immediately back to your normal color as well instead of beet red, so that helps. You do go beet red, but it's okay. It's only for a second.
Yeah, it's not for too long. Not for too long. Uh-oh, Nate. Nate's nonplussed. Now he's not going to turn it on himself. He wants to hurt his.
Oh, I definitely thought it was for himself.
No. All right, let's review action here. We have LJ going to take us home at the end of this, let's us into the future. But let's review action here. We have the Nuke Worker. Nuke Worker and I are going heads up here in the Alouettes game tonight. Very nervous to see the line. God, it's just these lines are just going against me so blatantly 6. It's so ridiculous. I mean, it's just so ludicrous. I mean, just at least the Ticats is down to 3, but come on. I mean, they're going against me so heavy, but whatever. Gonna have to do it again. But if I'm right again with this market move, we gotta remember it for next year. Just start fading these giant market moves in week 2. I guess public thinks they know what they're doing. The public thought they had this huge advantage with Rourke over Streveler in Winnipeg, where they're 37-6 over their last 43 games. Ridiculous. We have. Let's move up here. Stacks play today, number 1. Olsen RBI. Stacks play the day, number 2. Dodgers -1.5. Also, we had Fat Wally's NASCAR Viva Mexico action. I'm going to pop it here in the chat for all of you guys. Here you go. There we go. We have Chad Pickard catching that under, first 5 under in the Pirates game. He's on the under 9 in the Nats game. I've been joining him. He's on the over 8 in the Mets game. Might be on the under in that one. He's also in the under 9 in the Braves game. Chad Pickard's on Angels team total over. Crystal Craig also on the Dodgers -1.5. T-Moss, Giants, Dodgers first 5 under. Colorado Braves under 9.5 alt line. And Pirates first 5 money line and full game. Ooh, you're close. Spooner's action here. We have Royals Athletics. Royals Athletics under 2.5 first 3. I'm going to join them on that. Mons Nationals under 9. You know what? I'm going to be on all of Spoon's card. I just realized that now. I'm going to be on that A's Royals under 2.5 first 3. I think he's going to get a better line than I got. Marlins Nationals under 9. I think I'm doubling up on that one. I think I'll get a worse line there again. And then the Dodgers -1. I'm going to be on all those. We have, by the way, this is important and should have come up earlier. We also have this, and I'm happy we're doing the review because we also have this. Razor sharp picks. Gambler's first glance is the over 226.5 in tonight's NBA game. We got Brizzy on that as well. Chad Pickard's turnbuckle Tommy's play of the day is the under 9 and Braves Rockies. BJ's best bet Thunder -5.5. TJ joined us. Cubs money line. Minnesota first 5 money line. LA Baltimore under 10.5. And BJ's best bet in baseball was the Dodgers money line. So we have Slatsy. He's on the Owls money line. Got that at -115. Got that at -115. It's now -270. Now that's Drew Brown being out, but still that's impressive. Very impressive.
Drew Brown sucks as a quarterback.
Not
Hawaii
anymore.
guy, right?
He's come on. He's throwing for over 400 yards nonstop. He's been very good.
I watched that guy just get dominated by Oklahoma in front of my face. I drove 5 hours to watch that bullshit. Never forget.
I know it's we have a lot of Oklahoma State quarterbacks up here.
Yeah, because they all suck.
Pirates team total over 1.5 was Mal. Oh, that's already gone. DC Capper needing the bookie buster play today to come through with the Cubbies. Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play today. White Sox first 5 +0.5. And Robert Cherry's mom gave her best parlay of the day. Yankees money line, Mets money line, Dodgers -1.5. DC Capper on the Braves run line here. And Mr. McKelvey, is also on the Cubs there. The friends and family, one more time, is Arizona money line from Wine Time. Wellmaker KO from Brizzy. Paige Becker's over 6.5 assists for LJ. Thunder first quarter money line for me. And Boston, New York under 8.5 for Mr. Bouquet. I'm on the Red Blacks +4. I mean, just ludicrous, man. I'm on Argos -3. And then Bobano and I are heads up on the total. I'm on the under 50.5 -110. He's on the over 50 at -115. Res Mob respect play of the day. It's a Thunder -2 first quarter -115. I'm with him on that one. Toby Lane's play of the day is Dallas Wings money line. I'm on the Tiger Cats +3.5. It's the one line move I beat. I'm also on the Tiger Cats team total over 23.5. Bobana's on the over 50.5 in that one. Then we have best bets for Mr. Ron Crawford. Play of the day in NBA is the Pacers +6. In MLB, it's Seattle Seahawks. And WNBA play of the day for Mr. Ron Crawford. WNBA play of the day is Chicago Sky, baby.
Ron Crawford.
And look at that. Redbeard cashing the Pirates team total under 2.5. If I'd have told you, Redbeard, that Pirates will win the game, do you think you're going to cash your team total? Beautiful work, buddy. Beautiful work. Then doubling up on unders, I expect Miami Washington. Oh, God, it scared the shit out of me. I thought it was 6:13. All these games are starting like an hour and a half. I've been sitting here for a long time. Wine Times on the Jays plus 105. Skunk Bag play today is the Pirates money line. Shout out to the Skunk Blaster. Wine Times on the over 10 here. We've already gone over all our baseball. I don't think we need it. We have a ton of action, so I'm going to not go over it all again.
Yeah, Pirates just won, unfortunately, 2-1.
Oh, well, you know what we're doing tomorrow. Tubbs.
I love it. I love it. Thank you to all of you in the chat so much. Thank you to our guests on today's show. It was great having LJ live in studio alongside Jose. Also, Wine Time Sports and Billy Brisbane. Those cappers in the chat, thank you so much for your support. Will Johnson, Big Zo, Saturated, Swaggy McNolegs, Red Beard, Big Daddy Boom, Aaron Gaza, the Nuke Worker. What a guy is. We also have Big Zo, Abel Alvarez, Tyler Flowers, Black Door King, Nasty Nate, Justin McKelvey. Thank you guys so much. Mr. Belvedere. So many of you to thank. It means a ton to us. AM, DC Capper. Thank you guys. Nicholas Handy and so many more. Thank you guys. Truly, thank you. And it's AM's birthday. Look at that. AM's birthday as well. Happy birthday, AM. Do it up, man. Enjoy the day. Thank you for sharing part of it with us. Nice to have a birthday on a Friday night. Get that cash, AM. Go get that cash. We have a question here from Nasty Nate. LJ's plans in San Antonio tonight. What are they?
Drive back home to Houston. I don't have my wife with me, man. I don't. You know me, Jim. I don't do nothing without my wife. So back home.
You're the man, LJ. Thank you for rocking with us, man. Jose, any last words before LJ leches us into the future?
No, let's get out of here. 5 hours.
Play the LJ full song.
Yeah. Take us home, LJ.
Yeah, man. I want to shout out everybody again, man. Thanks for having me, Jimmy. Like I said, been at that 4-year anniversary, man. I joined the show, man. As soon as I met you, you told me I was already part of the fam. You embraced me. And we've been rocking ever since, man. And so much good people here. You know, everybody in that song that I have in that intro, I've took a little piece of how they cap, you know, and I think I'm a collective person of everybody coming together to get to the bag. And of course, Jimmy, you one of my mentors. You told me to track your action. That is the best thing you can do. And I'm telling you, Jimmy, it has changed my life, man. Sports betting, I love it. I'm getting to the point I wish I can just be at home and just do it like you all day long, because that's all I think about, Jimmy, is beating the books, trying to find an edge, trying to get that cash, man. So, hey, appreciate the love. Everybody in the chat, man. Justin McKelvey, of course, Nasty Nate, Abel A, you know, Zoe, all the people, man. You know, shout out to Ron Lofton, everybody, man, that contributes to the show. Wine Time coming on, Billy. You know, even Maddie Ice showed up today and gave
yeah,
up the play,
of course,
man.
and Briggsy and Big Briggs.
Yeah. So yeah, man, it was a good show today. We went long. I knew it was going to be exciting. That's why I drove out here, man, just to contribute to the show. And let's get this money, man. And of course, like I always say, guys, I'm gonna let y'all out here with let's keep cashing.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. 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 Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, moose money bets. From books to west, cash and checks what we do. Cause I'm hoop banging with balls and the OG raccoon. too. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I land on my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew or buy his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Brisbane. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bourbano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.